A lone figure works in the darkness, the sound of his hammer, the only thing breaking the silence. He stands before his anvil, a man consumed by a singular, burning purpose. With every powerful strike, his rage and sorrow are forged directly into the cold steel. His face is a mask of cold fury as he shapes the instrument of his vengeance. But a voice cuts through his focus. Do you think this will be a success? The visitor probes deeper, wondering if he'll truly proceed with your revenge. Disappear, he growls, but the man only smirks, asking if it's because of his guilt. The taunts continue, mocking that it's a bit too late for revenge. Ignoring the voice, he brings the hammer down one final, definitive time, shattering the air. His mind flashes back to the source of his pain, screaming her name as she died. Seol. His mind is thrown back to a brutal war under a tattered red banner, a time of utter carnage. He remembers cradling his dying father, the man's blood staining his hands, as he could only whisper father. Then, the haunting memory of a white-haired man screaming into the rain, his soul completely shattered by loss. Back in the present, his visitor's voice is laced with scorn. You created the murdering tools, and now you want revenge? The swordsmith's reply is a cold, dismissive whisper. Nonsense. His eyes blaze with conviction as he declares, I don't care. I will not change my decision. With his resolve hardened, he finishes his work, sealing the terrifying weapon inside a wooden box. He now walks a new path, remembering his 15 years as the demonic artisan, the blood cult's blacksmith. He marches toward the enemy gates, accepting the heavy truth that this tragedy was born because of me. Staring at the defaced sign of the Muram Alliance, he vows to end this with my own two hands. I will put an end to everything, he vows, his past flashing before his eyes. He remembers the day he was welcomed as a hero. Enter, demonic artisan, a day when thousands chanted, hailing the rise of the divine demon. Their leader declared victory, proclaiming the blood cult as the new, rightful lord of the Jianghu. An elder gave all credit for this brutal conquest to their one true master, the terrifying figure known only as the blood demon. In that celebration, the younger artisan presented his masterpiece, the 11th divine weapon. But even then, he knew this glory could never atone for his sins. He could only kneel, burdened by the weight of his creations. And with his own hands, he delivered the tool of their demonic reign. The demonic artisan presented his offering, a weapon forged in purple flame before the eyes of the blood demon. But a flicker of doubt suddenly crossed the cult leader's face. What is this? He bellowed, finding the offered case was just an illusion of purple energy. For the true weapon was in the artisan's own hands. As he vowed, today I will end it all. In a flash of violet light, he landed a devastating blow on the unsuspecting leader. What is the meaning of this? The leader roared in betrayal. You piece of shit. The artisan's true power then exploded outwards, blasting the leader across the grand hall. What? He stammered, his ornate robes shredded and his celebration utterly ruined. Gathering all his hatred, the artisan unleashed his full power, screaming the name of his true target, Blood Demon, and fired a beam of pure destructive force meant to annihilate the cult's sovereign. The artisan's ultimate attack, fueled by pure hatred, rockets toward the blood demon. But the cult's sovereign simply watches, completely unfazed by the impending doom. The blast tears through the grand hall, sending everyone except its target flying. A cold sweat runs down the artisan's face as he stares in utter disbelief. Through the smoke, the blood demon stands completely unharmed, prompting the artisan to gasp. He's fine? Refusing to give up, the artisan gathers his remaining power, screaming inwardly. Not yet. With just a single finger, the blood demon effortlessly contains the raging demonic energy. He channels everything he has, vowing to use the very martial arts the blood demon taught him. Even if it costs me my entire life force, he roars, unleashing a final, desperate attack. His very soul burns as he focuses all of his existence into this one, final strike. With a final roar, the artisan unleashes his life's essence, screaming, I will kill you. A cataclysmic blast of demonic energy tears through the grand hall, shaking the very foundations of the cult. The explosion is so immense that for a moment, nothing can be seen but blinding light and destruction. A high-ranking member can only stare in disbelief, muttering, how can he be capable of such martial arts? But as the dust settles, the blood demon stands silently in the crater, seemingly unharmed once again, until a single drop of blood drips to the floor, followed by a sudden, shocking torrent. The untouchable leader is wounded, the impossible attack having finally pierced his demonic defenses. Yet, through the pain, a twisted smile forms on his face as he whispers one word. Interesting. He inspects the cause of his wound, a phantom blade with no form and no chi that materialized inside him. Formless flight dagger, he muses, a terrifying admiration gleaming in his eyes for the weapon that finally made him bleed. The defeated man can only stare in shock, wondering how his enemy is still alive. But before he can react, a hand closes around his throat in a crushing grip. The blood demon holds him effortlessly, taunting his old subject for his ignorance. He mocks the man's quest, coldly stating that for the successor of the Tang clan, revenge is futile. Choking for air, the successor snarls back, "Don't mention my family with that dirty mouth of yours." The demon's grip tightens, lamenting that without any core chi left, the man isn't even worth sparing. With his last breath, the successor vows to curse you for eternity. Intrigued, the blood demon raises the phantom dagger, promising to grant him his life's last gift. He begins an ancient, incomprehensible chant as his victim watches in horror. A final, overwhelming blast of demonic energy sends the man flying, ending the fight instantly. The blood demon conjures a phantom dagger of pure demonic energy to silence his foe's final curse. With a contemptuous glare, he unleashes the crimson spell, a tide of power meant to utterly erase him. The formless blade screams through the air, an unstoppable execution carrying the weight of a god. The Tang clan successor can only cry out in despair as the overwhelming light consumes him completely. His body is ripped apart in a savage, one-sided slaughter, ending his quest for revenge in an instant. As he collapses, the demonic weapon dissolves into nothing, its grim purpose fulfilled. But then the scene shifts, and another man falls through darkness, wondering, where did it all go wrong? Sinking into an endless void, he reflects on a life of talent that he could never use freely. He questions if knowing the future could have ever changed his fate, or the day the world fell. And so, the world's most sinister divine artisan, the demonic artisan Tang Soon, met his end. From the silent abyss of death, he's dragged back to a bustling tavern, a world of sound and sensation. A fist slams down on the table with a furious shout. "Hey! Are you listening?" his companion roars, but the artisan can only stammer out a confused, What? He looks around in a daze, the noisy room completely alien to him as he wonders where he is. A sharp pain lances through his skull, a dizzying side effect of cheating death itself. He clearly remembers his own demise, yet every sensation feels impossibly real. The man slams the table again, demanding, "What about the blood demon?" But gets no response. "Mr. Tang, get it together," he pleads, completely bewildered by the artisan's strange behavior. But another man, robed in blue, coldly interjects, "A dog that does not listen requires a beating," he finishes, striking the dazed artisan with brutal, shocking force. The artisan touches his face in stunned silence, the phantom sting of the slap forcing him to focus. "Hey, are you listening now?" His companion roars, shouting names that trigger a horrifying, long-buried memory. A cold dread washes over him as he slowly turns, realizing who must be behind him. A sickening image flashes through his mind, a bruised shoulder and a torn garment. He remembers her, shattered and trembling, whispering young leader in utter despair. The memory ignites a furious, vengeful glare in his eyes, a promise of retribution. It all leads back to that one, unforgivable moment finding Seol's lifeless body hanging from a tree. Yes, I remember now, he realizes, the truth hitting him like a physical blow. This is 16 years ago. This was the day Seol was violated, the day he was too weak to protect her. Staring at her past self, the horrifying certainty sinks in. I'm certain of it, it is that day. Am I dreaming or something? He wonders, but it doesn't matter either way. He turns to Seol, his voice firm but gentle. "It's okay now, don't worry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you," he whispers, determined to change her fate this time. But her attacker interrupts, roaring, "What the fuck are you muttering?" as our hero vows to change everything. With impossible speed, he catches the incoming blow, his grip like unyielding steel. He offers the scoundrel one chance, his voice cold as ice. "If you are human, then apologize." "You've lost your damn mind," the man bellows, swinging wildly in a furious panic. Effortlessly dodging, he listens to the man's vile excuse. "I played along because she was seducing me." But a new voice cuts in the man's own sister, coldly stating, "She rejected your proposal right away." Her final jab about his face sends him into a blind rage, screaming, "I told you to shut up." The attacker continues his vile insults, sneering, "You smell like shit. Who could ever like you? Let's see if you're still yapping after I kill you," he roars, his patience completely gone. He lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch meant to end the fight instantly. But the hero dodges with impossible ease, leaving his opponent utterly stunned and enraged. He remembers his past life, a time when he was too weak to resist and simply took the beating. This time is different, as he gracefully sidesteps every single furious blow. With a condescending smirk, he turns his back on the attacker, mocking him. "This is all you've got? You're arrogant for someone just dodging," the man screams, refusing to accept the obvious power gap. Finally, our hero decides to end this farce. his hand moving to the hilt of his sword. "You won't be able to dodge this," the attacker bellows, bringing his blade down for a desperate killing strike. The attacker freezes in disbelief as our hero taunts. "What? Did things stop working out for you?" His sword is stopped cold. A feat the attacker screams is absolutely impossible. With a deafening clang, the swordsmith's blade dominates the exchange, revealing an overwhelming power gap. The attacker is instantly thrown off balance, his form completely broken by the sheer force. In response, our hero unleashes a fluid, powerful counterattack that cuts through the air. The blow sends the arrogant fool flying across the hall with a pathetic scream. He crashes hard into the far wall, the fight already over in a completely one-sided beatdown. But then, the swordsmith's eyes glow with a demonic red energy, hinting at a much darker power. He prepares a legendary technique from his past life, the deadly one-point kill. The scene shifts to his past betrayal, where a single thrown dagger shocked the entire cult. The swordsmith continues his brutal assault, his blade glowing with a terrifying crimson energy. His opponent can only writhe on the ground as he's coldly told, "Don't act all weak now." Looming over the broken man with demonic eyes, the swordsmith promises that this is just the beginning. The attacker screams in disbelief, accusing him of using some forbidden evil sorcery to win. He brands him a traitor who sold his clan's secrets to the blood cult for this immense power. But the swordsmith's face is a mask of pure resolve as he declares, "I will not let this slide." He takes a step forward, and as the man begs him to stay back, he simply agrees. "You're right. I'm not a hero," he says, deflecting a desperate strike. "So let's get this over with." A single tear of absolute terror escapes the attacker's eye as he realizes his fate is sealed. Then, the swordsmith raises his crackling blade for the final blow, declaring, "Next is your heart." The crowd stares in absolute shock, questioning how Lee Ho-sung could have possibly lost. This was supposed to be a fight with a predetermined outcome, an easy win for the Alliance disciple. But as a man tries to stop the swordsmith, he's frozen in place by a terrifying flash of killing intent. The onlookers immediately scramble away in terror, wanting no part of the impending judgment. The swordsmith stands alone as a violent, demonic aura begins to swirl uncontrollably around him. An unstable orb of immense power forms within him, threatening to erupt at any moment. He grits his teeth, blood trickling from his lips as he struggles to contain the overwhelming energy. "I have to endure it," he thinks, desperately trying to suppress the demonic power he can't reveal here. Meanwhile, the defeated attacker clutches his chest, not from pain, but from a deeper, forgotten shame. He remembers the girl he wronged, and the one line of human decency he so cruelly crossed. The defeated attacker screams in denial, yelling, "Get lost," I said, as his world crumbles. Suddenly, a chilling memory flashes the blood demon executing the Tang clan's successor, snarling, "You're the kind of scum who deserves to die." His demonic power surges, overwhelming his opponent in a brutal and completely one-sided slaughter. "What?" the successor gasps, his life fading in utter disbelief at the impossible power gap. Back in the present, the swordsmith's hand instinctively clenches his own blade, his knuckles turning white. Fueled by a phantom rage from a life he once lived, he begins to draw his sword for the final blow. But a sharp voice cuts through the tension. "Stop it, young Master Tang!" Leaving him frozen in confusion. A new group of elite warriors arrives on the scene, declaring they can no longer just stand by and watch. He recognizes them instantly, the direct bodyguard unit assigned to the Alliance leader's disciples, the escort Dragon Guards. Their leader steps forward with contempt in his eyes, calling the swordsmith an idiot as he prepares to intervene. A dark realization hits him, his demonic eyes glowing with fury as he connects the dots. He remembers the Sichuan blood disaster, a massacre caused by the very traitors standing before him. No matter the consequences, he thinks, his resolve hardening, "I need to execute them here." He turns to the guard leader, coldly asking what will happen if they don't simply stand by. What right do the escort Dragon Guards have to interfere for someone who isn't even a formal disciple? The guard is stunned, completely caught off guard by the swordsmith's insider knowledge. He mutters that it's true, but can't fathom how this stranger could possibly know that. The swordsmith's accusation cuts deep. "You did nothing while an innocent woman was harassed, but now you stop me? How impudent!" The guard shouts back, declaring that punishment is a matter for the Alliance alone. But faced with this threat, all the swordsmith can do is laugh. Stunned, the guard leader questions if this is the standard of the Orthodox faction. With a dark, chilling smile, the swordsmith mocks their so-called impartial justice. "How dare you insult the Great Muram Alliance?" The guard roars, drawing his blade in a furious motion. He gives one last chance, demanding he kneel and beg or suffer grave consequences. But the swordsmith simply scoffs, questioning if the guard leader talked his way into his position. Trembling with absolute rage, The guard realizes his authority has been utterly pierced. "Seize him!" he screams, and 3 of his elite guards blur into action. The swordsmith calmly assesses the first-rate artists rushing toward him, completely unimpressed. One guard lunges forward, swinging his sword in a powerful, decisive arc. But the deadly attack is stopped dead, effortlessly caught between just 2 fingers. He effortlessly dodges one blade, already sensing the second guard rushing him from the back. Without fully turning, he glances sideways, his eyes locking onto the descending steel aimed for his head. The blade fills his vision, yet not a shred of fear can be seen on his face as it stops inches away. He remains perfectly still as the remaining guards coordinate a pincer attack, blades ready to strike. In a flash, he moves like the wind, weaving between their desperate attacks with impossible speed. But his power has a cost. He only has about 2 years' worth of inner energy left. "I need to finish this quickly and decisively," he thinks, knowing he can't afford a prolonged battle. One of the guards lets out a final war cry, charging forward in a desperate, all-out assault. The swordsmith leaps into the air, sailing over the attack with contemptuous ease as he prepares his counter. Before the guard can even react, a brutal strike slams into his jaw, ending the confrontation. Another guard falls as he moves like a phantom, the fight completely one-sided. With a single, contemptuous swing, he unleashes a devastating blow. The force sends his next opponent flying, the man screaming in disbelief. What? He lands without a sound, his movements impossibly fluid and controlled. "Are you toying with us?" A guard roars, refusing to believe a third-rate artist could be so strong. But a defeated warrior on the ground knows the truth, whispering in terror, "He's a monster." The enraged leader finally snaps, his eyes burning with fury as he screams, "Stop messing around." Gathering all his strength, he lunges forward, his fist glowing with a terrifying red energy. The attack connects with the ground in a deafening explosion of rock and dust. But the swordsmith is already gone, standing untouched as his enemy's desperate attack hits nothing but air. The swordsmith lands, clearly annoyed by this drawn-out confrontation. "Who are you to run wild without knowing your place?" the guard leader furiously shouts. He arrogantly declares the swordsmith is nothing but a third-rate artist who should know his place. But the swordsmith simply ignores his empty threats and lectures. "You're so noisy," he mutters, clutching his chest. "I can't even rest for a moment." Realizing he has no other choice, he resolves to use the only method available to him now. A terrifying torrent of energy erupts from his body as he vows to forcibly open his upper energy core. The guards are blown back by the sheer force, screaming in disbelief at the sudden power surge. The leader tries to maintain his bravado, dismissing the incredible display as a simple trick. But holding a blade of pure, crackling light, the swordsmith challenges him directly. "Quit the bullshit and come at me." The guard leader roars, "So you truly want to die," as he charges forward with a crackling blade. He leaps high into the air, promising to grant that very wish with a devastating downward strike. But as the swordsmith gathers his own power, an agonizing jolt runs through his entire body. A strange, formless dagger of pure energy suddenly manifests from within his own core, shocking him completely. He realizes with horror that this weapon must have entered his upper energy core back in his previous life. But instead of panic, a grim smile forms as he realizes what matters is that this power is his to command now. "I'll finish this in one strike," he declares, channeling this newfound energy into an overwhelming attack. Suddenly, a strange golden aura floods the room, enveloping both fighters in its mysterious light. The guard leader freezes mid-attack, screaming in confusion, "My body won't do what I say." While his enemy is helplessly paralyzed, the swordsmith calmly takes a single, deliberate step forward. Just as the swordsmith is about to finish the fight, an imposing figure deliberately approaches the scene. He whirls around, shocked by the sudden arrival of an unbelievably powerful presence behind him. A hand grips his shoulder with immense force, stopping him cold as a voice commands, "You must never use that power recklessly, child." The wise but stern elder warns him. His mind flashes back, realizing this man is a legendary figure from his past life. This is the Muram Alliance leader, the current strongest person in the entire Jianghu. He was the master the swordsmith once served, a warrior of unparalleled authority and power. Back in the present, the swordsmith is speechless, caught by the one man who might understand the danger he wields. He clenches his jaw, the weight of his old life and this new one crashing down upon him. He remembers the desperate war against the blood cult, and the despair that forced them all to seek forbidden power. He remembers the war, when most people kneeled in blood before the terrifying blood cult. However, a few refused to break, like the Alliance leader and the legendary Wudang sect he commanded. The Sword Emperor, guardian of the Muram, was the one man who would always rise to challenge them. Back in the present, his hand instinctively tightens on the hilt of his hidden dagger. He steels himself, relieved that the elder didn't sense the presence of his formless flight dagger. It's a power so subtle that even the monstrous blood demon failed to notice it in his past life. But with that memory comes a new problem. The absolute legend standing right in front of him. He desperately wonders if this small blade is enough to counterattack if the worst-case scenario happens. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor is bewildered, admitting to himself, "How can this be? I can't see it at all." A slow, intrigued smile spreads across the old master's face as he finally speaks. "Child, you have quite an interesting talent." The swordsmith's attention is suddenly pulled away by an unfamiliar presence in the room. He turns to find the young girl he saved, whispering to her, "You must have been very frightened." An older woman's hand gently rests on the girl's shoulder as she calmly says, "Everything's okay now, child." She tells the girl to rest, her voice filled with a calm but undeniable authority. He's completely stunned by this newcomer, wondering to himself, "Who is she? I didn't even sense her presence." Suddenly, the Muram Alliance leader bursts in, demanding why he disappeared, but the boy had sensed a dangerous energy ripple. To his absolute shock, the legendary Sword Emperor bows deeply, offering his sincere apologies to this mysterious woman. The name Bo Yan echoes in his mind as he struggles to comprehend if she is truly that legendary figure. A title card confirms his fears. She is the divine nun Bo Yun, former leader of the Mi sect and a master physician. His world tilts as he realizes the stakes have just skyrocketed, thinking, first the Alliance leader, and now the divine physician. Just 15 minutes before the chaos, the Alliance leader was in a tense, private meeting. His confidant sighs, taking a drag from her pipe. "I keep telling you, those people will never change," she states bluntly, and the leader can't even argue. He took the mantle of leader to set things right, after so many betrayed their duties. Yet his face shows only regret, admitting, even after all this time, nothing has changed. She pours him a drink, her voice laced with cynicism. "Did you think setting the world right would be easy?" Setting the cup down with a sharp tap, she calls him out on his foolishness. "You stupid Taoist." An uncomfortable silence fills the air as the weight of their conversation settles between them. She finally breaks the silence with a piece of advice. "Don't try to shoulder everything by yourself. If it's too hard," she tells him, "then step down like me and spend your days drinking wine." The great Alliance leader simply chuckles, a strange calm washing over him, but his amusement shatters as his eyes widen, sensing a terrifying surge of energy nearby. "This is no time to be laughing, geezer," his confidant snaps, warning him about succumbing to his inner demons. Her gaze then falls upon the dying boy as she wonders aloud, "Can he be saved?" But the swordsmith knows his own body, declaring that the injury is far too severe for anyone to heal. "Damn it," he thinks, desperately searching for any way to escape this hopeless situation. Just then, a calm voice calls out "child," as the divine nun Bo Yun approaches with a serene gaze. His ally is horrified by the wound's violent nature, turning to him with a dawning suspicion. The Alliance leader's eyes narrow, demanding to know, "Did you use an unorthodox martial art?" Before he can answer, the old master unleashes a ferocious strike to test the boy's true power. The defeated guard captain shouts his agreement, backing the accusation against the mysterious boy. He insists that despite being a third-rate warrior, the swordsmith used an unorthodox art to subdue a first-rate opponent. But the boy coldly turns his back, claiming he had no choice as a follower of the orthodox path. The Alliance leader scoffs at the excuse, looking down at the fallen guard before demanding, "How do you intend to explain this?" "There's nothing to explain," the swordsmith retorts, insisting he only used the martial arts of the Sichuan Tang clan. He justifies his extreme actions, stating that what he did wasn't nearly enough for what happened to his clan member. With his hand on his blade, he declares that his courtesy ends now, and he will no longer show mercy. His eyes glow with a demonic red light as he threatens to cut down anyone who stands in his way, even the leader himself. The old master's gaze hardens, questioning if he's truly willing to throw his life away for an emotional outburst. Words fail as the two finally clash, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of power that shakes the very ground. The old master's eyes suddenly flash gold, unleashing a hidden, terrifying power. An immense pressure slams down, forcing the young swordsmith to struggle just to stand. "Is your fleeting revenge more important than your life?" the leader demands, but the boy declares this is something more. In this new life, he has a purpose. He's only trying to fight back against a corrupt world. His internal vow rings out, "I'm trying to fix this wrong world, little by little." He grips his blade, ready to sacrifice everything, even if it means exhausting his own life to do it. His sheer conviction startles even the Alliance leader's confidant, who realizes the boy has no intention of backing down. "If your sincerity is truly that strong," then the master says, his hand moving to his sword. He unleashes a blinding storm of blades to test the boy's resolve once and for all. The Alliance leader's sword art consumes the battlefield, a swirling vortex of energy meant to crush the boy's resolve. But the swordsmith remains perfectly calm, seeing the countless principles of Taiji flowing within the deadly storm. He doesn't see a threat to be feared, but a technique so profound it's beautiful. It's so perfect, he admits, that he wouldn't even mind falling to this sword. In that moment, he grasps the ultimate truth of Wudong's power. True strength, born from absolute gentleness. His mind suddenly flashes back to another test, where a different master roared at a fallen student to get up. The battered man looked up from the floor, his will completely broken as he cried out, "Master!" Then, the true master appeared, and the student gasped in relief. "You've come, master." A woman nearby simply states he recovered on his own, leaving the kneeling man utterly baffled by her words. But his master only holds a blade to his throat, declaring his opponent had staked his life to prove his righteousness. The defeated student looks on in horror, asking, "What about you?" as his own master turns on him. "I'll put my life at stake as well," he desperately declares, but his master dismisses the pointless excuse. A higher authority suddenly roars, "Silence! I feel that my ears will rot if I continue listening to you." The shamed master can only apologize, promising to take full responsibility for his disciple's actions. "But master," the student cries out as he is utterly abandoned. With a grim look, the master thinks to himself, "I've never had a disciple like you." He then hands a dagger to the protagonist, giving him full permission. "You may punish that child however you see fit." The student scrambles back in pure terror as a chilling blue aura explodes from his opponent. He draws his blade in a final, futile act of defiance, only to be told, "Even death is a luxury for you." A fist crackling with immense power prepares to deliver a punishment far worse than a simple end. An explosion of righteous fury erupts as the punishment begins. Grabbing his terrified opponent, he channels immense, crackling power directly into him. A sphere of pure energy materializes, a technique designed not for a quick end but for pure suffering. With a single, devastating blow, he sends the disgraced disciple flying across the arena. The impact is catastrophic, slamming the man into the very earth with bone-shattering force. A silent scream of agony rips through the air as the energy ravages his body from the inside. Because this man needs to live in order to experience pain worse than death. But watching from the side is the most powerful man in the Jianghu, his thoughts unreadable. Suddenly, the Murim Alliance leader steps forward, asking, "Would you perhaps entrust the judgment of these people to me?" The crowd murmurs as they realize the legendary Sword Emperor himself will now deliver the final verdict. The swordsmith bows, not in submission but with chilling gratitude, thanking the Emperor for preserving his dignity. After the intense confrontation, he immediately turns his back, walking toward the girl he fought so hard to save. Gently lifting Seol into his arms, he boldly declares his next move to the most powerful man in the world. "I intend to go to your clan." Intrigued, the Sword Emperor asks for a moment of his time, a request that could be a death sentence for anyone else. Without even fully turning, the young man sets his own conditions for the meeting, saying it would only be possible if it's over a cup of tea. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he accepts, showing absolutely no fear of the legend standing behind him. The story then shifts to a distant memory, to the sprawling peaks of Sichuan where the legendary Tang Mountain lies. This land, once shared by great sects, eventually took on the name of the most dominant force in the region. Here, the magnificent manor of the Sichuan Tang clan stood as a symbol of their immense power and influence. But that golden age was destined to fall, as their once proud name now hangs like a cobweb-covered relic of a forgotten past. The once great Tang clan has fallen to a mere mid-sized force, its members standing grimly in the halls of their home. An advisor desperately pleads with the clan head, "You must not move personally," questioning if this course of action is truly all right. But a commanding woman named Tang Saren steps forward, her voice ringing out, "Assassination squad, listen up." She declares their new priority is securing the young clan head's safety above all else. With their orders given, the entire group prepares to depart on their desperate mission immediately. Just as they brace themselves for what's to come, Saren suddenly freezes, her expression turning to one of pure shock. A man who should not be there has appeared, forcing her to whisper his name in disbelief. Tang Sawun, carrying an injured woman in his arms, he steps forward and makes a simple, world-altering statement. "I'm back." The woman he carries begins to stir, weakly asking a question as she takes in the tense scene. And with a piercing gaze, Sawun looks upon the mobilized warriors and calmly asks, "Where is everyone going?" Alone in his room, the swordsmith approaches a mirror, the reality of his new life still feeling like a dream. Staring at his own reflection, a face he thought was lost forever, he can't help but feel a wave of disbelief. The truth finally sinks in as he whispers to himself, "I really have regressed." But this second chance is haunted by a bloody memory and a final promise. Let's meet again. Suddenly, his body betrays him, and he coughs up black blood as his internal energy rebels violently. He collapses in agony, realizing his energy circulation has completely failed him at this critical moment. His only path forward is the golden energy strengthening art, a technique designed for blacksmithing, not for war. Though his body treats the energy like a poison, making it almost impossible to cultivate, he has no other choice. With a gaze of pure steel, he accepts his cursed fate, knowing all he can do is keep advancing. And yet, this despised technique has gifted him a power beyond imagination, the ability to create divine artifacts. He recalls the blood demon's martial art, the reverse heaven energy, as his only way to break through this crisis. With a surge of forbidden power, he channels the dangerous technique through his entire body. Even before his regression, his deformed energy core was an incurable curse that no one could fix. That same core now pulses with an unstable and blindingly volatile light. The fatal weakness remains true in this new life, a ticking clock on his second chance. But this time, he resolves with a steely gaze, "I'll move forward faster." And so, under the quiet moonlight, he begins his desperate attempt to rewrite his destiny. The gamble pays off as his body's meridians and upper energy core finally connect as one. A calm washes over him as the chaotic power finally enters a stable, manageable phase. His golden energy art is now at 5 stars, vastly overpowering the blood demon's 1-star technique. A synergy of two powerful arts begins, as the golden energy art restores his innate core. At the same time, the forbidden reverse heaven energy amplifies it beyond its natural limits. He's achieving the impossible, a feat no martial artist would ever believe could be done. With a smirk, he realizes, I can freely use innate core energy now, his mind already turning to his next move. But the immense power takes its toll, forcing a sharp cough from his lungs. He quickly seals his aura to avoid detection, deciding his first priority is to change clothes and blend in. After changing into fresh robes, he turns his attention to a lingering, impossible mystery. Why did this formless flight dagger regress together with me? He wonders, touching the source of its hidden power. His thoughts are suddenly cut short by an unexpected presence. He turns to find a young woman peeking from the doorway, her gaze fixed directly on him. A panicked servant bursts in, stammering that the clan head urgently needs to see him in Qianwu Hall. He calmly accepts, but internally questions why the boy called him young clan herd. Turning to the servant, he asks a question that freezes the boy in his tracks. "You're Jang Il, right?" The servant stammers in shock, wondering how this forgotten successor could possibly know his name. With a faint, knowing smile, he simply says, "It's really good to see you again." He then walks with purpose through the clan grounds, his mind set on the coming confrontation. Soon he arrives before the doors of Qianwu Hall, the place where his fate will be decided. But before he can enter, a furious shout erupts from within, questioning if there's any other way to stop this. The doors slide open, revealing the tense scene inside. He steps into a silent hall, facing a long table of grim-faced elders who have all been waiting for him. The clan head's glare cuts through the silence, his fury barely contained. But instead of bowing, Tang Suwoon slowly rises, his every move a silent challenge. His mind flashes back to a past life, a memory of blood and absolute failure. Turning his back on the elders, he walks toward the center of the hostile room. He remembers the feeling of his father dying in his arms, a ghost that has haunted him for years. Now, he transforms that crushing grief into pure power, his body erupting in golden energy. "I, Tang Suwoon, the young clan head," he announces, his claim shaking the very foundation of the clan. The screams of his pathetic past self are now the fuel for his unwavering present resolve. With a sharp salute, he declares he has come as per the clan head's orders. The clan head, Tang Muyel, finally speaks with a single, chilling command. "Stand up." "Yes, clan head," he says, rising to his feet with an unsettling calm. The elders can only watch, questioning why the disgraced son is acting so brazenly. But he knows the truth. The Tang clan right now is in danger. He interrupts their discussion, noting they were talking about 2 extremely lethal poisons. In that case, he declares with a raised hand, "Allow me to continue." An elder, Tang Hoyol, the chief escort, glares at him with disdain. The man slams the table, furious that Suwoon understands the gravity of the situation he's caused. He begs him to surrender to the Muram Alliance for the sake of the clan. But Suwoon looks him dead in the eye, calling him out as the first poison. His inner demon awakens with a sinister laugh, vowing, "I will take everything you've built up." His inner demon's vow echoes in his mind, his own power simmering just beneath the surface. He remembers promising the clan head he would succeed without fail, but now he wonders if this was all part of some greater, twisted plan. A shadow of doubt crosses his mind as he recalls the ghost of his past master. I don't know what you're plotting, blood demon, he seethes, but I'll make you regret it. Fueled by a second chance, he steels his resolve, declaring this life will be different. He moves to a secret chamber, his mind already set on a new path to overwhelming power. Reaching into a hidden compartment, he knows exactly what he needs to find. He pulls out a lost text, the golden energy strengthening art, a legendary metal craft of his clan. Staring at the first seedlings of his grand plan, he begins to forge his new destiny. In a chilling memory, his uncle announces he's breaking away from the clan, leaving the young swordsmith utterly stunned. It's exactly what it sounds like, the man coldly confirms, his intentions clear. He desperately argues, knowing the clan will fall without the Manhwa Bureau's support. But the uncle's reply is a cruel twist of the knife. That's precisely why I'm leaving. The boy can only stammer in disbelief, completely broken by this ultimate betrayal. Walking away, his uncle reveals a deep-seated grudge, claiming the patriarch's position was stolen from him. He realizes with dawning horror that this was a long-planned act of revenge. The man's ambition is laid bare in a terrifying, greedy smile, declaring, "Finally, the Dang clan will be mine." Back in the present, he reflects on his own past achievements, mastering the Golden Bell Shield and his talent for smithing. He knows that without him, the clan would have crumbled from debt long before the blood cult ever arrived. The master of the medical pavilion erupts in fury. "How dare you be so disrespectful to the clan's direct heir?" He pleads desperately, arguing that no one sent to the disciplinary hall ever returns in one piece. But the treacherous uncle simply feigns a heavy heart, pondering the situation with a calculated look. He then coldly declares that sacrificing the boy is the only way for their clan to survive this crisis. The chief manager is then questioned if any faction would dare turn their back on the Chingchung sect to side with them. The grim silence of another elder reveals the truth: they have no masters strong enough to stop their enemies. The elders realize they are dead meat, finally admitting the clan has been shrinking because of Hoyol's schemes. But he sees the pervasive defeatism spreading through the clan, a second deadly poison weakening them from within. In his past life, he was no different, but now he vows to carve every grudge into blood. Suddenly, the traitorous uncle interrupts, hissing, "How did you defeat the disciple? You didn't use a forbidden artifact, did you?" He calmly refutes the accusation with a chilling promise of vengeance, stating simply, "You're wrong." Turning to the assembled elders, he redirects the entire room's focus, claiming they're asking the wrong questions. His treacherous uncle erupts, screaming that this is no time for jokes. "At the end of the day, you're just a third-class martial artist," he scoffs, dismissing the boy's proven strength. Hoyol then unleashes the full might of his peak realm pressure, expecting his nephew to be crushed instantly. But the boy stands completely unfazed, forcing his uncle to stammer in shock. "He's enduring my pressure?" Just as the tension boils over, the clan head rises and commands absolute silence from the entire hall. The chief manager then calmly poses the most important question: why did he really fight the other disciple? A confident smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to expose a truth that could shatter the clan. "I'll tell you everything," he declares to the stunned room, without holding anything back. "Precisely," he answers the furious elders, confirming he risked war over a mere servant. They erupt in disbelief, asking if he's lost his mind, but he simply challenges them. "Is there a problem? You've pushed our kin to the brink of destruction." His uncle roars, unable to comprehend such boldness. But the boy flips the entire argument, asking a single, piercing question. "Uncle, what does the Sichuan Dang clan mean to you?" As the traitor stammers, caught completely off guard, the young heir prepares to remind them all of their true purpose. He speaks of their foundation, a promise that every member must protect one another with their very lives. The clan head's eyes widen, recognizing the sacred last will of the former patriarch in those forgotten words. "If it's to protect our blood," the boy declares with absolute conviction, "we do not hesitate to throw away our lives." His treacherous uncle is left utterly speechless, the weight of the ancient oath silencing his rage. He then turns to the disgraced disciple and his shamed sister, his point made, and asks, "So tell me, what's the problem? You're saying the chief escort should have just watched Seola get assaulted?" he asks with cold fury. But his uncle deflects, demanding to know about the forbidden artifact he supposedly used. In response, the young heir calmly reveals his weapon, a pair of simple daggers dropping to the floor. The elders scoff, calling it a mere practice dagger, useless against a high-level disciple. "Because I used my primordial chi," he declares, admitting he staked his own life force to win. The room erupts in shock, realizing he shortened his own lifespan to uphold the former patriarch's will. He turns back to his trembling uncle, asking coolly if his curiosity is finally satisfied. The other clan members can only stare in disbelief, murmuring that he truly put his life on the line. However, the clan head questions this, noting his internal pathways seemed perfectly normal upon his return. He reveals the truth. The Alliance leader and the Divine Doctor themselves intervened just in time to save him. An elder's furious denial is cut short as a messenger bursts in, shouting for the Patriarch. "We have a situation," the young heir murmurs, realizing this is far more than simple trouble. The messenger struggles to announce the guest's identity as the elders turn around in confusion. Their faces immediately drain of color, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. A hand rests on the young master's shoulder as he lets out a quiet, knowing laugh. The Alliance leader has arrived, the legendary Sword Emperor announces, his very presence silencing the entire room. The Tang clan patriarch immediately bows, formally greeting the most powerful man in the Jianghu. "Don't worry about such formalities," the leader says, dismissing the apology with an almost casual authority. Relieved, the patriarch graciously accepts his words, hoping to smooth over the tense situation. But the leader adds a chilling remark, declaring he also won't hold the young master's discourtesy against him, leaving everyone stunned. Chief Escort Dang Hoyul panics, desperately trying to apologize for his nephew's discourtesy. He formally introduces himself, only for the Alliance leader to coldly dismiss his rank. The leader's killing intent flares as he orders the man to step out of their conversation, forcing a terrified apology. Turning back to the young master, he announces his visit is in his official capacity as the Muram Alliance leader. His voice then echoes through the hall, addressing the Patriarch and every member of the Tang clan. Then, in a move that stuns everyone, the Sword Emperor bows, offering his sincerest apologies on behalf of the Alliance. The shamed student's master steps forward, taking the blame and admitting, "This was my failure as a master." The leader then promises ample compensation as a token of his formal apology to the victims. But the Tang clan patriarch interjects, stating the clan itself had no part in delivering justice this time. He looks to the young master, declaring to all that that child achieved this entirely on his own. With the clan's honor restored, the patriarch declares they cannot accept any compensation. However, he has one request, that the Alliance ensures the truth of this incident is not distorted by their enemies. The young master knows this is critical, as the shamed Qingcheng sect will inevitably spread rumors, just like in his past life. But the Sword Emperor rises, giving his absolute word that the boy has nothing to fear. With overwhelming power in his gaze, he declares the Qingcheng sect will not be able to hold the Tong clan responsible for anything. The young master smirks, satisfied that he has restored his father's prestige and completely cornered his foes. Just as the matter seems settled, the Alliance leader turns back, stating there's one last thing he needs to say. His intense gaze locks onto the confused young master, a strange look in his eyes. "Child," he begins. "This old man, would you like to become my disciple?" he asks, sending a shockwave of disbelief through the entire clan. The young master is stunned, wondering if the strongest man in the world just asked him to be his disciple. The entire clan erupts in whispers he would become the revered fifth disciple, an unimaginable honor. With this one decision, the Sichuan Tang clan could finally rise to become a core power in the Alliance. The weight of his family's lost glory flashes before his very eyes. A woman beside the Alliance leader smirks. "Hee, so you can make that kind of expression too?" The Sword Emperor smiles warmly, pleased to finally see a reaction that actually matches the boy's age. But while his treacherous uncle panics over the impending power shift, the young master makes his choice. "However, I cannot accept your offer," he states plainly. But the Emperor simply pats his shoulder, misinterpreting his words. Thinking it's just humility, the old man commands him, "Rest well, and tomorrow you will come with me to Kaifeng." Only then does the reality hit the most powerful martial artist alive. "You're refusing?" The stunned Sword Emperor demands a reason, but the young master calmly explains, "I am one who will represent my clan in the future." With unwavering conviction, he declares, "I want my only master to be the Tang clan." This audacious declaration leaves the Tang clan patriarch and his treacherous uncle completely speechless. The Emperor accepts the reasoning, but the boy knows he's only safe because the old man's truth-seeing eyes aren't active. He knows accepting would be a poisoned chalice, for if his demonic arts were ever discovered, it would mean instant death. Despite the mutual disappointment, the young master admits that even the Emperor's brief lesson was tremendously helpful. He recalls the sublime power of the Emperor's single stroke, a move containing the profound principles of Wudang itself. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor's eyes widen in disbelief. "You even saw through that?" he exclaims, completely shocked. Now, with Sial by his side, the boy's incredible insight only makes the Emperor more intrigued, muttering, "You're truly tempting." Finally, the greatest martial artist alive turns to the Patriarch and declares, "You've raised a truly outstanding talent." The Patriarch humbly thanks the Sword Emperor for his praise, overwhelmed by the honor. But the young master knows the emperor can't force him to be a disciple, yet senses there's more to this visit. Indeed, the emperor reveals he can't leave empty-handed, presenting a sword with a strange moonlight pattern on its hilt. Declaring it a small debt to the next generation, the emperor prepares to bestow the mysterious blade. "Take this," he says. "The mystical properties of Wave Moon will help you someday." The entire room erupts in shock, realizing it's the legendary Wave Moon, a sword forged from a fallen star. The patriarch understands this isn't just a gift. It's the Sword Emperor's official recognition of his son's title. But for the regressed demonic artisan, this is the final material he needs to forge a true divine artifact. With a flash of insight, he realizes all preparations for his ultimate creation are now finally complete. Bowing deeply, he gratefully accepts the legendary blade, perfectly hiding his true intentions from the strongest man alive. But the Sword Emperor isn't finished, offering a personal token as another incredible gift. He declares that with this token, any request will be treated as if it were his own command. The onlookers are stunned by the unimaginable privilege being granted to the young master. His uncle seethes with pure rage, his mind screaming, "What makes that brat so special?" Meanwhile, the disgraced Dragon Guard leader drowns his sorrows, cursing his fate. He blames the entire disaster on the one who defeated him, his face contorted in hatred. News of the Tang clan's sudden rise to prominence spreads like wildfire throughout Sichuan. People gossip about the dragon successor guards, who received harsh disciplinary action for their failure. Their commander was exiled to a remote backwater region, his career completely destroyed, but the commander refuses to accept it, convinced he was cheated and unjustly punished. The exiled Dragon Guard leader channels his rage, hissing, "I will repay this humiliation without fail." Meanwhile, the Sichuan Tang clan is on high alert, its courtyard swarming with guards. But the young master sits alone in the darkness, his mind heavy with worry. His father has ordered the guards increased and forbidden him from going outside, a measure he feels is excessive. Though he doesn't want to disobey, a steely resolve fills his eyes as he stands up. He knows he can't just waste time hiding while his enemies are still plotting their revenge. With a small, confident smirk, he draws the legendary sword gifted by the Sword Emperor himself. "All right, let's go," he mutters, slipping away into the night before anyone can stop him. But his escape doesn't go completely unnoticed, as his scheming uncle senses a presence vanish. A flicker of confusion crosses the uncle's face as he realizes the young clan head is gone. Defying his father's orders, he slips past the guards, his mind already on his next move. A brilliant golden aura erupts around him as he tests his newfound power in the dead of night. He realizes his level has risen, but now he needs a weapon worthy of his strength, vowing to forge it himself. With a flash of insight, he lands silently, his focus absolute. Soon, he stands overlooking the Tang clan village, a place filled with painful memories. His mind flashes back to a time of ruin, when the streets were empty and the land was broken. Everyone left back then, he recalls, the weight of their departure still haunting his expression. "Just wait a little longer," he whispers to the ghosts of the past, his jaw tightening. He won't just restore the village to how it was once before. "No, I'll make it even more prosperous than those days," he declares, his promise echoing over the silent valley. He steps forward, declaring that the first ripple of change will begin right here. His target is the fabled 10,000 Iron Hall, his hand tightening around his sword with resolve. Believing the hall to be empty at this late hour, he approaches the doors, certain no one will stop him. But as his hand touches the surface, the massive doors creak open on their own. "What brings you here at this late hour?" A menacing voice echoes from within, as an unexpected figure blocks his path. He formally greets the master, internally cursing his luck for running into the one man he desperately wanted to avoid. This is the clan's greatest elder, a figure whom even his own father treats with the utmost respect. A core member of the Tang clan who doesn't even bear their name, yet he is the master of all their blacksmiths. He is the legendary Blackhand craftsman, Gu Yongyon, a living monument of skill and power. Though devoted to the clan through a past promise, this master has always remained coldly indifferent to all its internal struggles. He vividly recalls the day the Manhwa escort agency became independent, a painful memory that still stings. It was the day the legendary craftsman, devoted solely to his art, left the Tang clan alongside his treacherous uncle. The master had turned away without a word, his eyes burning with a deep, unexplained resentment. Realizing that look was irreversible, he knows he should postpone his plans, but he has to try. Back in the present, he formally apologizes for the late-night intrusion, his posture respectful but firm. An urgent idea suddenly came to mind, he explains, declaring his intention to put it into practice immediately. The old master simply crosses his arms, his expression unreadable as he says, "Then do so." Stunned by the unexpected permission, he can only ask pardon, as the craftsman confirms his command. "Stop dawdling and come out already," the master orders, gesturing for him to enter the legendary forge. But just as they step inside, a young woman's voice rings out, announcing the young clan leader's arrival. He's suddenly stopped by Seol, who bows deeply and thanks him for saving her life. With tears of gratitude welling in her eyes, her expression is one of profound relief and sorrow. "I'm so relieved," he says with a genuine smile, "that you're alive, that's all that matters." But the forge master reveals the young leader was forbidden from leaving for 7 days, a punishment he has clearly ignored. Now, the other craftsmen are quietly ushered away, told don't disturb him, let's go. She watches him depart with the master, wondering how he could use the forge like his own personal weapon. Just then, the hallmaster calls out, "Ah, young clan leader," and he turns to face the old man. The master's gaze is filled with an unreadable emotion, a silent and knowing look that hints at a deeper connection. But he simply says, "Never mind," turning his back and leaving the swordsmith completely baffled. Left alone before the imposing forge, he can only question the cryptic exchange before steeling his resolve and stepping forward. He decides to set the master's strange behavior aside for now, his focus shifting to the task at hand. Drawing a sword from the racks, he knows he can't miss this rare opportunity to create a masterpiece. He remembers the old saying that for true masters, weapons are just a means to an end. But with a hardened gaze, he dismisses the idea as complete nonsense. Because in this world, there exist divine artifacts of a caliber that completely transcends martial arts. He inspects a blade on the wall, disgusted that this mid-grade quality means the Iron Hall's skill is pitiful. His hand then falls upon a much larger, cruder weapon, feeling its weight and balance. Lifting the massive sword, he questions if this is truly the best the Hall's master can produce. Surrounded by piles of imperfect steel, he declares the craftsmanship insufficient for his goals. After all, he remembers the demonic armaments of the blood cult, weapons far superior to anything here. He recalls weapons even more terrifying than the legends, vicious arms forged by the blood cult. To destroy them, he must create a divine artifact of equal, or even superior, power. He slips on black leather gloves, hinting at a forbidden technique unknown to normal blacksmiths. Because what he's about to attempt inside this roaring forge, as he plunges the raw steel into the searing crucible, is no ordinary act of blacksmithing. But as he works, a sudden memory floods his senses, pulling him back into the past. He remembers his previous life, where his brief joy was utterly crushed by the blood cult's brutal invasion. The vision leaves him clutching his head, lost and disoriented as the painful memories return. All he can see is himself, wandering alone through a desolate, broken landscape. He remembers his past self, hair bleached white by grief, screaming into the void of his failure. Suddenly, he's jolted back to the very beginning, a young boy again. Waking up in a strange room, he can only whisper in disbelief, "Am I alive?" He wanders the desolate halls alone, haunted by the question of why he was the only one spared. But a familiar voice cuts through the silence, reminding him of his purpose as a divine artifact creator. His destiny was tied to the legendary story of the Tang clan, and the one man who broke them, the Blood Demon. In a vision, he sees the Tang clan's successor broken and kneeling before the demon, vowing revenge. The successor's final moments are a desperate, hate-filled roar against an unstoppable power. But his defiance is met with a brutal end, as a demonic spell hoists him into the air to die. The memory ends with the blood demon's chilling offer, "Forge me a sword, then you'll live." The captured artisan can only spit defiance through gritted teeth, "Go to hell." But his words are silenced by the overwhelming pressure of the blood demon's power. "So you don't care if your remaining clansmen die?" The demon taunts, striking at his only weakness. The demon scoffs at his silent struggle, revealing his absolute lack of concern for their lives. He boasts that conquering the world is inevitable, with or without the artisan's divine artifacts. Then comes the final, chilling threat. "Next time I'll throw the heads of your clansmen as a gift." Trapped and desperate, the artisan realizes there is no escaping this cruel bargain. With his fists clenched in defeat, he makes a soul-crushing decision. His voice is cold and empty as he finally agrees. "I'll do it." The blood demon then lays out his terms, explaining that a divine weapon must be forged based on the user's own martial arts. The demon's terms were simple: share your martial arts with me, and in return, he would get his revenge. For 15 years, he honed 10 martial arts, including the blood demon's own, forging 10 unique weapons of vengeance. These became known as the 10 demonic weapons, born from his rage and the cult's forbidden arts. This is how the most vicious craftsman under heaven was born. But in the present, he faces a new challenge: melting meteorite iron. The forge's fire is too weak, so he unleashes a secret art from his past life, the metal circulation technique. Pouring his own energy into the metal, He forces the impossibly tough meteorite iron to melt before him. He then grabs his forging hammer, ready to shape the raw power into a masterpiece of destruction. With a mighty swing, he begins the painstaking process, his past life's demonic skills guiding every strike. Each blow rings with purpose, shaping the glowing metal into the form of his ideal weapon. His goal is a paradox of a blade, one that can simultaneously block any attack while cutting through any defense. His new creation is inspired by the symbol of the fearsome blood silk demon empress. He holds the single sheet of heaven silk he was able to make, lamenting the lack of materials for the full set. But he quickly dismisses this limitation, declaring that it doesn't matter, because his true goal was never to recreate the legendary heaven silk in the first place. He's forging a thread that far surpasses the strongest material in the Central Plains. This is the Heaven Net, a sibling weapon to his 10 demonic masterpieces from his past life. But just as his work is complete, an elite from the Martial Alliance suddenly crashes into the forge. The assassin lunges, bringing his weapon down with absolute killing intent. Yet the devastating blow is stopped cold by a single, impossibly thin thread, leaving the attacker stunned. For Martial Alliance elites, the young master scoffs with disdain. They're too sloppy. The young master calmly identifies his attacker as the former Dragon Guard commander. But the exiled commander, Sun Yu Gon, seethes with rage, believing this timing is perfect for his revenge. With a flick of his wrist, the young master reveals his glowing threads, saying he just happened to have something to test. "So I suppose I should thank you," the commander sneers, "for saving me the trouble of looking for you." He lunges forward, sword drawn, roaring, "Don't you dare flinch from this thread-like trick." His blade flares with golden energy, confident he can slice the net apart in one clean blow. "You think that'll work?" The blacksmith smirks, as his threads effortlessly ensnare the commander's sword, completely neutralizing the attack. The net then instantly multiplies, wrapping around his entire arm and binding him completely. He's violently thrown off balance as the threads constrict with impossible, crushing force. "I bound you with a weapon like this," the young master declares, ready to see just how long his opponent's main weapon will last. The Heaven Net's threads clash against the commander's desperate defense, completely overwhelming him with their sheer scale and speed. He desperately wraps his body in protective energy, searching for an escape, but the young master simply observes his pathetic struggle. "Damn it, where the hell is it?" he screams, trapped within the inescapable web. But the blacksmith isn't done, declaring, "Then let me show you the true secret art of the Shinyo sect." The threads instantly condense, twisting into a dark, sinister form known as the immortal sealing art. In a flash, the attack slices through the commander's defenses, severing his ear with surgical precision. "With one ear gone, there's no point hiding my identity anymore," he growls, stumbling back in agony. The young master simply taunts him. "Should have brought it out sooner." Then, "Shut up," the commander roars, abandoning all defense as he lunges forward for a final, desperate strike. Believing only sword aura can counter sword aura, he prepares his ultimate attack, convinced the blacksmith hasn't even reached that realm. Believing this is his victory, the commander pours everything into his final sword aura strike. The attack connects with a massive explosion, but his eyes widen in utter disbelief. His ultimate technique grinds to a dead stop, completely blocked by an invisible barrier. "What the hell was that now?" he gasps, stumbling back as the reality of his failure sinks in. But there stands the blacksmith, calmly holding a shimmering blue shield woven from pure energy. The commander can't comprehend it, stammering, "A shield made of nothing but thread, stopping my shoulder strike? Well, that's because your sword was blocked," the young master states with chilling confidence. He then reveals the true, terrifying nature of his power, the Sionui Mubong of the Shinyo sect. This isn't just a simple defense. It's an art that reinforces his body with energy stronger than Unshial steel. And as the energy threads tighten, they wrap around the commander's body with a bone-shattering crunch. The Dragon Guard leader coughs up a spray of blood, his body completely broken by the blacksmith's overwhelming power. On his knees, he can only stare up in absolute terror, his mind screaming one word: "A monster." The young master steps forward, his mere presence crushing the commander's last shred of defiance. "For all that confidence, your skill is lacking," he mocks, looming over the defeated warrior. The commander can't comprehend it, wondering how a mere novice could possess such impossible strength. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the blacksmith calmly promises he won't be killed, at least, not yet. But a sinister smirk reveals his true intent, vowing to inflict a punishment just like the one given to Li Ho-song. The commander freezes in pure horror, remembering the fate worse than death that befell that man. "I refuse to become a cripple," he screams, desperately trying to shatter his own dantian. Yet even this final act of defiance is met by the young master's calm, glowing counter. The young blacksmith effortlessly shatters the commander's technique, revealing an impossible gap in their power. "I expected you to at least struggle," he says, completely unimpressed by the so-called elite warrior. With a cold stare, he mocks the man's pathetic attempt, saying, "You're just embarrassing yourself." Utterly broken, the Dragon Guard leader can only turn and flee desperately into the nearby bamboo forest. He runs for his life, glancing back in fear at the forge he so foolishly chose to attack. His mind screams in humiliation, unable to accept that he's running from someone he considered barely second-rate. But the memory of his opponent's glowing gaze haunts him, for they were unmistakably the eyes of a demon. Pouring every last drop of his remaining chi into his footwork, he pushes his body to its absolute limit to escape. He foolishly reassures himself that with his superior reserves, the young master can't possibly pursue him. But just as he thinks he's safe, a mysterious figure in white calmly appears, blocking his only path to freedom. Realizing the alliance won't take him back, the disgraced leader considers defecting and selling out his former allies. He smirks, believing he can secure a decent position with the secrets he knows, but a disapproving sound cuts through the silence. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes, "Traitor bastards are the same even when they come back," as he freezes in pure shock. The young master appears right behind him, mocking his pathetic escape. "Of all places, you chose somewhere like this to run." With a sinister grin, he reveals the forest's deadly secret: the bamboo here is stronger than steel. The Dragon Guard leader panics, realizing he lacks the energy for his sword aura as he rushes forward. With no other choice, he puts everything into a desperate, all-or-nothing thrust. He aims to pierce his opponent's heart in a single strike, believing it's his only path to victory. But his blade inexplicably bends just an inch from its target, as if striking an impenetrable wall. His sword shatters completely against the young master's body, leaving the former leader to mutter a single, disbelieving, "Huh?" With his body now harder than steel, the young master grabs his foe's arm, unleashing a terrifying purple energy. The Dragon Guard leader is sent flying helplessly through the dense bamboo forest, his body twisting in agony. But before he can even recover, he is caught mid-air, completely at his opponent's mercy. Suddenly, ethereal red threads erupt from the young master's hand, ensnaring the man and violently yanking him back. Unfortunately, he smirks. Chianra never lets go once it bites its prey. The former leader recognizes the technique in pure horror, stammering the legendary name, Xianshon Jingyi. Suspended helplessly by the threads, he can only mutter in disbelief. So that's what it was, this lunatic. Dragged before his victor, the once proud warrior is forced to his knees, desperately begging, "Spare me." He pleads for forgiveness, claiming he was only momentarily blinded by greed and ambition. But the young master simply looks down with cold, unforgiving eyes and utters a final judgment. "You worm." He coldly casts the defeated warrior aside, commanding him, "Never appear before my eyes again." The man scrambles away in terror, thanking the young master for his twisted act of mercy. But as he turns, he senses a new, overwhelming presence approaching from the shadows. A confident smirk spreads across his face. This development was not unexpected. Meanwhile, the fleeing guard is stopped dead by a mysterious woman who tells him to repent in the afterlife. "That carelessness for a martial artist is death itself," she declares, unleashing a powerful attack. He can only stare in disbelief, completely caught off guard by her sudden intervention. An ethereal purple energy erupts from her, revealing a power that dwarfs his own. The young master calmly addresses the divine nun. "If you thought I'd be surprised, don't worry." His own purple aura ignites as he reveals his true thoughts. "From the start, I never trusted you." His hand clenches, the demonic energy obeying his every command. He stands unfazed, his dark aura swirling around him like a cloak. With a deep breath, he accepts the consequences of his shocking revelation. The scene shifts to him standing over a defeated foe, whispering, "There's only one left now." Meanwhile, at the Tang clan manor, news of the assassination attempt causes a massive uproar among the elders. The patriarch slams his fist down in fury, blaming their own hesitation for this disaster. "How exactly are you going to clean this up?" another elder demands, his voice trembling with panic. The room descends into chaos as they argue over compensation, desperately trying to contain the fallout. But his actions already send shockwaves across the Orthodox Murim, capturing the attention of the highest powers. And in the shadows, his scheming uncle meets a mysterious figure, faced with a fateful decision. A deputy steward proposes a simple solution: just invite a top-class vagrant warrior to solve their problems. Scheming behind the scenes, Hoyol considers moving forward with a secret escort job under the guise of the Murim Alliance's compensation. His co-conspirator agrees, confident that with a supreme peak martial master, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. As the treacherous plan is laid out, the steward listens intently, his silence a form of consent. "A man's got to think big," Hoyol declares, raising his cup with a sinister ambition glinting in his eyes. He then reveals his true endgame: to utterly ruin the current Tang clan and install his ally as the new clan head. The cup slides across the table, sealing the treasonous pact in the shadows. With a resounding thud, the steward slams his own cup down, his decision finally made. Hoyle laughs, celebrating the choice that will doom his own family. "Thank you, my nephew," he cackles, revealing how his nephew's actions inadvertently funded this entire catastrophic betrayal. Within the silent halls of the Tang clan manor, a secret trial begins. The young master pushes his body past its breaking point, moving like a phantom through the shadows. He forcibly circulates a torrent of raw, untamed energy through his entire being. His eyes burn with a cold resolve, focusing the immense power that now crackles around him. "Whew, my recovery's basically done," he sighs, the exhausting process finally over. But the price was immense, his body aching after 4 full days of hellish recovery. He recalls the backlash from deforming his energy core, pushing it far beyond its natural limits. The pain was like 100 blades stabbing him, knocking him in and out of consciousness. He admits he overused his power simply to gauge his level while creating the divine artifact. Clenching his fist, he regrets the overkill, realizing there was no need to use a 1-point kill just to defeat Sun Wugun. He reflects on the legendary blood-weave demonic empress, whose 9 heavenly weaves each held a different curse. Those very curses were carved into his heaven net, a prototype of her terrifying power. But the only secret art he has currently unlocked is the 1-point kill embedded in his ring finger. Its homing ability remains intact, yet he must recover the rest of his energy to use it. He scoffs, realizing even a peak realm master is weaker than a mere blood cult squad member. Against a vice captain he might stand a chance, but a full captain would push him to his absolute limit. However, there is another power he possesses, one that strikes completely unseen. He summons the demonic weapon of divine slaughter, the legendary formless flight dagger. With this weapon, he declares, it'll be a different story, as dark energy swirls around him. But this overwhelming power comes at a cost, as he can only sustain it for about 3 minutes. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, demanding the guards step aside. The swordsmith looks up in surprise as the guards try to explain that her presence puts them in a difficult position. They insist the clan had ordered that absolutely no one is allowed to enter his chambers, but she calmly retorts that the order was for assassins, not for her. Ignoring their pleas, she coldly tells them, "Don't get in my way," and pushes forward. As she enters the room, he simply says, "You've come," and asks her to sit. A heavy, tense silence immediately falls between them as they face each other across the table. He can't help but wonder if she's angry, reading the cold fury in her eyes. He quickly realizes her anger is justified, as he ignored her warning and started yet another incident. Still, he nervously hopes she won't actually whip him, reasoning that he's not a child who can be beaten anymore. She coldly remarks that he looks surprisingly fine for someone who just caused such a massive commotion. "I'm sorry, sister," he replies, bracing himself for the fury he sees in her eyes. But instead of a lecture, she pours a mysterious brew and tells him to drink it first. She reveals it's 100-year snow ginseng, a priceless treasure she simmered for 2 days to nourish his body. Stunned by this act of kindness, he asks how he could possibly accept such a gift. He remembers this was her prize from the legendary Dragon Phoenix Summit, a symbol of her own hard-won glory. She dismisses its value, claiming it's useless to her now and was simply going to rot. He knows that's a lie. She fought her way to the rank of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. He can still picture her gritting her teeth through brutal training, desperate to break through her own plateau. He refuses to take it, but she challenges him with ice in her voice. "So, you're going to ignore my sincerity?" Seol's determined expression, once intimidating, now just feels awkward. His mind flashes back to a painful memory, the battered face of the previous Tang clan successor. In that doomed past, the successor stood his ground, unleashing his final, desperate attack. But it was futile, and he could only watch in horror as the man fell. The protagonist jolts awake from the nightmare, gasping his own name in a cold sweat. Seol rushes to his side, grabbing him with concern. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" He pushes her away gently, brushing it off as just a moment of dizziness. But she won't be denied, threatening, "If you refuse again, I'll really punish you severely." He falls silent, caught between his past trauma and her unwavering sincerity. Finally, he relents, deciding to accept her kindness and repay her by guiding her to a higher realm. "Then please guard me for a moment," he asks, preparing to absorb the priceless treasure Seol offered. Under the quiet moonlight, he begins his meditation, seeking to heal his broken body. But an unbelievable surge of energy floods his system, far beyond what he ever expected for simple recovery. He realizes with a shock that the 100-year snow ginseng has granted him at least 15 years' worth of raw power. "Are you done?" Seal asks cautiously, only for him to confirm that her gift helped him immensely. Clenching his fist, he feels impossibly light and thanks her for the incredible boost in strength. He then turns to her with a new purpose, asking, "Sister, your main weapon is still the iron fan, right?" She confirms his suspicion, her hand resting near the elegant but deadly weapon she always carries. With a confident smile, he makes a bold promise. "On the day my punishment is lifted, come to the forge." But their private moment is shattered by a sudden, urgent announcement that freezes them both. The clan head is entering. The clan head rushes in, utterly confused by the strange behavior from both his son and daughter. They both greet him, but our hero realizes his sister is just as clueless about this sudden visit. He simply stares in silence, his stern expression making the air heavy with tension. Suddenly, Seal panics, realizing she's been caught giving away the clan's priceless 100-year snow ginseng, yet her father simply waves her away with a blunt dismissal. "That's enough. Get out." As she flees the room in relief, he can only glare after her, feeling completely betrayed. With Seol gone, the patriarch's full, unwavering attention falls on his son. "Sewun." He responds dutifully, but the tension in his eyes reveals he knows this isn't a simple scolding. Then, his father drops a bombshell that freezes the air. "I know that you have a secret." He then reveals his suspicion. Sewun must have kept something hidden, even from the Alliance leader himself. Caught, he demands to know how his father knew, only to be told, how can a father not notice when his child has changed? But instead of an interrogation, the patriarch calmly states he isn't there to question him. Overwhelmed, Sewun can only think of all the things he wants to say. That he's grateful, that he missed him, and that he's sorry. He then asks why his father never sought him out, assuming it was punishment for his own wrongdoing. "It's because of me," his father shockingly admits, completely reversing Sewun's expectations. He confesses that for his whole life, his stubborn faith in the Muram alliance only caused the clan's fortunes to decline, and though he felt he owed the clan, he never once regretted keeping his convictions. "Until now, that is," he says, his words hanging heavy in the air. He scoffs at his own title, calling himself a joke who failed to even protect his only son. His voice filled with a lifetime of regret, he simply calls out his son's name. "I will become your refuge," his father vows. But in exchange, he has a single, solemn request. "Promise me one thing," he asks, the weight of his words filling the silent room. His father's gaze is intense as he warns him, "Don't lose your sense of chivalry." He sees the darkness swirling within his son, admitting, "Your bloodlust is far too thick." The warning hangs in the air. If he only hunts villains, he is destined to become one himself. Clenching his fist, Sewun confesses he doesn't understand chivalry, only that those who deserve to die should die. He argues that some villains are born with an evil nature that will never change, yet he understands his father's concern. Raising a single finger, Sewun offers a compromise, a single promise to quell his father's fears. "If they don't truly deserve to die," he declares, "then I'll give any wrongdoer one chance." Hearing this, a flicker of emotion crosses the patriarch's face, a silent acknowledgement of his son's words. With his son's dark promise made, the patriarch's voice echoes over the estate. "Good. That's enough." Half a month later, a carriage rumbles through a busy town, its occupants on an important journey. Inside, a young disciple notes the surprising crowd, expecting to find a clan on the verge of ruin. Her senior immediately silences her, warning, "Watch your words from now on." But Cheongyeon, a first-class disciple, defiantly pushes back against the reprimand. "How dare the lowly Tang clan criticize the great Mi sect?" she sneers with utter contempt. Her junior disciple gasps, horrified by such blatant disrespect for their hosts. Their leader, Abbess Jiamhua, had ordered them to maintain a brutal training stance for the entire journey, but as she glances out the window, even the abbess senses that something is strange. The Tang clan residence, rumored to have hit rock bottom, is instead thriving with an unexpected power. The streets erupt in chaos as a massive crowd fights to get into the Tang clan residence. Even disciples of the Ma sect are stunned, realizing there are more patients here than at their own headquarters. Whispers spread through the line of a young clan head whose medical skills are nothing short of heavenly. They say he can cure any illness with a single needle, having learned from a legendary divine healer. One man reminds everyone that the Tang clan's true legacy has always been medicine and blacksmithing. But the arrogant disciple Cheongyeon scoffs, questioning why anyone would wait here when her sect is far superior. A commoner quickly shuts her down, declaring the Emi sect is for the rich while the young clan head is for them. He then reveals a shocking truth. Just days ago, the boy cured a patient the Mi sect had given up on. "That's ridiculous," she begins, but is immediately silenced by her leader's icy command to watch her tongue. Cheongyeon protests that their sect is being disrespected, but the abbess simply reminds her of a warning she has clearly forgotten. The abbess issues a chilling command. They are to apologize to the Tang clan and learn from them with proper courtesy. A senior disciple adds a sharp warning, threatening severe punishment for anyone who dares to cause trouble. But the abbess stops them from announcing their arrival, her curiosity piqued by the rumors of legendary medicine. Deciding to see the truth for herself, she strides forward to witness the skills that supposedly surpass her own sect. Inside, the clinic is a whirlwind of activity, with patients being rushed through at an unbelievable pace. The MA sect members can only watch in disbelief as the line moves with impossible efficiency. He's finishing consultations this quickly? The abbess thinks, her composure finally cracking under the absurdity of it all. Her disciple agrees, whispering that the speed is absolutely inhuman, far beyond what any normal physician could achieve. But the arrogant Cheong-yun scoffs, convinced it's all a trick to numb the pain and disguise it as a cure. Unable to contain her outrage, she suddenly shouts for all to hear, "This is fraudulent practice," before catching herself in the stunned silence. "You've waited a long time," an assistant says, finally leading the ME sect inside for their turn. But Cheong-yun internally seethes, believing this practice robs the desperate of their precious time for a real cure. Her righteous fury builds as she silently declares this entire operation unforgivable. They are led to a waiting area, the calm atmosphere only fueling the abbess's suspicions. Refusing to simply wait, the abbess immediately looks for an opening to see the truth for herself. She stealthily slides open the door, her sharp eyes peering in to spy on the so-called doctor. Inside, the Tang clan's young head sits alone, completely unaware he's being watched by the MA sect's leader. Behind her, his disciples whisper that he looks like an obnoxious guy, and note the lack of security. "The moment I get proof of fraudulent practice," the abbess vows silently, "I'll strike." Just then, a mother rushes in with her sick child, and he calmly promises, "Don't worry, I'm certain I can cure your daughter." The mother explains her daughter was told she'd never walk again, but the young clan head listens intently. He immediately asks if the girl ever threw her body to avoid something, a question that stuns the mother. She confirms it happened 3 months ago to avoid a carriage, proving his impossibly accurate insight. He diagnoses it as jokasu, a rare condition where damaged nerves in her shin bone caused muscle paralysis. From the doorway, the MA disciple Cheong-yun seethes in disbelief, enraged by his instant and impossible diagnosis. Even her master, the abbess, is stunned, admitting to herself that it was a flawless diagnosis she couldn't have made so fast. "Master?" Cheong-yun calls out, confused by her leader's silent shock and unable to comprehend what just happened. Trembling with a sliver of hope, the mother desperately asks if the young clan head can truly cure her daughter. With a confident smirk, he raises a single, dark needle and declares, "I plan to do so right now." But seeing the tool, Cheong-yun scoffs at his methods, muttering that the needle is as black as his own heart. The abbess and her disciple can only stare in disbelief as he begins. She internally questions how a mere needle can withstand such immense inner energy. Then, a shocking realization hits her. His tool isn't just a needle, it's a divine artifact. In an instant, the paralyzed girl leaps to her feet, cheering that she can move again as her mother weeps with joy. The abbess understands with cold certainty that he didn't just treat her, he perfectly reconnected her nerves and meridians. There's no other way to describe him. He is an outstanding and unparalleled genius. Their entire investigation has backfired, making them look like fools caught peeking at the Tang clan's hidden treasure. As the overjoyed girl leaves, he playfully tells her not to come back now that she's healthy. But seeing her pout, he smiles softly and says, "Then come here when you crave sweets." As the grateful family leaves, the MI sect disciples watch in stunned silence, their accusations utterly shattered. Humiliated, the first-class disciple Cheong-yun panics, wondering how they could possibly salvage this situation. She turns to leave, accepting this is all karma for her own arrogant deeds. Clenching her fist, she knows the only proper way forward is to honestly ask for forgiveness. But just as she decides, a sudden attack leaves the abbess completely shocked. Her junior barely deflects a blast of energy rocketing straight towards them. Cheong-yun is thrown to the ground as the swordsmith coldly states, "I let you 3 slide because I had to treat a patient." His hand glows with a menacing aura as he declares they'll pay the price for peeking at his clan's secret art. His eyes then blaze with demonic energy as he snarls, "Don't even think about leaving this place alive." Without a word, the swordsmith aims his glowing weapon at the intruders from the Imai sect. He hurls it with incredible speed, a blur of blue energy streaking through the hall. The weapon smashes into the wall just inches from their heads, a terrifying display of controlled power. But the real shock comes when the weapon defies gravity, flying back towards its master. He catches it effortlessly, his cold gaze never leaving the stunned women. Stepping forward with daggers now in both hands, his killing intent is suffocating. Ha Young realizes this is the Phantom Grasp, a technique only evolutionary realm masters can execute. Enraged at the humiliation, Chungyan lunges forward screaming, "You bastard! How dare you attack us!" she shrieks, completely losing her composure. But the swordsmith simply looks down on her, calmly stating, "I'm guessing you came here with impure intentions." Chungyan lunges forward, unleashing her rampant Tempest sword art to take him down. But before her blade connects, a hand strikes her neck, stopping her mid-attack with a sickening thud. It's her own master, who appears from nowhere to incapacitate his reckless student. With a single motion, he effortlessly throws both women aside like dolls, ending their foolish challenge. Seeing this new, overwhelming threat, the swordsmith unleashes a devastating slash of his own. "It's too late to dodge," he warns as their powers collide in a blinding explosion of energy. The students can only watch in horror, screaming, "Master!" as the true battle begins. The two masters face off, the swordsmith's killing intent clashing with the old man's unshakable calm. Their fight erupts into a storm of blows, a blur of motion that tears the room apart. The master realizes with shock that despite his power, the young swordsmith shows absolutely no hesitation. The master realizes with a jolt that this young man is truly no ordinary martial artist. His students recall their mission. They were here to observe far more than just his medical skills. The swordsmith leaps through the air, launching a blade of energy as a calculated distraction. He's going to attack from the other side, the master predicts, effortlessly dodging the projectile. But as he braces for the follow-up, he sees something that freezes him in place. The swordsmith is smiling a chilling, confident smirk that spells doom for his opponent. "Master!" his student screams, as he finally realizes the true attack is coming from behind. With a ferocious roar, the swordsmith unleashes a hidden storm of golden energy at point-blank range. The master can only grunt in pain as the overwhelming force connects, catching him completely off guard. He's sent helplessly flying through the air, the supposedly one-sided fight now tilted against him. The master cries out as golden energy smashes through his defenses, a direct hit he never saw coming. He's sent flying across the room, crashing violently into the far wall with overwhelming force. Nearby, his two students struggle to their feet, dazed from the shockwave. "Ha Young, are you all right? What on earth happened?" she asks, staring at the devastation with wide, unbelieving eyes. The master, already back on his feet, can only stare in utter disbelief, his composure completely shattered. Across the room, the swordsmith pants heavily, the massive burst of power having clearly taken its toll. He calmly looks down at his opponent's dropped sword, admitting, "I went all out without realizing it." "A thread?" the master mutters, shocked that a 20-year-old could so masterfully use the Phantom Grasp technique. That thread retracts instantly, pulling the hidden weapon back into its wielder's hand for another round. Now holding two daggers connected by the wire, the swordsmith issues a chilling challenge. "Come at me again." The master stares in shock, wondering, did he reach that level all by himself? But their duel is suddenly shattered, as the doors are violently kicked open. The Tang Clan patriarch appears, his voice echoing, "Martial artists of the Tang Clan, suppress the enemy," he roars, as his warriors flood into the room. The master and his students are instantly swarmed, completely overwhelmed by the elite warriors. The swordsmith, caught in the chaos, can only whisper in disbelief, "Father?" But the warriors form a protective circle around him, shouting, "Siwoon, young clan head." Seeing him injured, Ha Young rushes forward, yelling, "Stop right there, are you all right?" But she quickly falters under the immense pressure, stammering, "I only wish to be of help." The patriarch glares coldly, his voice a low threat. "Don't make me repeat myself." Inside the intimidating storm hall, the interrogation begins. The master and his two students are utterly trapped, facing the full might of the Tang clan's leadership. He attempts to de-escalate, reminding the patriarch, "You've known me since the days of our youth." But the clan head's voice is cold steel, scoffing. What exactly is the misunderstanding here? His glare shifts to the students, questioning if hiding their identities to enter his clan's estate was part of it. He then turns back to the master, asking if it was suspicious that the Tang clan could even attract patients. "If that's not it," the patriarch roars, his fist clenching with barely contained fury. His rage finally erupts as he demands to know if the real issue was them inflicting a heavy blow upon his son. He lays his cards on the table, accusing them of being here to finish the job the escort dragon guard failed to do. The master can only tremble, completely cornered as he insists the accusation is completely absurd. Chung Yeon is racked with guilt, crying out, "This is all my fault," for having started the fight. Her companion, Ha Young, worries deeply about the swordsmith's condition, hoping he isn't seriously injured from their master's attack. Their master remains silent before them, cornered by the clan head's furious accusations. But suddenly, the sound of determined footsteps cuts through the tense atmosphere. The young clan head himself appears, formally announcing his presence to his father. With a bow, he offers his sincerest apologies, admitting he caused unnecessary concern. "Are you feeling all right?" his father asks sharply, but he claims a little rest was all he needed to recover. He clenches his fist, trying to pass off his condition as accumulated fatigue from treating so many patients. But the patriarch's eyes narrow with disbelief, demanding to know if he truly suffered no internal injuries. Ha Young realizes that art should have crippled him, just as he calmly claims, "Oh, there's been a misunderstanding." He formally apologizes to the Imai sect leader, admitting he didn't expect someone of her status to arrive personally. Bowing deeply, he apologizes again for his incompetence, but the woman seems utterly perplexed by his words. "Sect leader," she cuts in sharply, her gaze unwavering, "don't say another word, and just wait." The onlookers murmur in shock, realizing his miraculous recovery means he has been chosen by the divine healer. But in a private moment, his father warns him, "Soon, if you're letting it go for the sake of our clan, you don't have to." He reveals his secret, calmly explaining that he isn't suppressing pain but is merely acting as if he's injured. His father stares, completely baffled by the deception, as his son's hand trembles with strain, asking, "Why would you do that?" "Father," the young master asks with cold determination, "this time round could you play along with my plans?" The patriarch falls into a stunned silence, his mind racing to comprehend the depth of his son's scheme. Meanwhile, the MA sect leader watches him intently, wondering to herself, "What on earth are you trying to do?" "Don't worry," the young master assures his father, his face shrouded in shadow. But his eyes glint with a sinister red light as he vows to solve everything at a very expensive price. Moments later, he stands before the Amai sect leader and her disciples, ready to enact his plan. She acknowledges his heroic nature but short temper, admitting she knew who he was the moment she saw him. He declares that his apology has now repaid a tremendous debt to one of the 10 great sects. When he calmly asks her to follow his instructions, she agrees immediately, shocking her followers. The leader then addresses everyone, claiming she hid her identity simply to test his talent without bias. But as she questions his health, he feigns weakness, insisting he's only tired from his ordeal. His act is so convincing, the onlookers believe it was all a mistake, praising his magnanimity. The MA sect leader plays along perfectly, smiling as she agrees that simple errors happen in life. The young clan head bows deeply, offering a sincere apology to the master from the Imai sect. But his father's eyes narrow with suspicion, silently questioning if that was what really happened. "How could I accuse the MI sect of lying?" the young man deflects, feigning total belief in their story. This enrages the patriarch, who roars, "You fool! You could have caused a horrible bloodbath." The MA master quickly steps in, urging the furious patriarch to calm himself before things escalate. The patriarch then turns on his son, dismissing his claim of only using a practice dagger. But this lie shocks the MA disciple, who vividly remembers drawing a very real sword against him. Believing she must have been wrong, she turns to her master and formally apologizes for her actions. To everyone's astonishment, she drops to her knees as her master quickly accepts the apology. Her fellow disciple watches in disbelief, wondering why the proud MA sect is the one kneeling. How could a disciple of such a prestigious sect kneel so easily? She wonders. As the young master begins to speak, he offers his hand, explaining with a charismatic smile, "We do not make people kneel over mere profanity and insults." Utterly disarmed, the attacker questions how she could have ever held ill will against such a man. The MI sect leader formally thanks him for his understanding, and her disciple follows with a sincere apology. But he shifts the power dynamic instantly, asking, "You think you can call it off just by kneeling?" His father watches in confusion as the MA sect leader praises his son's heroism, a compliment she insists is genuine. With the misunderstanding resolved, she pivots, remembering a forgotten message from the Murim alliance. But before that, as a token of apology, she offers to grant the clan's heir any 3 requests he desires. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he thinks to himself, "Now we're finally negotiating." This was all part of the plan, as a flashback reveals the Imai leader has long had the ability to see straight into a person's heart. The MA leader recalls being chased from her village, a child terrified and accused of being possessed. But the divine nun Bo Yeon had called her power a blessing, a talent like golden eyes, not a curse. In the present, a disciple questions her judgment, seeing the hero she admired has completely changed. His true character is a mystery as he holds out his hand to claim the first part of his reward. He asks for the closed mine on Yue Mountain, a place she admits will be difficult to acquire. As she agrees, her ally suddenly feigns a chi core injury, perfectly playing his part in the deception. Without pause, he announces his next demand. I wish to use the forge of the Muram Alliance. She claims it's beyond her authority, clutching her arm in fake pain to sell the lie. But he cuts her off, insisting with a confident smirk, but I will convince him myself. Stunned, she wonders what he is, unable to sense any evil intent behind his audacious plan. For his final request, he makes the audacious demand to have the army strategist serve as his personal bodyguard. Clan heir, his uncle shouts, you must not take in such meaningless things. Even his father is stunned, questioning why he would ask for a strategist instead of something that benefits the clan. But the young heir knows only a fool would seek simple profit in a game with such high stakes. He walks a razor's edge, understanding that showing any hint of contempt would lose him the respect of his powerful new allies. With hardened eyes, he reaffirms his decision, knowing this is the only path forward. Suddenly, his intense gaze locks onto the Emmy disciple Young, catching her completely off guard. Why is he looking at me? She panics, as a wave of forgotten guilt begins to consume her. His stare is a weapon, intentionally making the memories and guilt she tried to ignore all flood back at once. Her turmoil is linked to a dark past, when the blood cult's rampage shattered the martial alliance and split it in two. Her guilt stems from the past, when the anti-blood alliance was torn between seeking help and preserving its orthodox dignity. One of its three leaders was the Sword Queen, Du Ha-young, a woman whose path he fatefully crossed many times. In a haunting memory, she confronts him with cold fury. If you wished for revenge, it should have been on us. To her, he was just a demon who had corrupted an innocent, and she swore to kill him with her own hands. But all he could remember was holding the dying girl, whispering, sorry, I was late. The vision shatters as he's jolted back to the present, his name echoing in the hall. The MA master breaks the silence, asking if he's all right, but the young heir can only apologize for his distraction. Noticing his trembling hand, the master remarks, oh dear, it seems you are not doing well. He urges him to rest and recover, perfectly playing his part in their shared deception. Then, the master turns to the assembly, scroll in hand, to announce the official reward from the alliance. The official announces the reward is the same escort service, but now with an increased number of uses. She now has the right to demand 2 more mid-rank requests, or 20 low-level ones. But the official probes further. Didn't the Manhwa escort agency depart for your request 7 weeks ago? Just as she predicts their imminent arrival, a guard bursts in screaming that there's trouble. A bloodied survivor stumbles forward, barely managing to gasp the name of their attacker, the poison demon. His memories flash back to a scene of carnage, as his comrades are slaughtered around him. He recalls a woman's desperate plea, save me, as she was dragged into the darkness. A monstrous figure shrouded in red energy cackles over his prize, declaring them the goods. The entire hall freezes, recognizing this as the infamous Martial Alliance escort theft incident, and the terrifying truth sinks in. The poison demon, a mortal enemy of the clan, is still alive. The Tang clan patriarch erupts, commanding his forces to mobilize and search for any other survivors. But the MA master steps forward, vowing, I will come with you, as the poison demon is an enemy of the entire alliance. Humbled, the patriarch bows his head, gratefully accepting their crucial assistance. He then turns to his son, ordering him to stay behind and lead the family in his stead. However, the young heir reveals his own dark agenda, declaring he'll join only after capturing the traitor Tang Hoyol. You cannot handle him while you are hurt. His father roars, but the son knows by then it will be too late. Leave him to me, he insists, revealing he knows the true level of his uncle's power. With burning red eyes, he silently vows that he must be the one to uproot this seed of evil. His priorities are set. Kill the traitor first, then pursue the poison demon after. Meanwhile, inside the office of the chief escort, the scheming uncle is already on the move. Knowing the MI leader will soon arrive, the scheming uncle grabs his treasure, convinced his time is up. He frantically gathers all the valuables he can carry, determined to run before his betrayal is exposed. But his escape plan is shattered, as the door to his office explodes into 1,000 pieces. Who's there? He screams in terror, only for a calm voice to mockingly note his good health. His face contorts with pure fury as he realizes who stands before him, snarling, damn you. The young heir steps from the shadows, his voice chillingly calm. Uncle, I'm here to collect your sins. The traitor feigns innocence, asking what his dear nephew could possibly be talking about. He desperately tries to blame a dead assassin, but his lies are cut short with a single command, cut the bullshit. If you're truly a descendant of the Tang clan, the heir demands, show some dignity and offer your neck. The uncle can only stare back, his face a mask of shock and fury as the weight of his doom settles in. The cornered uncle drops his act with a sinister smile, whispering, "Fine. Let's stop playing around then," he declares, as a poisonous green aura erupts from his body. He lunges forward in a blur of murderous intent, determined to silence his nephew for good. But the attack is shattered, and the traitor is sent flying back in a completely one-sided counter. Spitting dust, he glares up in disbelief, questioning if this arrogance comes from the trash standing behind you. He sneers, mocking the two women flanking the young heir. One of them shouts, "Shut your mouth, you villain," but is quickly calmed by her companion. The other, Ha Young, warns that even now, Tang Hoyul is not a man to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, another warrior remarks that he's glad his master sent them together, admitting Hoyul is at least on his level. He smirks, learning the MABS is heading to the raid site and wondering if heaven is finally on his side. Cheong-yeon clenches her fist, declaring that even without his master, Tang Hoyul is nothing. Drawing her blade, she offers him one chance to surrender and live. Hoyul merely scoffs at the demand, noticing his supposed allies have already fled. But our hero sees through the facade, knowing his uncle's filthy tricks are the same as ever. The traitor mutters under his breath, cursing that useless lot for abandoning him. Suddenly, Ha Young's eyes widen in horror, realizing he's preparing a technique that can kill even a peak realm master. A hidden veteran warrior emerges from the shadows, his red aura flaring as he vows, "First, I'll take one down." He unleashes one of the Jianghu's forbidden items, the soul-seeking arrow aimed directly at Ha Young. But Cheong-yeon leaps in front, a brilliant golden light erupting from her body as she yells, "Don't worry." With grit and determination, she braces herself to intercept the inescapable killing blow meant for her friend. Her sword screams as it intercepts the deadly projectile in a flash of light, but just as she's about to be overwhelmed, a strong hand pulls her away from the brink of death. Utterly bewildered, she looks back to see strange black threads have stopped the arrow completely. She stammers a thank you, realizing the threads are the signature weapon of the Tang clan's young master. Such a shame. The attacker sneers from the rooftops. "It could have easily killed one of you." Ha Young furiously calls him a shameless bastard, but he just mocks her for not knowing the ways of the Jianghu. The warrior grins, brandishing his whip as he declares his chilling intent. "Dead men tell no tales," he roars, unleashing a storm of shadowy tendrils to silence them all. Yet our hero effortlessly catches the lethal whip, leaving Ha Young stunned and whispering, "He's so fast." The attacker freezes in terror, realizing this isn't a peak realm master, he's at least 2 levels above him. Ha Young desperately suggests they attack together under her command, but the young master coldly shuts her down, declaring, "I'll be the one giving orders." He tells her to step back and stay out of his way if she can't follow his lead. Stunned, she can only scream as the whip lashes out, completely lost. But his voice cuts through the chaos with a calm, precise instruction. One step to the upper right. Following his command, the group perfectly evades the devastating strike. She stares in utter disbelief, realizing he read the attack and even sensed her struggle. The attacker merely scoffs at their teamwork, snarling, "Let's see how long your luck lasts." As the whip descends again, our hero calmly calls out its exact trajectory. "This isn't luck," she whispers in awe, finally understanding he sees through everything. He realizes with cold fury that he has seen every single one of this bastard's attacks before. Suddenly, the deafening crack of a whip splits the air, echoing through the courtyard. His companions scatter desperately, knowing they can't just keep dodging forever. But while they panic, he calmly notes that something about this is completely unexpected. Even the future Sword Queen looks to him for direction, asking if she should give the order. He scoffs internally at her question, wondering, was she always this naive? Just then, the enemy tightens his grip, preparing for the finishing blow. "Die," he roars, unleashing a devastating strike meant to end them all. Cheong-yeon screams a warning as the whip suddenly changes its target to Ha Young, but our hero sees the truth. The whip was just a distraction for a hidden assassin's arrow. With a flash of steel, he deflects the hidden arrow, saving Ha Young at the last possible second. "Thank you," she stammers, but he only misses the vicious demon she used to be. Enraged that his assassination failed, the attacker bellows, "Did your master only teach you how to run away?" Provoked by the insult, Cheong-yeon recklessly charges forward shouting, "Don't disgrace my master." But her attack is effortlessly deflected, the man scoffing that her skills are nothing. In an instant, his whip ensnares her blade, twisting it from her grasp and completely disarming her. Ha Young pulls her friend to safety, desperately scolding her, "Don't just rush out on your own." As the two women regroup, they remain utterly oblivious to the massive power gap between them and their foe. He laughs maniacally, unleashing a terrifying aura as he prepares a final, devastating blow. They can only watch in horror, realizing he has already reached the legendary summit of the Peak Realm. But just as the Peak Realm Master attacks, a calm voice cuts through the chaos. Focus on the fight. It's nothing but a cheap trick. The attacker seethes with rage, wondering where this newcomer's confidence comes from as he vows to tear him to pieces. He unleashes his full power, but his attack is met with an unexpected and powerful defense. Yet the swordsmith coldly analyzes the attack, realizing his foe has only barely crossed the threshold into the Peak Realm. He realizes his companions are too green, deciding this life-or-death battle is nothing more than advanced training for them. He calmly gives his orders. When I throw the flying dagger, we'll move the fight outside. Be ready. The Peak Realm Master scoffs at the tiny projectile, completely underestimating the trap being laid. He smirks, mocking the strange threads and foolish games, completely oblivious to the real danger. But the threads are a diversion, and seeing his true target, the master lunges forward screaming, "I'll kill you first." Suddenly, the threads detonate in a blinding flash of energy, engulfing the arrogant warrior in a massive explosion. The Peak Realm Master stumbles back in disbelief from the unexpected explosion. As the smoke clears, he realizes his targets have already vanished from sight. He smirks, arrogantly dismissing their escape as nothing more than such shallow tricks. But the swordsmith is already leading his companions away, forcing the master into a high-speed chase. "Bahaha! You're already running away?" he roars, quickly closing the distance. He promises to end their struggle, his eyes burning with a cruel killing intent. Yet the swordsmith remains unfazed, turning to his allies and calmly stating, "Get ready." Just as planned, they halt their retreat, pivoting to begin the counterattack. The master finally realizes their escape wasn't fleeing, it was a strategic retreat to a more open battlefield. But he only grins, confident that even their clever tactics are meaningless before his overwhelming power. "Nothing will change," the master roars, his whip slamming down to scatter the swordsmith's party. But our hero knows the basics of combat start with choosing a favorable battlefield as he dashes forward. Recalling a vital lesson, he thinks to himself, don't try to counter the whip. Instead, he must attack by thrusting his blade forward, pushing his opponent back. He closes the distance in an instant, remembering not to let his guard down just because of a single block. After all, the whip becomes far more dangerous on its deadly return path. He masterfully evades the returning lash and lands a devastating punch directly to the master's face. The Peak Realm Master screams in agony as he's sent flying, the fight completely reversed. His companions can only stare in awe, one whispering, "Amazing, his practical knowledge alone is worthy of acknowledgement." But the swordsmith's face remains grim, his victory just one small step in a much deadlier game. With one enemy down, the swordsmith glares into the trees, taunting the hidden assassin. "It's your turn." In response, a lethal projectile slices through the air, launched from the shadows. The reckless Cheongyun leaps to intercept, completely unaware she's blocking a forbidden soul-seeking arrow. The defeated master screams in terror, recognizing the weapon that can even kill a Peak Realm expert. Yet his fear turns to a confident smirk, certain his ally's ultimate attack will succeed. But he's suddenly ensnared by an unseen force, screaming as he's dragged helplessly across the ground. At the same instant, Cheongyun is violently yanked back, pulled from the arrow's deadly path. The future Sword Queen, Ha Young, watches in shock, realizing he's manipulating two people at once. In a horrifyingly brilliant move, the swordsmith uses his captured foe as a human shield, shouting, "This is the end." The arrow meant for a hero instead impales the traitor's neck, his triumphant cry cut short by a choked gasp. With one foe neutralized, Cheongyun relentlessly presses the attack on the Peak Realm Master. "Damn," he grunts, staggering back as another warrior closes in. Just when one is pushed back, another comes charging, but his fear turns to a confident sneer, complimenting their futile attempt at a battle of attrition. He declares their tactics meaningless before overwhelming power, erupting with a terrifying green aura. "Tear apart and scream," he roars, as shadowy tendrils burst forth, ensnaring everyone in an inescapable net. Cheongyun and Ha Young are instantly bound, helpless against the crushing demonic force. Yet the swordsmith remains completely calm, and with a simple flick of his fingers, he seizes control of the enemy's technique. Suddenly, the binding ropes become a weapon, launching a freed Cheongyun through the air for a devastating counterattack. Ha Young follows immediately, twisting with deadly grace as the enemy's ultimate move is turned completely against him. The master watches in disbelief as they counter from broken stances, his own power now orchestrated by a far superior mind. The two swordswomen immediately press their assault, striking the overwhelmed master in a flawless, coordinated attack. He feels an impossible restraint as the blade hits, staring in shock at the golden threads binding him. He realizes with horror who's controlling them, as the swordsmith's voice cuts through the chaos. "Uncle, The realization is met with a piercing scream as the combined assault breaks through his guard completely. The so-called Peak Realm Master is thrown through the air like a rag doll, utterly helpless. The swordsmith looks down on the fallen warrior with a cold smirk, taunting, "You look quite exhausted." He takes a calm, deliberate step forward, each movement radiating absolute control over the battlefield. With his allies flanking him, he advances on the downed master, leaving the man with no path of escape. But the defeated warrior isn't finished yet. Trembling with rage, he grips a hidden trump card. In a final, desperate move, he unleashes a terrifying storm of demonic energy, threatening to annihilate them all. "You motherfucker!" The Peak Realm Master roars, unleashing all his demonic energy in a final, desperate gamble. But the swordsmith moves through the storm with ease while his ally is sent flying back. Changyan screams as the overwhelming force slams into her, threatening to break her guard completely. "Die!" the attacker snarls, his eyes glowing with murderous intent as he focuses his power. A massive wave of energy crashes towards the swordsmith, who simply stands his ground, unimpressed by the display. With a calm expression, he reaches out, not to block the raging torrent, but to control it. The entire battlefield erupts in a blinding flash, as the demonic power is impossibly turned back on its user. "Young Master Tang!" Chongyun cries out, stumbling back from the aftershock of the immense explosion. Believing he's created an opening, the injured master turns to flee, thinking it will be my victory. But as he tries to escape, his path is blocked by the smug, calculating grin of the scheming uncle. But his smug grin vanishes as he's violently thrown back by an unseen force. A powerful grip twists him around, leaving him completely helpless against the assault. He's launched into the air, screaming in shock and pain as the attack continues. Suddenly, countless black threads erupt from the shadows, shooting towards their target. They converge on him with explosive force, sealing off any hope of escape. What is this?" he groans, finding himself completely bound and immobilized. A familiar voice cuts through the chaos. "Where are you rushing off to?" As the young master reveals he's the puppet master, coldly asking, "Uncle?" This lunatic, he thinks in terror, realizing all his attacks were effortlessly neutralized. Now completely defeated, he resorts to begging for his life. "Please forgive me, am I not your uncle?" "Forgive you?" The young master scoffs, his demonic energy still swirling around his defeated uncle. He reveals a promise made to his father, to give every sinner one single opportunity. But as a glimmer of hope appears, he adds a terrifying condition. It excludes those who should die. His cold eyes lock onto the traitor, declaring, "That means you're not even a target." The air is crushed from his uncle's lungs as an invisible force tightens around his throat. His eyes glowing red, the young master unleashes a suffocating demonic art, leaving his uncle gasping in agony. His companions can only watch in horror as the traitor is brutally tortured in broad daylight. Red demonic symbols swirl around the man as he's overwhelmed by an unimaginable power. Defeated and broken, he can only manage a final, desperate threat. "Curse you, even if I go to hell." He collapses completely, his final words echoing as the young master stands over him, utterly unfazed. The young master stands stoically amidst the aftermath, his grim work finally done. His companions whisper that his cruel methods make him no different than a murderous demon. But the one known as the Sword Queen activates her insight, determined to see the truth behind his eyes. She expects to find the exhilaration of a madman, the thrill of a killer. Instead, she's overwhelmed by a vision of self-loathing, endless emptiness, and an unfathomable sorrow. She realizes his cold exterior is just a mask, a numb shell forged from a brutal life she cannot imagine. But as she processes this, a new question emerges: why does he keep looking at her? His gaze feels ancient and knowing, as if he recognizes her from a time long past. Suddenly, he turns to a fallen warrior, only to make a grim discovery. He's dead. Without a moment's hesitation, he begins looting the corpse, declaring he'll take everything just in case. He inspects his grim loot: crane feather venom, the deadliest poison known to man, and a forbidden soul-seeking arrow. With a cold clench of his fist, he secures his new assets without a shred of guilt. But standing over the corpse, a dark thought surfaces. Have I grown numb to killing? He executed an evildoer, yet a single tear betrays the man he once was. He quickly scoffs at himself, disgusted that his first thought was calculating gains and losses. This ruthless pragmatism is chillingly familiar, like he's thinking like a true demonic arts practitioner. His mind flashes back to his greatest failure, the memory of the woman he was once too late to save. Suddenly, the sound of violent retching shatters his focus as one of the MA disciples collapses. "Ha!" Young rushes to her companion's side, who can only stammer that she was startled by the brutality. "My apologies," he states coldly. It seems the Tang clan's law for dealing with traitors is a bit extreme for outsiders. Ha! Young explains that using forbidden weapons like the soul-seeking arrow is punished by immediate execution even in the Alliance. Is that so? He asks, his calm gaze hinting at a much darker understanding of the world's laws. The future Sword Queen. Ha! Young, then bows deeply, offering her sincere gratitude for saving their lives. Chung. Young quickly joins her, but he coldly dismisses their thanks, claiming he didn't truly save them. Ha! Young instantly refutes this, stating that without his mysterious black threads, they would both be dead. He again deflects, calling their excessive courtesy a form of discourtesy. But then he cuts through the pleasantries, coldly stating, "That's not true, you really didn't trust me." Chung. Yon is left utterly baffled, wondering why he's pushing away a priceless connection with the famed Ha, Young. She even notes a sudden change in her friend, who seems to have lost her usual icy glare toward men. Finally, he accepts their thanks only to send them away, leaving them to wonder why he isn't coming with them. He reveals his plan to go on pursuit alone, refusing any help. But Ha, Young immediately objects, fiercely declaring, "No, we'll accompany you." Stunned by her sudden resolve, he can only question her motives. He sighs in frustration, realizing he can't dissuade the fiercely stubborn future Sword Queen. He finally relents but issues a cold warning. "I can't keep looking after you any further." His terms are brutal and simple. If they fall behind, he's leaving them to die. Yet Ha, Young sees through his cold exterior, understanding he's trying to carry everything by himself. With his decision made, his fist clenches in a silent, unbreakable vow. She grabs his arm, her voice unwavering. "It doesn't matter, we'll be of help." With a simple "let's go," he accepts their company, and the trio dashes off into the unknown. Cheongyeon desperately shouts for them to wait, already falling behind their relentless pace. Their chosen path is a treacherous, near-vertical cliff face where a single mistake means certain death. Gasping for air, she pushes her body to its absolute limit, sweat pouring down her face. The trio defies gravity, leaping up the sheer rock wall with inhuman agility. But her grip suddenly fails, and she nearly plummets into the unforgiving abyss below. If we fall, she thinks in sheer terror, we'll certainly die. Watching the others pull further ahead, she's forced to beg them to wait. The swordsmith coldly notes her failing stamina, telling her to join the others as planned. But Ha, Young fiercely defends her, declaring, "That child is also a disciple of Ma on an important mission." She insists their master wouldn't send someone so weak, as Chongyeon panics, thinking, "That's exactly why I called you." Chung. Yeon laughs nervously, pretending she only called out because their direction seemed off. But the swordsmith coldly explains he's been navigating by the tree rings, so they don't need to worry. "Then we'll depart again," he commands, and the trio springs back into their impossible climb. She's left completely bewildered, wondering how a swordsmith knows the mountains so well. As she falls further behind, she realizes with dread, he's not even getting tired. Reaching a clearing, he suddenly announces it would be better to split up and search separately. He orders them to scout their own areas, planning to regroup and compare notes in an hour. In a flash, they all vanish into the dense foliage, going their separate ways. Alone at last, the swordsmith knows it will be fine as long as he maintains this distance. He crouches low to the ground, knowing the basics of tracking begin with examining every meticulous detail. His senses spread like a web, searching for any man-made trace. But his power only reveals the tracks of animals and a lone, powerless civilian. His eyes narrow as he whispers a name from his past. "Poison demon, I'll find you, no matter what." A dark smile spreads across his face as he vows to hunt the demon using its own twisted methods. The memory flashes back to a time when his master praised his peerless blacksmithing skills. He recalls the masterpiece he was forced to create, a bracelet that grants immunity to 10,000 poisons. "There was a reason he kept you alive," the old man had taunted, but the young smith could only scream, "Shut up." He was a prisoner, forced to obey because the lives of his entire clan were held hostage. "You think I would have made you a divine artifact otherwise?" he raged, pouring his fury into the steel. But the demon only laughed, holding the finished treasure and asking with a sneer, "So you regret it?" In the past, the poison demon gloats, "My martial arts suit you perfectly." But the young smith could only tremble with rage, forever bound as the disciple of a monster. Now, in the present, a new victim awakens in darkness, the demon's mocking laughter echoing as he asks, "Where am I?" He only remembers desperately fleeing for his life from that very same demon. Stumbling through a desolate cave, he wonders if he was finally caught. But his body feels strangely heavy, and his mind is clouded. Something is terribly wrong. His world suddenly flips, revealing the sickening truth he's hanging upside down in a cavern of countless corpses. Far below, the demon taunts him. Maybe it's because you're trash that your recovery is so slow. The old monster then asks a cryptic question about what it takes to make a flower bloom. Paralyzed, the man hears two distinct voices from a single person, a terrifying mystery that seals his fate. If you don't answer, your other arm will fall off too. The demon threatens his mutilated captive. He then asks a chilling riddle. What's important for making a flower bloom? The terrified man stammers out the obvious answer: soil, water, and sunlight. The demon laughs, agreeing that no normal flower can bloom without them. But he reveals a glowing red object, a seed for an exceptional flower that despises purity. The victim realizes with horror this seed is actually the pommel of a treasured sword. With a click, the demon activates a hidden mechanism inside the sword's hilt. He raises the artifact high, its strange light illuminating the cavern of death. A flower, the victim whispers as a terrifying energy begins to bloom directly below him that feeds on blood and not water, the demon declares, unleashing the crimson power. The poison demon reveals his ultimate goal, to cultivate the legendary heavenward tear blossom in total darkness. Standing over a sea of corpses, he declares that once it blooms, he will achieve his final form. I'll become a true poison master, he roars, vowing to turn every martial artist in the world into nothing more than blood and water. Meanwhile, our hero tracks the path of death, sensing the dark ritual from afar. His companion, Chongyen, walks a different path through the woods, searching for clues. She suddenly meets up with Ha Young, who has been investigating another area. I did find traces of a survivor, but Chongyan reports, her expression grim. Ha Young's face darkens as she realizes their findings match perfectly. The survivor's trail just vanished, as if they used a high-level movement art known as the Verdant Traverse. If he's reached the evolutionary realm, Chongyan cries, we'll need to bring an elder from our sect. But just then, their mysterious guide arrives with a clue, calmly stating, that won't be necessary. He explains the survivor only erased their scent, offering the discarded garment to the shocked women. Ha Young hesitates, completely bewildered by his strange request. As she leans in, he reveals the item's true nature, a rare scent, dissipating perfume. Chongyeon is stunned, realizing it's a divine artifact that leaves absolutely no trace behind. Then how can we track him? Ha Young asks, only for him to ignite his power, declaring he can pursue him by enhancing his senses. A brilliant blue aura erupts from his body as he announces they will continue the chase. Ha Young stares in utter disbelief, recognizing the forbidden technique he's using. Innate core energy. She realizes with horror that he's burning his own life force without any hesitation just to find his prey. As Chongyan marvels at his chivalry, the swordsmith leads them at a terrifying pace through the forest. The trio blazes through the moonlit woods, their destination shrouded in an ominous, deathly mist. He suddenly halts, his heightened senses confirming their arrival at the enemy's hidden lair. The overwhelming stench of blood hits them, a foul odor that even a divine artifact couldn't erase. He scans the entrance, noting the eerie absence of guards before turning to give his orders. Chongyeon, rendezvous with the main force and request support, he commands, splitting the team. Frustrated by her weakness but understanding the logic, she grits her teeth and accepts the vital mission. After thanking her, he turns to the one person whose power he truly needs by his side. As for you, Ha Young, I'd like you to join me for the operation, he declares, shocking her. When she questions if it's even possible for two of them, he replies with absolute certainty, of course. Two lone figures descend into the jagged maw of the enemy's lair, a place reeking of death. It's darker than I expected, Ha Young murmurs, her unease growing with every step into the suffocating gloom. But as her eyes glow with an ethereal light, she realizes the darkness isn't the true threat. The entire cave is a death trap, riddled with an unbelievable number of deadly mechanisms glowing with killing intent. He simply smirks, his confidence unshaken. It's a relief you're here then. Suddenly, he throws out an arm, stopping her dead in her tracks. Wait. There's a trap ahead. His own senses scream with danger, confirming that her insight alone might not be enough to survive this hell. He points towards a seemingly harmless rock, his expression grim as he says, no. The moment your hand touches it, a crossbow bolt will shoot out, he explains, revealing his own encyclopedic knowledge of traps. Visibly shaken, she pleads for an earlier warning next time, to which he can only offer a sheepish apology. He questions her caution, confidently stating there's no sign of anyone nearby. She urges him to increase their speed, trusting him to call out the traps she can't perceive. With gritted teeth, she reluctantly agrees to the reckless pace. In a blur of motion, they surge forward into the darkness. Her voice becomes a lifeline, calling out the safe passage through a floor glowing with deadly killing intent. He reflects on how her terrifying ability, once an enemy's weapon, is now unbelievably reassuring. Those are her legendary dragon eyes, a power that can read the very flow of all things. A chilling memory surfaces of how she used those exact same eyes to hunt him down in their past lives. Suddenly, his foot plants firmly on the ground, bringing their mad dash to a dead halt. They both freeze, sensing that they've finally reached the heart of the lair and the true danger waiting within. They stand frozen before a nightmarish cavern, its ceiling dripping with the bodies of countless victims. How could he do something like this? Ha! Young whispers, staring at the mountain of corpses below, unable to comprehend such evil. But the demonic artisan's eyes are cold and calculating, already piecing together the true purpose of this slaughter. Suddenly, a weak voice cries out from above, a lone survivor begging for help amidst the dead. Chung, Yon immediately prepares to rush in, but Young acts first, ready to save the child. She unleashes a sweeping slash of sword energy, cleanly severing the rope holding him. In a flash, the protagonist leaps through the air, catching the falling victim before he hits the ground. He lands safely and assesses the boy's grave condition, realizing they have only moments to treat him. But as they try to help, the survivor lets out a blood-curdling scream, his body writhing in unnatural agony. Young watches in horror as his pain intensifies, realizing this rescue was a deadly trap from the very start. Suddenly, the cave's walls erupt, unleashing a storm of demonic projectiles directly at them. The projectiles detonate in a cataclysmic blast, consuming everything in a wave of destructive energy. Yon watches in horror, instantly recognizing the deadly technique. The heavenward tear blossom has gone berserk, she cries out in terror. Just as the blast hits, the demonic artisan throws himself in front of Young, shielding her with his own body. Dazed and confused, Young wonders what happened, expecting the shockwave to have killed them. She slowly realizes he took the full force of an attack that should have been unavoidable. Overwhelmed with guilt for her recklessness, she can only stammer out an apology. But he cuts her off, handing over the injured child and ordering, "Take the child and evacuate first." He declares this is their only chance to defeat the bastard, refusing to waste another second. Young gravely accepts the unconscious victim, told only to please take him. Filled with worry for the man she's leaving behind, she promises, "I'll come back as fast as I can." With a final warning to be careful, she flees, leaving the demonic artisan to face the darkness alone. He walks through the horrific aftermath, wondering if he could have saved them had he just been faster. His mind twists with regret, questioning his decision to prioritize the threat of his uncle, Tang Hoyol. But that regret quickly hardens into pure, unadulterated rage. His bloody past flashes before him, reminding him he has no right to measure the value of life. Steeling his resolve, he steps into the depths of the lair, ready for the final confrontation. But back on the path, Young suddenly stumbles, a pained gasp escaping her lips as she falls. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, the poison demon pants heavily, desperately trying to complete his sinister ritual. The poison demon writhes in agony, his attempt to absorb a forbidden art having failed spectacularly. Seeing this moment of weakness, the demonic artisan prepares his own hidden weapon. "If I do it now," he thinks, unleashing his killing intent as a formless dagger materializes. A colossal wave of demonic energy erupts from his hand, screaming towards its target. But the poison demon, shrouded in a crimson aura, braces himself against the incoming attack. The deadly purple slash carves through the cavern, aimed for a decisive blow. Suddenly, the artisan's eyes widen in complete disbelief. From the smoke, a chilling laugh echoes. A little rat has been hiding all along. He avoided the formless flying dagger, he gasps as the demon rises completely untouched. The old monster grins, a terrifying amusement in his eyes. This is interesting. The poison demon reappears in a flash of red light, finding the entire situation utterly fascinating. But the swordsmith can only stare in disbelief at the impossible speed, his mind screaming, so fast. The demon closes the distance in an instant, his voice laced with venom. "You're the descendant of the Tang, aren't you?" He sneers, mocking the grandson of a legend for foolishly walking into his own grave. A nerve is struck as the artisan's rage ignites. "Keep my grandfather's name out of your rotten mouth." The old monster simply cackles, amused by the boy's predictable and fiery spirit. With words failing, the swordsmith draws his twin blades, his eyes burning with killing intent. He explodes forward, unleashing a torrent of brilliant blue energy in a desperate lunge. With a furious cry, he brings his weapons down, pouring all his power into a single strike. The cavern trembles as the full force of his desperate attack crashes down on the unmoving demon. The demon barely sidesteps the full force of the attack, his grin wiped clean from his face. But the swordsmith is relentless, twisting midair to bring his blade down on the now defenseless monster. With a pained cry, the poison demon is launched backwards, A clear hit finally landed. Both fighters are thrown apart by the impact, creating a tense distance in the cavern. Realizing he's outmatched in a direct fight, the artisan resorts to a desperate measure, muttering as expected, "It's bearable." He channels his remaining energy into a single blade, knowing that while he lacks chi, the demon's state isn't normal either. Suddenly, the demon frantically searches around, shouting, "Where did the divine item go?" The swordsmith smirks, cutting through the demon's false bravado. "Stop acting relaxed. You were just screaming like an idiot." A single tear of blood runs down his face as he reveals his trump card, God-revering tears. The demon's eyes widen in pure shock as the boy taunts him, "That's not how you use it." The poison demon grins, intrigued by the boy's secrets as he unleashes a suffocating wave of power. "Would losing an arm make you speak?" he taunts, as his crimson energy binds the young swordsmith. With inhuman speed, the demon closes the distance, his hand reaching out for a killing blow. He lunges forward, his grip tightening around his target in a crushing embrace. The powerful technique swirls violently, meant to obliterate its victim completely. But the demon freezes in disbelief, his exclusive technique somehow blocked by the boy's bare hand. Suddenly, an immense wave of pure demonic chi erupts from the swordsmith, shocking his foe to the core. The poison demon's shock turns to glee as he declares, "I've decided. I'll take you as my disciple." But the swordsmith just smirks, retorting, "I don't need a fool of a master, who loses both arms because he can't even control his own poison, chi." The poison demon's offer of discipleship turns into a chilling threat. "Let's take a beating first, my disciple." In a blur of red, he lunges forward, forcing the swordsmith to react instantly. A deadly array of demonic clones materializes, swarming in to crush their target. A colossal hand of pure demonic energy then descends from above, aiming to obliterate him completely. But the swordsmith's eyes gleam with cold calculation, showing not a hint of fear. "First, one arm," he declares, meeting the overwhelming assault with a plan of his own. Suddenly, mysterious dark threads erupt from the ground, binding the demon's avatar in place. The demon freezes in disbelief as the threads ensnare not just his technique, but his own body as well. He finds himself completely immobilized, caught in a web he never saw coming. The swordsmith smirks, his trap sprung to perfection as he whispers, "Gotcha." He unleashes the first form of his hidden art, the immortal garment seam transform. The threads instantly tighten, and the demon can only scream out in panic, "Wait!" He struggles to transform his inner chi, but realizes with horror that it's far too slow. The technique reveals its true name, limb-cutting chains, pulling him apart from every angle. He recalls how this art was originally meant for defense, designed simply to incapacitate the enemy. But for his revenge, he needed something more, creating threads with hardness that exceeds diamond. And so, the half-immortal garment seam was invented, a martial art solely for destroying and killing. The razor-sharp threads begin to shred the demon's flesh, a testament to their lethal power. With a violent pull, the swordsmith launches himself forward as the demon is brutally torn asunder. Even his master watches in awe, muttering, "My disciple hid such a special martial art." The swordsmith unleashes his lethal web of diamond-hard threads upon his foe. They converge on their target, creating a devastating explosion of force. With cold fury in his eyes, he prepares to end it all. The ultimate move is unleashed, a one-point kill meant for utter annihilation. But as the dust settles, he looks back with a flicker of doubt. From the smoke, the demon's hand reforms as he whispers in awe, "Amazing." He stands completely transformed, his demonic power overflowing as the swordsmith watches in disbelief. "I want to take you as my disciple," the demon roars, unleashing a torrent of dark power. Yet he laughs maniacally, his own body melting away under the strain of his forbidden art. He dissolves into a screaming visage, paying a terrible price for this sudden surge in power. The transformed demon descends, demanding to witness all of his disciples' hidden powers. A brutal punch connects with earth-shattering force, shaking the entire cavern. The resulting shockwave rips through the ground, blasting the swordsmith away. Yet he manages to block the next strike, straining against the demon's overwhelming strength. "Exhilarating," the demon screams, his entire body burning with the thrill of hellfire. But the swordsmith is horrified, realizing his enemy was at his limits, yet is somehow even faster now. He narrowly evades another lightning-fast punch that tears through the air beside him. Using an advanced movement art, he weaves through the relentless storm of demonic attacks. Suddenly, he finds an opening and surges forward, his blade glowing with deadly intent. The sword pierces straight through the demon's chest, leaving the monster gasping in disbelief. But the demon only laughs, his aura flaring as he declares his twisted desire to consume the swordsmith's power. He reveals his true goal, to use the boy's demonic arts and a divine item to ascend to the rank of a poison person. "This can't be the end already, can it?" he taunts, rushing forward in a terrifying blur of speed. A storm of demonic threads erupts from his hands, binding his opponent as he screams for a better fight. The swordsmith raises his sword to block, but is immediately overwhelmed by the sheer force of the assault. His wrist is caught in an iron grip, the demon's power crushing his bones and his will. "Entertain me more," the demon roars, hoisting the helpless swordsmith into the air and choking the life from him. He slammed violently into the ground, his body broken and his sword falling from his grasp. The demon stands over him, admiring his work. "Isn't poison truly beautiful?" he asks his paralyzed victim, and in that moment of horror, he realizes the truth. He's been paralyzed by Red Crown Crane, one of the 8 extreme poisons. The poison demon taunts his paralyzed victim, asking, "Now, what will you do next?" But to his shock, the swordsmith forces his poisoned body to rise, defiant energy trembling in his hands. He lunges forward, attempting a desperate binding art to seize the demon's throat. The demon scoffs at the attempt, utterly unimpressed, and calling the move childish. The swordsmith collapses in agony as the demon prepares to deliver a punishment for disappointing this master. He then reveals his true weapon, the second of the 8 extreme poisons, a terrifyingly potent toxin. The swordsmith grits his teeth as the poison ravages his body, turning his very blood against him. "This is your master's teaching," the demon sneers, promising a lesson that will make his flesh burst. He admits he was controlling himself just enough so his victim wouldn't die from the pain. But as the swordsmith lies unconscious, the demon is impressed, remarking that this body is far sturdier than he ever expected. The demon gloats over his fallen prey, screaming, "Are you watching, Tang Weitai? Your grandson is in my hands," he roars, but suddenly clutches his chest as an unknown agony strikes him. He stares in utter confusion as a dark corruption rapidly spreads across his hand. Coughing violently, he questions if this is the true reaction of the blood body he worked so hard to attain. But the swordsmith rises from the ground, calmly asking why the demon's body is reacting so soon. "I only used 4 so far," he scoffs, wondering if the great demon is already at his limit. With a chilling smile, he reveals his own ultimate weapon, the 8 extreme poisons. The demon seethes with disbelief, realizing this little brat has completely outplayed him. "How dare you insult me?" he screams, his demonic power erupting in a furious shockwave. Yet the swordsmith remains unfazed, calmly analyzing the massive poison chi his enemy just unleashed. The enraged demon channels his immense power, vowing to kill the swordsmith on the spot. "I'll kill you," he screams, lunging forward in a blur of crimson energy that tears the ground apart. But the resulting blast sends them both flying, the demon coughing up blood as his own power backfires. The swordsmith calmly reveals the name of his true weapon, the legendary 7-step soul severing powder. A horrifying scream erupts from the demon as black, corrosive poison explodes violently from his body. Unfazed, the swordsmith weaves effortlessly through the deadly spikes of erupting demonic energy. He recalls the words of a generous master, one who taught him these forbidden arts long ago. Now, he unleashes his own binding technique, launching dozens of dark, piercing threads from his fingertips. The threads instantly subdue the thrashing demon, ensnaring him as the swordsmith calls him a fool with no capabilities. He then reveals the ultimate secret. He understands the heaven-defying chi, the very source of all demonic power. In a brutal flashback, the Tang clan successor is overwhelmed by a wave of pure demonic power. The poison demon had unleashed that same horrifying energy with a wicked grin, a harbinger of absolute destruction. His devastating attack tore through the battlefield, a maelstrom of red chi. The successor was utterly obliterated, his body disintegrating into nothing but dust and fading light. Back in the present, the swordsmith realizes the captured demon's nature hasn't changed at all. In other words, he thinks, cloaking himself in a sinister purple aura, this guy is. He then unleashes a terrifying new technique, a vortex of dark energy, aimed at his helpless prey. The demon stares in shock, realizing he's seen not as a foe, but as a walking great elixir. "This bastard!" he screams as the overwhelming power slams into him, rendering him helpless. For now, the swordsmith's cold gaze reveals his true intention, to absorb the demon's very being. "Let's take some beatings first," he thinks, blasting the poison demon back with a torrent of dark energy. He watches coldly as the devastating attack connects, engulfing his target completely. The demon staggers to his feet, veins bulging on his hand as he gasps, "What in the world?" But the swordsmith reveals a power that is beyond comparison, weaving a storm of demonic threads. He clenches his fist, taking absolute control of the inescapable binding art. "Surely this can't be the end," he mutters, preparing the final stage of his technique. The threads instantly converge from all directions, forming a perfect prison around the demon. Yet instead of screaming, the monster transforms and laughs maniacally. How absurd. The strange reaction triggers a sudden flashback to a forgotten memory, a flash of blood-red QI erupting from a blade. And in that past, a younger version of the swordsmith stares back, his face a mask of shock and grim resolve. The younger swordsmith is violently thrown back by a wave of demonic energy. In this forgotten memory, he faced a monster of immense power within a desolate canyon. "You dodged that?" The demon lord laughs. "You're indeed an interesting child." He unleashes his demonic weapon centipede, a storm of crimson lashes filling the battlefield. A concentrated blast of pure energy then erupts from his palm, giving the boy nowhere to run. But the young artisan refuses to yield, bringing his blade down in a desperate counterattack. His powerful strike shatters a massive stone pillar, revealing his own surprising strength. He lands with impossible grace, balancing perfectly on the flat of his blade. Where did that earlier composure go? His foe taunts, unleashing his true, terrifying aura. But in the next instant, the boy is sent flying back, utterly overwhelmed in a completely one-sided fight. Now the demon growls, gathering a terrifying crimson energy for the final blow. He swings his blade with full force, roaring, "Let's end this," as a wave of destruction is unleashed. But the young artisan stares back, his eyes filled with an unyielding resolve. He counters with a technique that shouldn't exist, the reverse immortal garment seam. A storm of ethereal blue threads meets the crimson wave head-on in a blinding flash. "My centipede is being grounded?" the demon cries out in pure disbelief. His arrogance shatters as he realizes his ultimate technique is being completely dismantled. The swirling blue threads push forward, enveloping the demon in an inescapable net. The binding art slams into him, breaking through his demonic defenses with ease. And as the dust settles, the artisan lands silently, having turned an impossible fight around. "Do you think you can escape?" the artisan roars, hunting down the fleeing poison demon. He slams the old master into the unforgiving stone ground with overwhelming force. The impact sends a devastating shockwave ripping through the cavern walls. Standing over his broken foe, he coldly asks, "Now, shall I receive the rest?" He grabs the demon's arm, beginning to absorb the uncontrollable poison chi directly into his body. The demon screams in agony, realizing his most powerful essence is being stolen by a mere youth. In a desperate panic to avoid losing everything, the demon makes a horrifying choice. He severs his own arm to escape the absorption, leaving the young artisan completely stunned. But as the demon cackles, a calm voice declares, "Disciple, your greed is excessive." The artisan scoffs at his master's warning, dismissing such a dull last word. He calmly lectures the defeated demon. "If you don't kill at the right moment, you'll miss your chance." The demon recognizes the inescapable Chiman formation, realizing his physical strength is now completely useless against his captor. As the grip tightens, the demon gasps in realization. "Did you intend for this from the beginning?" "Yes," he confirms, preparing to imbue the demon with a mysterious, glowing power as a parting gift. He mockingly offers this power as a first gift to his new master, a grim smile on his face. He then reveals his true intention, to bestow a terrifying curse that will fester within the demon's own poison. The demon's body contorts in agony, completely overwhelmed by the foreign energy coursing through his veins. With the deed done, the artisan stands tall and icily commands him to get lost. A pillar of brilliant light erupts, consuming the screaming demon in a vortex of raw power. As the light fades, leaving only silence, a voice from the shadows questions if the monster is finally gone. "Next time, I will definitely kill him," the swordsmith vows, his promise echoing in the darkness. A sudden tremor shakes the cavern, with dust raining from the ceiling as he turns his back. He watches as massive rock formations begin to crumble and fall all around him. Realizing the battle's aftermath is causing the cave to collapse, he knows he must return. But as he tries to flee, he stumbles, his inner chi far too low to escape in time. Suddenly, a sharp, unfamiliar pain courses through him, catching him completely off guard. "My malformed energy center," he gasps, clutching his chest as a strange green light flares. Far from his fallen enemy, the bizarre energy continues to surge within him, growing stronger. "What the wasn't I about to have a seizure?" he wonders, the agony shifting to pure confusion. To his utter shock, his core isn't just stabilizing, it's actively accepting the inner chi. The mysterious green energy surges from his hand, pointing directly towards the god-revering tears. He recalls his past life, where despite mastering countless demonic arts, he was always in agonizing pain. A congenital defect known as the heavenly calamity always interfered, blocking his progress at every turn. Even the blood cult sorcerers could only conclude it was an unbreakable curse etched into his very soul. He had spent his entire previous life searching for an answer, never realizing how foolish he had been. But a forgotten voice echoes in his mind. There is no reason to escape it. The mysterious figure declares that the heavenly calamity is not a curse, but a blessing in disguise. Back in the present, he stares at the vibrant green energy in his hand, questioning what this power truly is. An art that couldn't even handle his calamity is now absorbing the demonic essence of a master. He reaches for the source of it all, wondering what secret is hidden within the gazing god's tear. He pulls the demonic root from its bloody pool, finally understanding its terrifying origin. This artifact is a toxin made from vengeful spirits, the very essence of the poison demon's resentment. But just as he makes this discovery, the entire cave begins to violently collapse around him. With his energy depleted, he makes a desperate run through the crumbling cavern. He quickly realizes escape is impossible in his current state, trapped by the accelerating destruction. A desperate thought crosses his mind. If this is truly what the heavenly calamity wants, with no other option, he takes an insane gamble and consumes the demonic root whole. His body immediately convulses in agony, unable to handle the raw, undiluted power. But then, his heavenly calamity activates, forcefully dragging the immense energy into his core. He's instantly flooded by the horrifying resentment of every soul the poison demon ever killed. Surrounded by the tormented souls of the dead, he knows he cannot give up now. "I never would have started this," he roars, his determination shaking the very cavern. His only hope for survival is to merge the resentful energy of the gazing god's tear with his own heavenly calamity. But the raw power is too much, causing a violent backlash that tears his body apart. He screams as the two immense energies erupt, a maelstrom of destruction threatening to consume him. Instead of harmonizing, the forces run wild, trying to devour each other within his energy core. With grim certainty, he realizes he alone must be the one to balance them. Through sheer force of will, he begins wrestling the chaotic energies into submission. He finally achieves a fragile equilibrium, meditating within the eye of his own internal storm. As the maelstrom subsides, a single bead of sweat marks his impossible victory over death itself. There's no time to waste, he grits out, desperately trying to balance the two volatile energies. He carefully adjusts their equilibrium, knowing a single misstep will mean his own destruction. With neither side allowed to be stronger, he begins the impossible task of forging them into one. By perfectly mixing the calamity's energy with the divine tear, he creates a power that shouldn't exist. Suddenly, the new energy surges through his body, flooding his core with an unimaginable force. A strange calm washes over him as the power begins to stabilize, settling deep within his soul. This is the birth of a new art, the Poisonous Blossom Summit Convergence. His eyes snap open, filled with a terrifying understanding of what he has just created. He has broken through to the transcendent realm with poison arts alone, a feat never before achieved. He names this union of destruction and divinity the divine toxic chi. With a final surge, he clenches his jaw, forcing the volatile new power under his control. For the first time in all his lives, he roars that he has finally overcome the heavenly calamity. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he realizes the limitless potential of his new divine toxic chi. But his triumph is cut short as the immense energy begins to tear the very cave apart around him. The entire cavern violently shakes and crumbles, threatening to bury him alive in his moment of victory. Unfazed, he calmly summons his dark energy threads, preparing for his escape. "Shall we head out?" he smirks, reaching towards the exit with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the entrance is suddenly sealed by a massive rock slide. His loyal companion, Shang-Yeon, lands just in time to witness the disaster. "Damn it, the entrance is blocked," she cries out, realizing her master is trapped inside the collapsing mountain. "We have to force our way in," Shang-Yeon cries, knowing any delay could be fatal. But the Murim Alliance's branch manager coldly stops her, insisting they'll just work from the outside. Her master furiously confronts him, shouting, "Are you trying to abandon a member of the Alliance?" The cowardly official snaps back, admitting he's abandoning them because it's too dangerous to enter. He points to the cave, screaming that the toxic energy inside is clearly going berserk. But before he can finish his excuse, he's struck from behind and silenced in an instant. The MA sect leader stands over his unconscious body, judging him. "You lack the spirit of cooperation, you coward." Just then, the Tang clan patriarch arrives, ready to charge in himself despite his men pleading, "Patriarch, you mustn't." He shoves them aside with immense force, his decision already made. "Move aside," he growls. With a gaze of pure determination, he repeats his command, his voice echoing with absolute authority. His men desperately try to stop him, crying out, "What will happen to the clan if we lose you too, Patriarch?" But the Patriarch shoves them aside, his loyalty absolute, declaring that the young master is waiting inside for them. Just as he's about to charge in, a calm voice cuts through the chaos. "Step back, Patriarch." The intervening master steps forward, his expression resolute as he volunteers, "I'll go in with him." Ha Young and her companion join him, with the future Sword Queen, insisting her powerful eyes will be of help. But just as the rescue party forms, a deep rumbling shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Suddenly, the entire mountain explodes outwards in a cataclysmic blast of dust and rock. The sheer force of the explosion sends everyone flying, their screams lost in the deafening roar. When the dust begins to settle, all that remains is a wall of impenetrable rubble, where the cave once stood. A horrified clan member states the grim reality. The cave has completely collapsed. The young master is still inside. The patriarch's face fills with disbelief, his hope completely shattered by the collapsed cave. Overcome with grief, he stumbles forward as his men rush to support him, crying out his title. But as he clutches his face in despair, a lone silhouette emerges from the dust-choked ruins. A figure walks steadily out of the smoke, his presence alone silencing the crowd. "Look! Someone is there," a warrior shouts, as everyone stares in stunned silence. Ha Young's eyes glow, sensing a familiar person but an entirely different, terrifying aura. The air crackles with an intense toxic energy, causing warriors to recoil and scream. "The poison demon?" Believing a new enemy has arrived, the patriarch roars. "Everyone, prepare for battle." His clan immediately draws their weapons, ready to strike down the approaching menace. But the intervening master calmly stops Ha Young, sensing the unbelievable truth behind this terrifying power. Ha Young desperately rushes forward, shouting, "Everyone, lower your weapons." The figure emerges fully, revealing not a demon but the protagonist, who weakly calls out, "Father." But the warriors recoil in terror, recognizing the symptoms of one of the 8 great deadly poisons. His father can only scream his name in disbelief as the horrifying truth sinks in. The young master stumbles, desperately warning them to stay away as the poison ravages his body. Ignoring the danger, Ha Young catches him as he falls, declaring, "I've got you." She stares down in shock, barely comprehending the state of the young master. He passes out in her arms, his face covered in the terrifying marks of the curse. A silent dread falls over the clan as their relief turns to despair. Decades ago, this very same power belonged to a monster, so fearsome, it required the sacrifice of a sovereign to be stopped. A herald's voice booms across the city, announcing that a nightmare from the past has returned from the dead. From the shadows of the declining Dang clan, he proclaims, "A green dragon has finally revealed itself to the world." The crowd listens intently as he names the first hero of Sichuan, the green dragon Dang Se-woon. The story spreads of how he executed a traitor and faced the poison demon with sect allies to rescue the innocent. People murmur in awe, amazed that he braved a hellhole for a lowly porter who wasn't even his kin. But skepticism lingers, as some doubt a mere young master could challenge the legendary poison demon. Others confirm the news is official, whispering that the hero now hovers between life and death from the battle's brutal toll. With the sect leader personally treating him, the entire city now hails him as the true #1 hero of Sichuan. But behind closed doors, away from the cheering crowds, the grim reality of his condition is revealed. The celebrated hero lies unconscious, the deadly poison coursing through him as a healer desperately tends to his wounds. For 3 agonizing days, the hero's fever has raged on, showing no signs of breaking. The healer despairs, feeling her title of Silver Phoenix is a sham, as 2 powerful figures enter the room. She turns in surprise, greeting her master and the boy's father, the Tang clan patriarch. But the patriarch simply asks her to rest easy, not wishing to trouble the one caring for his son. He expresses his deep gratitude for her tireless vigil, as a somber quiet fills the air. When asked for an update, the healer can only report that there is no sign of significant improvement. Her master gazes upon the dying hero, admitting, "It is my own lack of skill that is to blame." As the boy sweats and suffers, the old warrior laments, growing soft in an era of peace. The patriarch then gently suggests they all step out, believing the boy needs time alone, and so they leave, abandoning the celebrated hero of Sichuan to fight his lonely battle against death itself. The hero of Sichuan lies motionless, his body racked with a mysterious illness that is nothing but a lie. Alone in his room, he sits up, his supposed weakness, a carefully constructed deception. He has no way to explain his sudden surge in power, so he must pretend to be on death's door. But this act weighs on him, dredging up a past he fought to bury. His mind flashes back to a night of slaughter, his hands drenched in blood. He hears the cruel voice of his old master asking, "My disciple, how does it feel?" The memory forces him to his knees again before the blood cult elder, surrounded by his victims. "No," he pleaded. "I only did it to save my kin. I had no choice." But the elder coldly dismissed his excuse, snarling, "Don't give me that nonsense. After all, the godly sword he forged for the blood demon had slaughtered far more than this. This is the power of the demonic weapons you created." The elder's voice echoes in his memory, his eyes glowing with malice. The words strike him like a physical blow. You are a true member of the blood cult. He grits his teeth, the weight of his past sins crushing him once again. In the vision, he can only accept the grim reality, knowing he can never be forgiven. Back in the present, he kneels, ravaged by a new poison, and accepts his fate. Nor should I be. Still, by crippling the poison demon, he has bought himself a sliver of time to prepare, for he has obtained divine toxic chi, reaching a state just one step away from becoming a true poison human. He stares at his reflection, knowing he must get much stronger to control this terrifying power. His path is clear: surpass the poison demon, and eventually stand against the blood demon himself. And as if on cue, he rises, holding a small box, knowing the item he requested has finally arrived. A special item, never meant for outsiders, is brought for the ailing hero as he lies near death. His allies watch as a mysterious woman arrives, explaining her master was moved by the boy's incredible heroism. She presents a small box, revealing it contains the legendary golden essence pill. The patriarch is completely stunned, for this is a mythical medicine said to cheat death itself. Did you bring that for Siwoon? He asks, to which she simply replies, isn't that obvious? Humbled, he bows deeply, vowing that his entire clan will repay this monumental debt. But she scoffs at the offer of payment, asking, do you take me for some petty merchant? She clarifies that this is not a transaction, but a gift freely given to honor his proven character. Overwhelmed with gratitude, his family can only thank her, calling the young master their savior. And as the box opens, the golden essence pill radiates with a blinding, otherworldly light. The legendary golden essence pill is placed into his mouth with a simple command. Now, child, you must swallow this. A powerful master steps in to help, confidently telling the patriarch, leave the chi circulation to me. But internally, the young master sees this as a perfect opportunity to absorb the pill's immense energy for himself. Suddenly, the master's confident expression shatters into pure disbelief as he can only utter, what? His own divine chi is being violently sucked away, a heavenly calamity that has been plaguing the boy all along. He realizes a ferocious monster lives inside his core, a purple vortex endlessly devouring all internal energy. The master strains against the overwhelming force, his body trembling under the immense pressure of the drain. Finally, he's forced to pull his hand away, admitting in defeat, I can't push any further than this. The patriarch and Young rush to his side, desperately asking if he's all right after the sudden backlash. Exhausted, the master can only state, I've done everything I can, leaving the fate of their hero completely uncertain. The master can only hope the boy has the strength to pull through this ordeal. But a sudden cough stuns everyone in the room as they realize, he's waking up already? His father rushes to his side, calling his name as the young hero weakly recognizes him. Yet his first words are an apology, confessing with shame, I let the poison demon escape. They are completely baffled by his regret, revealing they found the demon's severed arm in the cave, but he insists his strength was lacking, prompting the master to assure him the alliance will praise his deeds. Abruptly changing the subject, he pulls a pin from his hair and asks, Young, lend me a hand for a moment. Her eyes flash with surprise at the strange and sudden request, as she can only respond with a confused pardon. But without waiting for an answer, he flicks the hairpin through the air with pinpoint accuracy. He senses a strange energy, his eyes narrowing in intense focus. He realizes in shock she's trying to pass down the amisex cultivation method right here. It's the ruffling wind sword technique, but he thinks it's completely different from the one the demons showed me. She moves with impossible grace, her hairpin weaving golden ribbons of pure martial intent through the air. He's stunned by the profound mystery of selection within the technique, a concept he must now master. As he watches, transfixed, the golden light of the sacred art reflects in his determined eyes. With a final, sharp movement, she concludes the demonstration, the powerful energy vanishing in an instant. The sect leader exhales softly, her complex lesson finally complete. A grateful smile spreads across his face as he declares, Thank you, sect leader. This realization alone will be a massive help to me. He questions if it's truly all right for an outsider to learn such a precious MI secret. The sect leader simply smiles, ominously stating, Everything has a purpose. But then, his ally extends a stunning invitation, a meeting with her master, the legendary divine physician. She leans in with a mysterious smile, building the suspense for her true goal. I intend to petition my master, she begins, as his other allies listen in confusion, to take you in as her disciple, a declaration that sends shockwaves through the room. Stunned into silence, the only word he can manage is a disbelieving pardon. He begins to sweat, realizing the impossible implications of what she has just proposed. Because the Imai sect is a sacred sanctuary where men are strictly, and absolutely, forbidden. The divine nun remarks how he's finally acting his age, catching him completely off guard. But her expression turns cold as she insists, "I wasn't joking. Do not take my words lightly." As his allies and father stare in disbelief, he realizes this is the very person he was desperately hoping to meet. She is Nunbo Yon, the grand sect leader of Mi, and the finest divine physician in the entire realm. A sliver of hope ignites within him. With her healing arts, he might finally overcome his deadly heavenly core. She clarifies the offer is for him to become an outer sect disciple, a position with unprecedented flexibility. This solution stuns Cheong Yon, who thinks the very idea is too much for even a young master of the Tang clan. "Be quiet," the nun commands, silencing any objections to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ha Young blushes furiously, suddenly realizing, does that mean he'll be my senior? Overwhelmed by the impossible offer, he can only face the legendary master and stammer her title, sect leader. Despite the incredible opportunity, he respectfully declares, "I'm truly grateful for the offer, but I cannot accept." His allies can only stare in disbelief, their hopes shattered by his shocking refusal. But he knows the future is changing rapidly, and the fate of the poison demon remains a dangerous mystery. The divine nun sighs, finally understanding his burden and the difficult choices he must make. "First, you deal the blow, then offer the cure, huh?" she remarks, seeing through his complex methods. The entire room falls silent as the weight of his decision hangs in the air, stunning everyone present. His father watches in awe, wondering how his son went from a follower to a man pursued by legends. A confident smirk plays on his lips as the patriarch thinks to himself, when did he grow so much? But far away, in a place of death and shadow, a crow lands as a mysterious voice echoes through the gloom. A figure descends into the desolate wasteland, his purpose shrouded in the encroaching darkness. The vice leader of the blood cult, the sword demon, arrives under a dark moon, calling his target a nuisance. He takes a deliberate step into the corrupted land, his purpose shrouded in shadow. From the swirling demonic energy, a monstrous elder rises with a sinister laugh, asking, "What brings you here?" The sword demon coldly observes the elder's weakened state, remarking, "Your body has grown light." The one-armed demon turns, his scarred back a testament to old battles as he offers a chilling threat. Unfazed, the vice leader retorts that he'll cut off that presumptuous mouth as well. The hulking elder cuts to the chase, knowing this wasn't a simple visit to check on his health. With a piercing gaze, the sword demon reveals his true mission. "It seems the blood demon sent you." Enraged, the elder lunges with a furious roar, screaming, "Do you really have a death wish?" But in a flash of blinding speed, the sword demon's counterattack leaves the monstrous warrior utterly stunned. Red demonic energy swirls violently as a dark figure begins to emerge from the bloody pool. The one-armed demon rises, his severed limb regenerating in a burst of power as he asks, "Isn't it beautiful?" The vice leader watches in disbelief, realizing his opponent has crossed the wall and reached the peak of the evolutionary realm. "It's truly an astonishing power," he admits, before giving a command. "Go and tell him that the poison demon has finally obtained the heavenward tear blossom," he declares, as the fully restored warrior basks in his glory. But with this new power comes a burning question, as the vice leader turns to confront the monstrous figure directly. "After having reached such a realm, how did you lose your arm?" he probes, triggering a fit of deranged laughter. The vice leader can only stare in stunned silence, muttering to himself, "Crazy bastard." The poison demon stomps the ground, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that floods the entire area. He grins with pure madness, his power now absolute, and his sanity completely shattered. The blood-soaked poison demon smirks, remarking grimly, "Well, that's to be expected. After all, he couldn't possibly bring himself to kill his own precious disciple." With a chilling promise to reunite soon, he vanishes into the demonic mist. Meanwhile, in the quiet Gansu province, a new player makes their move. A cloaked figure approaches a lavish estate, their purpose shrouded in shadow. The doors creak open, granting them entry into the well-guarded compound. "Welcome," a man says calmly as the visitor steps inside, carrying a heavy, ominous sack. The visitor places their grim package on the table, revealing the severed head of a vanquished foe. A woman stumbles upon the scene, gasping in horror at the unexpected delivery. "Don't mind me," the masked man says coolly. "This is just a target I handled before arriving." "You've worked hard," the powerful man says, offering a cup to his guest. The assassin drinks casually, replying that his recent task was hardly difficult. But the moment the tea touches his lips, he spits it out in utter disgust. "This is so bitter, it could be poison," he exclaims, showing a shocking lack of respect. The host apologizes for the quality of the tea, but the brazen assassin simply waves it off. Trying to smooth things over, the clan head orders desserts, and a nervous attendant scurries away. With the small talk concluded, the man's expression turns cold and serious. Leaning forward with a sinister grin, the assassin gets straight to the point. Who am I supposed to kill? His directness earns a flicker of approval from his client, who simply says, I like your boldness. He then slides a contract forward, promising an immense reward to eliminate the man who crippled his son. The client's demand is simple and cold. Bring me Tang Sewun's head. Across the table, the hooded assassin casually listens to the lucrative offer. He considers the proposal for a moment, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air, but with a chilling smirk, he gives an unexpected answer. I refuse. Enraged, the client reminds the assassin of the vengeance owed for his son. The assassin's laughter explodes as he reveals a dark truth. Your son deserved to die anyway. He lunges across the table in a blur of motion, attacking his own client as a servant screams. Nearby, a blood-splattered warrior is shocked to learn his target is still alive. With a furious roar, he blasts through a door to end this. He finds his cornered prey, growling. So you were hiding here? The bloodied warrior snarls, his eyes white with rage. You demon, I will kill you without fail, he screams, lunging forward with blade drawn. But the assassin merely sighs, effortlessly disarming and slamming his opponent to the floor in a completely one-sided fight. Standing over the broken man, the assassin calmly asks himself, what is this? He notices something strange about the man's mangled foot, muttering quietly. Interesting. A sudden decision is made as the assassin declares, I've changed my mind. He turns back to his shocked client, stating coolly, I'll accept the request. Prepare the money generously, he demands, as the client reaches for his own sword in alarm. The assassin's eyes gleam with a hidden motive as he thinks, I need to know how a Tang clan member could possibly know my sect's secret technique. A grand celebration begins at the Tang clan's headquarters, drums beating to announce a new era. As the new clan leader walks through the crowd, a powerful voice announces, the clan leader drinks. Sect masters from across Sichuan arrive to congratulate him, but his father, the patriarch, watches silently from the side. Even those who once opposed him now offer flustered, insincere praise, desperate to get on his good side. The patriarch offers a formal apology for their past distance, his eyes cold and unreadable. He invites them all to enjoy the day, as a nervous guest fumbles his new title, clan head. Whispers spread through the crowd, marveling at how the position makes the man, bringing immense influence to the clan. They recount his legendary feat of severing the poison demon's arms, declaring a tiger's whelp is still a tiger. His ally, Cheong Yon, watches proudly, realizing the Tang escort agency might soon become Sichuan's greatest power. If it's young Master Tang, she says confidently, it's only natural the clan will prosper. As talk turns to the unmarried clan leader, his ally, Ha, Young can't hide her blush. Ambitious families immediately swarm the patriarch, each offering their daughters as the perfect bride for Sichuan's new hero. The very idea of marriage sends Cheong Yon into a flustered daydream about becoming a daughter-in-law. But amid all the commotion, the guests suddenly realize the man of the hour is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, far from the party, Siwun leads a mysterious woman through the woods, leaving her breathless. She desperately calls out his name, struggling to keep up with his relentless pace. Can we maybe slow down just a little, she pleads, completely exhausted from the climb. He just pushes onward, insisting they're almost there, a promise she heard nearly an hour ago. With a sly grin, he turns back and confidently says, this time I mean it. She collapses onto a rock, lamenting how she never knew an outing with him was actually brutal mountain training. Siwun smirks at his fuming companion, noting that moving her body is good for her. I don't really understand, she says, questioning why he didn't see the MI sect off. He admits feeling guilty, but knows keeping his distance is better for everyone in the long run. A dark memory flashes through his mind, the tragedy he now races against time to prevent. She changes the subject, mentioning, I heard the Dark Flame Squad was rather upset. He calmly explains it's probably because he didn't choose them for his new escort agency. To be honest, she confesses with a worried expression, even I'm worried. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she confirms her fear is about the slighted Dark Flame Squad, but he remains unfazed, revealing he hasn't even stated his true intentions for them yet. His eyes suddenly blaze with cold fury as he declares, they're overstepping their bounds. She gently places a hand on his shoulder, calling his name, Siwun. They're not doing this for their own benefit, she warns, her expression softening with concern. She reminds him that calming the hearts of his followers is a virtue a young leader must possess. He respectfully agrees, vowing, yes, I'll remember. A warm, knowing smile spreads across her face as she sees him take her words to heart, but she can't help but playfully ruffle his hair, calling him a rascal as he protests. In my eyes, she teases with a nostalgic look, you're still a 5-year-old kid. Pointing directly at the pouting hero, she gently insists, "Right here." Their light-hearted moment fades as they venture into the darkness of a desolate cave, his torch illuminating the path. She looks around the cavern, finally asking the question on her mind. Why did he ask for this useless, abandoned mine? "Sister, be careful," he warns, his torch cutting through the darkness of the poison-filled mine. The poison chi is so incredibly strong, she questions how it could exist in such an abandoned place. Just as she suggests they retreat from the danger, he stops her with an insane command to circulate the poison. "Use the annihilation acupoint to accept the poison chi," he explains, his eyes glowing with an unnerving light. She stares in disbelief, knowing that circulating poison with a method meant to resist it is a path to certain death. But he simply looks at her, his voice steady as he makes a simple, impossible request. "Please trust me." His plea for trust sends her mind reeling back through time to a painful memory from their childhood. In the past, she had pushed him away, her younger self confessing with brutal honesty, "I used to hate you." Everyone told her to understand his sickness, but she was just a child who also needed attention. The memory fades on the image of her crying alone, a forgotten child in the shadow of his illness. Back in her memory, she recalls her awful childhood wish to be an only child. Her world shattered when panicked screams for the young clan leader echoed through the halls. They frantically called for the medicine hall master, revealing he had been horribly burned in the forge. She ran, consumed by guilt, believing her terrible wish had somehow caused this tragedy. When she found him, he was broken and unconscious, covered head to toe in bandages. But even in his agony, he weakly looked up, whispering, "I wanted to make this for you." He held out a small, handcrafted tool, a simple gift he had forged just for her, tears streaming down her face. His selfless act solidified a powerful resolve deep within her soul. She embraced him tightly, vowing to protect him to the very end, even if it cost her life. Now, remembering that vow, she closes her eyes in the present, ready to face death for him once more. "I'll try it." "What?" he thinks, shocked as the lethal poison chi begins gathering inside her body. But it's not just accumulating. The deadly energy is swirling, becoming completely hers. This is unbelievable, a feat that should be utterly impossible for any martial artist. "Si-woon, what is this?" she asks, but he casually dismisses it as nothing special. He lies, claiming it's just Imai's teachings, desperate to hide its demonic origins. But she sees through the deception, realizing this is something far more profound. "Let's head deeper in," he says, promising the very poison that should kill her will now benefit her. She follows, stunned, wondering if he truly possesses the talent of a grandmaster. They venture into the heart of the cavern, a place shimmering with lethal energy. To her, the poison is now sweet, a potent force filling her dantian with unimaginable power. She feels the poison chi split inside her, half for a weapon and half for raw power and insane capability. Si-woon watches by torchlight, sensing his impossible technique is finally taking hold. He knew she was already on the verge, possessing more than enough insight to shatter her current limits. As she enters a state of pure selflessness, her power spikes to the early stages of the peak level. In the past, he was helpless to aid her, but he vows that this time will be completely different. With his guidance, she won't just break through. She'll reach for a level of mastery beyond imagination. Just a little more, he thinks, pouring all his concentration into this single, critical moment. Suddenly, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupts from her dantian, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. Her consciousness slowly returns, the world snapping back into focus after the internal storm subsides. Her eyes fly open, now glowing with an ethereal blue light, as he calmly states, "You've finally broken through your bottleneck. Congratulations, sister," he says with a respectful bow, acknowledging her incredible breakthrough. Her power surges, an overwhelming aura confirming she has reached the very peak of the peak level. With a grateful smile, she thanks him, admitting, "It's all thanks to you." But he elevates her even further, declaring, "You're the Tang clan's greatest martial master now." She vows to repay his kindness, yet he simply tells her there's no need. He insists it was her own hard work, though she knows she never would have accomplished it alone. He brushes off her constant gratitude, finding the situation a little awkward. But her focus suddenly shifts as she asks if their dangerous trial is truly over. With her newfound senses, she can feel a sinister poison miasma spreading from deep within the mine. "That's right," he confirms, ready to face the source as he asks, "Shall we go deeper?" She senses a miasma so potent, she knows a powerful poisonous creature must be lurking somewhere nearby. He warns of a life-or-death battle ahead, but knows the creature's core essence would be an immense prize for his heavenly core. Driven by this purpose, he leads them further into the suffocating darkness of the mine without hesitation. Suddenly, he halts in his tracks, and his companion stops behind him, questioning the abrupt pause. They gaze upon a vast, empty cavern where she realizes there are no poisonous creatures or even herbs, just nothing. "I found it," he says calmly, leaving her to wonder what he could possibly have discovered in this barren wasteland. He holds up a piece of what seems to be discarded black waste ore, a mineral no one has ever paid any attention to. However, he reveals its terrifying secret. If infused with inner energy, it releases an extreme, deadly toxicity. This is a mineral poison, a substance so rare it was long dismissed as a mere myth by the martial world. "A mineral poison that actually exists?" she whispers, realizing they found something she has only ever read about in ancient books. She asks how he could possibly know of this place, and he calmly claims it was thanks to a sick miner. He recalls diagnosing a terrible poison miasma inside the patient's body, a man who worked in this very mine. Impressed, she calls it remarkable insight, but he simply brushes it off, saying they were fortunate. Internally, however, he admits, of course, it's all a lie, revealing this knowledge came from the blood cult. He knows this black waste ore will open a new path and revive their clan's dying poison arts. She beams, thinking her father will be so pleased, while a dark smile crosses his face as he agrees. He suddenly declares, "Then let's begin at once." But she recoils in confusion, asking what he means. Without a word, he drops a heavy sack at her feet, prompting her to ask what it contains. He calmly explains that fortunately, the miners left behind shovels and pickaxes for them to use. As he grips a pickaxe, his mind races with a critical fact. Only 2 people in their clan can handle this ore's poison. With a smirk, he holds up a pickaxe and declares it's just the 2 of them now. But his first attempt at mining is utterly pathetic, barely chipping the stone as he calls out her name. Annoyed, she snatches the tool away, demanding to know who taught him to use a pickaxe so poorly. She then demonstrates a perfect, powerful swing, telling him to put his entire force behind it from now on. As she works, she internally fumes, vowing she's never going on an outing with him again. Meanwhile, back at the Tang clan's grand training grounds, the mood is far more grim. Warriors spar without spirit, one openly questioning the very point of their endless training. Another sighs in exhaustion, wondering if they'll ever get another chance to prove themselves. They've been utterly humiliated, replaced on a mission by a scholar, rendering their elite Dark Flower Corps useless. And though they are prepared to die for their clan, this devastating blow to their honor has left them broken. One warrior admits it's their fault the young clan head doesn't trust them. Another bitterly agrees, since they all failed to stop the assassin. But a senior warrior snaps back. "Listen, rookie, learn when to stay silent." A red-haired fighter shoves him, calling him a loser for failing to protect their master. "That's exactly what losers think," he scoffs, looking down on the entire group. He coldly lectures them that if they lack strength, they should simply get stronger. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, the senior warrior screams, "Bastard!" He violently grabs his collar, daring him to say one more word. But as the fight is about to explode, a commanding figure calmly approaches from behind. "Stop right there," the Vice Corps commander orders, his presence instantly halting the chaos. The gray-haired warrior grits his teeth and offers a short, forced apology. But the vice commander explains the young clan head must have his reasons, even if he doesn't understand them. He can't fathom the strange choice, wondering, a scholar as his bodyguard? Young clan head, he silently questions, "What on earth are you thinking?" Meanwhile, across the bustling city of Sichuan, an entirely different scene unfolds. Seol happily gathers ingredients, thinking this is perfect for a proper meal. Remembering her gratitude, she considers buying an extra item she knows he likes. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupts her thoughts, asking for help finding his way. The stranger's hand reaches out as he claims it's his first time in Sichuan. It's a young man with glasses who asks a simple, yet unsettling question. "How do I get to the Tang clan?" Relieved that he's just a scholar, Seol decides it's safe to guide this seemingly honored guest. "Please follow me," she offers, explaining that she works at the Tang clan as a maidservant. Their journey begins down a quiet, sunlit path leading into the woods. But the scholar's quiet demeanor quickly shatters as they walk alone. "Do you know how tragic it is?" he suddenly asks. "For a general to choose the wrong lord?" He passionately warns that serving a treacherous master is a path that only leads to a tragic end. Seol can only nod along, secretly thinking that this strange man talks an awful lot. His lecture becomes so intense and unsettling that she begins to wonder if she should just run away. Just as her anxiety peaks, a figure suddenly steps from the trees, blocking their path completely. It's the young master, calling out her name in surprise as she realizes she's finally safe. Saren is struck by the strange appearance of the man Seol brought along. Just then, the young master arrives with her, looking exhausted and surprising Seol. "What happened?" she asks, but Saren can only say there's too much to explain. The scholar suddenly starts mumbling to himself, analyzing the young master's features with fascination. He lists off his prominent nose, high eyebrows, and perfectly symmetrical cheekbones. These, he concludes, are the facial features of someone destined to lead the imperial court. His eyes blaze with fiery conviction as he shouts his final analysis. The face of the dominating king. Saren realizes he's a physiognomist and quickly apologizes, explaining he was just on his way to the Tang clan. But the scholar bows deeply, introducing himself as Yoseon, the young master's new bodyguard. A glint appears in the young master's eye as he thinks to himself, he's here. This man was hailed as the greatest instructor in all the land, the Myriad Insight instructor, Yoseon. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the Dark Flower Corps, the so-called elites are barely even trying. Without their captain, their morale has completely fallen apart, leaving them unfocused and weak. The vice commander, Ha Huyung, looks on with cold disappointment, deciding he's seen enough for one day. Everyone, stop, he yells, finally calling an end to their pathetic display. But as he does, the young master arrives with his new scholar, coldly observing, "This place is even more of a disaster than I thought." The men snap to attention, but he immediately tears into them, asking when training became resting. His sharp words leave the trainees flinching as he scoffs. Or was this meant to be playtime? The vice commander bows an apology, but the young master shuts him down, saying, "I didn't have high expectations to begin with." He then turns to his new instructor, completely ignoring the disgraced guards to begin their introductions. "Everyone, meet your superior," he announces, introducing his newly appointed personal bodyguard, Yoseon. The vice commander can't hide his disbelief, thinking, a guy like that is a bodyguard? But the scholar strikes a dramatic pose, vowing to protect his new master with all of his bravery. The young master immediately cuts him off, his expression cold. That's enough for the introduction. Then, without warning, a pile of jagged black rocks crashes onto the floor, silencing the room. "These are black waste stones," he explains, "a legendary mineral poison that rivals the world's most deadly toxins." The men recoil in terror, realizing a substance capable of killing them all is now just feet away. Through the chaos, the young master's sharp gaze analyzes every man's reaction, searching for a hint of strength. He judges that while there are a few useful ones, most of them are completely hopeless. Just then, one of the warriors speaks up with unnerving calm. "Don't worry, my sister and I have already neutralized the toxicity for now." He issues a chilling warning, telling the men they'd better stay sharp. With a grave tone, he declares the Tang clan's main martial art will return to being the legendary poison arts. But a warrior immediately objects, shouting that this new direction makes no sense. "We've spent years honing our hidden weapons because the poison arts were unusable," he argues passionately. The young master's gaze hardens as the man insists they don't even have any proper poison techniques left. Understanding their fear, he reveals a trump card. "I've invited a martial instructor, so don't worry." The vice commander asks who, but the young master cryptically replies, "You've already met him." He then points directly at the scholar Yoseon, appointing him as the new great instructor for all combat units. The scholar stammers in pure shock, pointing at himself in disbelief. Enraged, the warrior who first protested erupts, screaming that this is going too far. "How can you look down on us?" he demands, insisting they are loyal warriors prepared to lay down their lives. He begs his master not to insult their years of service, and at least explain this baffling decision. But the young master's patience has run out, his voice dripping with ice as he asks, "Are you all finished?" Trying to de-escalate, the vice commander proposes a compromise, a friendly duel after a 10-day training period. The young master accepts but raises the stakes to a terrifying level. If they lose, they will face unimaginable consequences. With the challenge set, the scene shifts to the new recruits who answered his call, standing ready for their first meeting. The young master and the scholar Yoseon calmly face the three eager new members of their faction. The recruits shout their names with pride, completely unaware of the political firestorm they've just walked into. He observes them with an unreadable expression, gauging the spirit of the men who will follow his new path. Sensing their unease, he invites them to speak their minds freely, giving them a chance to voice their doubts. The new recruits are visibly anxious about the impossible task ahead of them. The red-haired warrior voices their collective fear, admitting he's worried they'll just be a burden in the 10-day duel. But the young master coldly assures him that the scholar, Yoseon, will make the impossible possible. The flustered scholar tries to downplay his skills as a simple strategist, but his master gives a single, chilling command. "Show them." His eyes flash with an intensity that leaves no room for refusal, demanding a display of the scholar's hidden power. A wave of panic hits Yoseon as he realizes the young master somehow knows his deepest, most guarded secret. He understands that with this level of confidence, any excuses will be utterly useless against his enigmatic new master. Accepting his fate, the scholar steels his resolve, deciding he has no choice but to prove his worth. Turning to the red-haired recruit, he calls out, "Warrior Daewung, would you step forward?" But as the scholar's hand reaches for his face, the warrior freezes, unsettled by the strange, predatory look in his eyes. The scholar's eyes glow, activating a terrifying power that can see through any deception. Daewung feels an immense pressure from the gaze alone, a force that chills him to the bone. The moment it lifts, the warrior almost collapses, gasping as if he just survived a life-or-death battle. But Yoseon isn't finished, his voice cutting through the tension to address the shaken warrior by name. "Why are you hiding a different martial art?" he asks, leaving Daewung completely speechless and unable to deny it. The scholar begins a cold, precise breakdown, comparing his grip strength to that of an elite alliance guard. He then exposes his unnaturally broad shoulders, a detail no ordinary observer would ever connect to his fighting style. The shocking conclusion is revealed. These are the traits of a master archer, not a simple whip user. "You chose the whip to hide your true skills," the scholar states coldly, but that wasn't a good choice. He lays everything bare, his composure, focus, and unique vision that lets him feel the wind, exposing the warrior's soul. Daewung is stunned as the scholar deduces his strength originated from the great steps. Watching from the side, the young master is impressed, thinking this is far better than he imagined. For this scholar is the future's legendary instructor of 1,000 insights, capable of identifying any strength or weakness. He recalls how this man met a miserable end with the wrong master, vowing that this time will be different. Back in the present, Daewung apologizes, admitting his hometown is not in the Murim. He confesses he hid the truth, fearing his origins would disqualify him from the elite Shadowflower unit. The young master listens in silence, his expression unreadable as he takes in the warrior's plea. Then, he simply turns to leave for his quarters, leaving his confused subordinate calling after him. The scholar apologizes for the exposure, but Daewung accepts all blame, saying he has no right to complain. But even as he says it, a deep, lingering regret flashes across his face. Suddenly, new weapons are dropped before the kneeling warrior, who looks up in confusion. "What is all this?" he stammers, as his master coolly reminds him that training requires proper weapons. But as they talk under the moonlit trees, his true worry surfaces. "Is it really okay, my origin?" The young master's gaze is sharp and unyielding as he asks, "What about it?" "You are a member of the Dang clan's Shadowflower unit," he states calmly. "Was I mistaken?" The question cuts through all excuses, forcing Daewung to confront his own identity. With his hand trembling, he's given a final, simple choice. "Answer me." His hesitation shatters as he makes his declaration. "I am a person of the Dang clan." Tears stream down his face as he screams with every fiber of his being, "I am definitely a member of the Dang clan." A rare smile appears on the young master's face, who simply says, "Good. That's all that matters." The young master gathers his men, his focus landing on a nervous scholar named Yoseon. He formally addresses him as Chief Instructor Yoseon, who can only stammer in reply. An impossible task is given, to dismantle and recreate the martial arts of his 3 elite warriors. Yoseon questions if it's even possible, but the young master's confidence is absolute. He explains the plan. Yoseon handles the theory while he perfects the techniques and poisons. Daewung and the others stand ready, their fates hanging on this unprecedented project. "You won't have time to sleep," he warns, but they fire back. "We can sleep when we're dead." Satisfied, he orders them to prepare for training, and they eagerly accept their new hell. Later that night, the scene shifts to a quiet, private meeting between 2 men. The scholar finally asks the question that's been plaguing him, "How did you figure out my identity?" The young master begins his explanation. "It was a year ago, when anonymous letters began circulating among the great sects. These letters exposed every clan's hidden weaknesses and provided perfect solutions, causing an uproar even before his regression." The scholar realizes, "So you discovered my existence through those letters, but warns that contacting the Namgong clan was a mistake. Because of it, they still hunt him, just as a certain bastard used and discarded him in the past." He quietly vows, "Namgung Myong, I won't let you have your way in this life." Then he utters a legendary phrase, "Lubu among men, red hair among horses," stunning the scholar into silence. The shocking truth is revealed: the hidden identity of the legendary warrior's last descendant is Yoseon. Completely rattled, the scholar jumps to his feet, demanding, "How did you know?" But the young master simply turns away, dismissing his shock with a cold, "That sort of thing isn't important." Instead, he offers an unbreakable vow. "The lifelong wish you've yearned for, I will let you witness the pinnacle of martial arts." To prove his promise, the young master unleashes a torrent of suffocating energy that floods the entire room. What? How can a person have this much energy? The scholar cries out, stumbling back in pure shock. His eyes widen as he senses the impossible truth behind this overwhelming pressure. Because it's not just one source of power, he can feel at least 3 terrifying energies swirling within a single man. The swordsmith calmly explains that the moment all these energies are unified into one, I can state with certainty that you will be able to witness, he begins, holding the swirling vortex in his hand, the pinnacle of martial arts that your ancestors reached. He declares with absolute conviction. The scholar stammers, questioning how he could speak such arrogant words, yet feeling a chilling truth behind them. He realizes with dawning horror that this isn't mere bluffing. The man before him is terrifyingly real. This wasn't just some talented youth, he was a hidden dragon, merely biding his time to soar. Convinced he's found a true master, the scholar commands himself, "Follow me." A chilling realization dawns on him as he looks at the swordsmith. He could actually do it. With absolute conviction, Yoseon declares, "I finally greet my lord." That night, a new plan is set in motion under the quiet moonlight. The clang of a hammer echoes from the forge as the swordsmith prepares for his next move. His expression is grim and focused, knowing this next encounter will be critical. He walks into a workshop, confronting a legendary figure from the past. "Iron Hall Master?" The master turns, unfazed, and scoffs. "You knew I was coming." But the swordsmith reveals his true motive. Knowing now is the perfect time to recruit him, because he understands the secret pain that caused the master to abandon the Tang clan long ago. The swordsmith informs the master he's just taken a subordinate, but he knows it's far from enough while the clan remains broken. He delivers a chilling warning. In this state, they will not survive the coming calamity. "Calamity?" the master asks, his interest suddenly piqued. The young swordsmith locks eyes with him, and the old man simply says, "Tell me more." He reveals his grand ambition to unite the clan, making the master wonder if he intends to conquer all of Sichuan. But the swordsmith's vision is far greater, aiming to create the strongest clan in the world. No, he corrects himself. His true goal is to forge the strongest group in order to protect everyone. To achieve this, he needs the master's help, but the old blacksmith immediately refuses. That's when he calls out the master's forgotten title, the legendary Flame King, Jin Mubek. As the master reels in shock, the swordsmith speaks a single, painful name that holds the key to his past. Seol. "She is your granddaughter, isn't she?" he asks, revealing the old master's greatest secret. The swordsmith knew her survival was the only variable that mattered, the sole reason the stubborn master would ever listen. Utterly shocked, the master can only stammer, "I didn't know you even knew my real identity." He then challenges the boy, asking if he knows why they call him the Flame King. It's because he hunted down everyone involved in his wife's death and burned them with flames to send them to hell. But by the time his revenge was sated, he had lost everything, with only his young granddaughter remaining. "Then why did you hide the truth from Seol?" the swordsmith asks, cutting straight to the heart of his pain. The master confesses that Muram grudges are too deep, and erasing his own existence was the only way to protect her. He suddenly drops to his knees, declaring, "You protected the only reason for my life, you are my lifelong benefactor." Now, the legendary Flame King pledges his absolute loyalty, asking for nothing more than an order. The swordsmith admits having a top master is a welcome sight, but the word anything is far too dangerous. "That is not what I want," he declares, rejecting the master's offer of blind servitude. He speaks of a great danger approaching the Jianghu, one that will plunge the entire Muram into misery. In the midst of the coming chaos, he vows to risk his very life to protect the Tang clan. The Flame King is stunned as the boy explains that Seol is also Tang clan, so saving her was only natural. "So you do not need to feel indebted," he says, completely reframing their entire relationship. Instead, he extends a hand, asking for his strength not as a servant, but as an ally to protect their clan. The legendary warrior is left utterly shaken by this profound offer of true partnership, but the scene shifts to a darker memory, where the master sits alone, a broken shadow of his former self. "How long are you going to waste your time?" the swordsmith demands, challenging the man who calls himself clan head. The swordsmith reminds the stunned warrior that he and Seol are not outsiders, but members of the Tang clan, including me, he says, extending a hand with a profound question. "Aren't we your family?" Deeply moved, the legendary Flame King finally understands, whispering the name of the fallen Poison Lord. He then looks to the heavens, vowing to the ghost of his predecessor that his will is being carried on. With newfound purpose, the master strides back to the forge, ready to lend his strength. He firmly grasps a pair of tongs, his resolve now as hard as steel, but the swordsmith stops him, his own golden aura flaring as he asks, "Don't you have much to do? Spend your time on more important matters," he insists, taking over the menial labor himself. His incredible power and authority illuminate the workshop, leaving the master speechless, and with a satisfied smile, he realizes that today, he has finally gained his people. The young swordsmith smiles, confident he has finally gathered allies whom he can trust with his back. And so, time passes until the long-awaited day of the friendly duel finally arrives. In the massive crowd, warriors buzz with excitement, though some scoff that the match will end too quickly. All eyes turn towards the arena as the participants are finally revealed. The young clan head's side is a ragtag group of newcomers, clearly outnumbered and looking unprepared. Though many doubt 10 days of training was enough, a few still cling to their faith in him. Suddenly, a path parts as a figure of immense authority makes his way forward. The clan head is arriving, a guard bellows, as the clan's elders make their grand entrance. He addresses the gathering, acknowledging the recent turmoil and expressing his hopes for the day. With a warm smile, he wishes for a day filled with nothing but laughter and enjoyment for everyone. The crowd roars with anticipation as the grand duel is finally set to begin. One of the young clan head's warriors smirks, thinking this is the perfect opportunity to show off their power. An official announces the rules for the friendly match. Only blunt weapons, with any lethal attacks resulting in immediate disqualification. Now then, he commands, only the vanguards of both sides shall remain on the stage, but one of the chosen warriors is left completely bewildered. Wondering what on earth is going on, Dae-woong grows visibly frustrated as instructor Yo-seon frantically gives him last-minute advice. There's no need to be nervous. The scholar cheers enthusiastically. Warrior Dae-woong, you can do it. Meanwhile, the young clan head calmly rallies his own vanguard, simply stating, let's go. His uncle walks away, believing the boy has wisely chosen to lose on purpose just to appease his subordinates. But the young head watches him leave with a cold glint in his eye, vowing, that's right, losing is winning, uncle. What are you saying? The uncle demands, utterly confused by his nephew's cryptic words. But the young head's eyes are cold steel. His only thought is to completely crush them. On the stage, an official is forced to ask the overzealous instructor Yo to finally step down. The opposing vanguard scoffs at the bizarre display, declaring it's nothing short of a farce. Blunt weapons are then delivered, with a standard wooden sword handed to the enemy fighter. He glances over curiously, wondering what strange weapon his opponent received. To the shock of the entire crowd, Dae-woong is holding a bow, not his signature whip. The uncle smirks, noting that an archer is finished once the distance is closed. With the warriors positioned at opposite ends of the arena, the duel is finally set to begin. I have no personal grudge against you, the swordsman shouts as he charges forward instantly. Don't misunderstand, the swordsman shouts, but Dae-woong just mumbles strange calculations, seemingly ignoring him completely. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, the vanguard growls, I really don't like you. He lunges forward to end it in one blow, but Dae-woong simply announces, member number 3 first attack. The wooden sword cleaves through empty air as the archer gracefully leaps back to create distance. He read my movement path? The swordsman thinks, completely stunned by the impossible prediction. Dae-woong coolly analyzes the strike, recognizing it as just a simple downward slash. Suddenly, a memory surfaces of his master explaining Dae-woong's art was meant for a single lethal shot, not rapid fire. Let's bring back that original intent, his master had declared, revealing a new way to channel his energy. Putting that lesson into practice, Dae-woong draws his bow, channeling that new power into a single, perfect shot. The arrow strikes with overwhelming force, completely obliterating the training dummy in a devastating display of true power. Dae-woong is stunned by his own growth, realizing his martial arts have reached a completely different level. But his master turns to the scholar Yo-seon with a chilling declaration. This isn't over. He then gives the man an impossible mission. Spy on the Dark Flower Core and devise countermeasures for everything. The scholar panics, terrified of getting caught observing over 20 elite warriors. His master's only advice is as terrifying as the mission itself. You'll just have to run away fast. Back in the spar, the opposing vanguard freezes as Dae-woong's arrow glows with immense power. Suddenly, a blinding barrage of shots shatters his defense, overwhelming him completely. From the sidelines, the uncle can only stare in shock, wondering when the boy reached the first-rate realm. But the assault isn't over, as Dae-woong lets out a primal scream and charges forward, using an arrow as a dagger. He blurs past his foe, leaving the vanguard to realize he's being crushed by the terrifying might of the Dark Flower Core. The vanguard roars, refusing to be humiliated by this one-sided beatdown. But Dae-woong grips his bow, not to shoot, but to strike. He spins into a blindingly fast rear attack, aiming to end the match. His opponent barely blocks the blow, the wood of the bow straining against his arm. Seeing a momentary opening, the vanguard throws a desperate punch. Dae-woong dodges low as his opponent screams, "Fool!" But the follow-up strike connects, sending a spray of blood from Daewoo's mouth. I have the advantage if he's unarmed, the vanguard thinks, seeing his chance. He unleashes a furious barrage, determined to crush the red-haired warrior. From the sidelines, the uncle smirks, convinced the boy has finally been put in his place. From the sidelines, the master watches in silence, his plan already in motion. The vanguard throws a vicious punch, determined to end the fight. The blow connects with sickening force, sending Daewoo stumbling back. But through the pain, a dangerous glint of focus shines in the warrior's eye. His opponent smirks, certain of his advantage, but overconfidence always clouds a fighter's judgment. In that split second of arrogance, Daewoo recalls his master's teaching. Aim for that moment. His hand suddenly snaps out, gripping not a weapon, but the fletching of a loose arrow. An arrow? Without a bow? His opponent shouts, his certainty beginning to shatter. He scoffs, "Give it up. What can you do without your main weapon?" But his words die in his throat. A look of pure, unadulterated shock consumes his face as he realizes his fatal mistake. This isn't an arrow, his opponent thinks as Daewoo swings the shaft with deadly intent. His mind finally screams in terror, realizing it's a blunt weapon. With a sickening crack, the improvised club connects, shattering his overconfidence completely. Daewoo glares down at his fallen opponent, the feigned weakness replaced by a victor's cold stare. The vanguard lies defeated on the ground while Daewoo struggles to his feet, exhausted but triumphant. The announcer, completely stunned by the upset, struggles to declare the winner of the first duel. Daewoo of the young clan head's team. He roars as the entire arena erupts in cheers. The protagonist's uncle can only stare in disbelief, muttering, "How could this be?" as the impossible victory sinks in. But the protagonist merely smiles, knowing it's too early for surprise because the real show is only just beginning. On the arena floor, Daewoo celebrates his win as Seol congratulates him. "I told you, you could do it." Seol asks Daewoo if he knows his next opponent, and he confidently replies, "Yes, of course." Watching from afar, the protagonist sees his subordinate's joy in combat, deciding he can keep pushing him further. The announcer declares a 15-minute intermission, giving both sides time to regroup before the next duel. Meanwhile, the opposing team's captain is questioned by his anxious subordinate. "What should we do?" He calmly analyzes the fight, admitting Daewoo's sudden power boost is surprising but has a clear, exploitable cause. He realizes Daewoo is completely exhausted, having poured every last drop of his energy into that one victory. Daewoo will collapse quickly, the captain declares, instantly relieving his worried team. But then, the protagonist calmly walks toward the spent warrior, leaving the enemy side utterly confused. He places a hand on Daewoo's back, flooding his body with a mysterious, restorative green energy. The opposing captain can only stammer in disbelief, realizing the tables have just been impossibly turned. The enemy side watches in disbelief as the protagonist performs an impossible acupoint massage. Daewoo feels his energy returning, recognizing the sheer mastery of his leader's medical skills. But the scheming uncle steps in, warning, "Young clan head, this kind of assistance could become an issue." The protagonist calmly refutes him, stating he has simply restored the warrior's original condition. Still suspicious, the uncle turns to his own captain, asking for his thoughts on this blatant rule-bending. The captain coolly assesses the situation, declaring, "We're clearly in an overwhelmingly advantageous position." He argues it would look pathetic to raise an issue now, given their supposed superiority in numbers and prowess. Convinced, the uncle reluctantly agrees to proceed with the competition. As the second match begins, a fully restored Daewoo takes his stance with a bow. Before his new opponent can even react, an arrow strikes him dead center, ending the match in an instant. With the second opponent instantly defeated, victory is declared for the young clan head's team. Daewoo stands triumphant as the crowd reels from the impossible, one-sided win. The scheming uncle can only stare in disbelief, muttering, "This makes no sense." But the onslaught continues as the next warrior easily dodges and counters his foe. He's immediately pushed out of bounds, securing yet another overwhelming loss for the enemy. Onlookers can't believe their eyes, recalling these were just low-ranking warriors 10 days ago. A third fighter steps up and claims another instant victory, cementing a terrifying pattern of domination. The enemy captain finally realizes his fatal mistake. It wasn't just one man. The entire team's power level has exploded. 12 of his men have been defeated in a row, leaving him with only 8 people left. The remaining opponents tremble, questioning how they haven't lost even once and wondering if these were elite warriors all along. The scheming uncle can only grit his teeth, forced to admit this impossible victory is all thanks to his nephew. Even the brilliant instructor is stunned, realizing they perfectly created countermeasures for every enemy in just 10 days. He marvels at the young clan head's foresight, recognizing the genius behind his recruitment. Filled with regret, The uncle accepts he has no right to worry about the sickly boy his nephew once was. The enemy captain, crushed by his misjudgment, stands to surrender and end the one-sided slaughter. But before he can speak, the young clan head interrupts him with a shocking suggestion from across the arena. "This is getting boring," he smirks, proposing they settle everything in a final, all-out group battle. The captain freezes, completely baffled by the insane proposal that defies all common sense. The crowd murmurs in confusion, wondering why he would intentionally put his own team at a massive disadvantage. They foolishly assume it's an act of pity, unaware they are about to witness a massacre on a whole new scale. The scheming uncle wonders if his nephew is really trying to help him save face, but the young clan head knows this isn't an act of mercy. And so the announcer officially declares the beginning of the final group battle. The enemy captain warns his men. The young clan head seems to be up to something. The two teams face off, the protagonist's squad standing against a vastly superior force, and the moment the signal is given to begin, the battlefield explodes. "Deploy the dark flower kill formation," the protagonist commands, his team moving as one. An enemy soldier immediately screams, "Daewung, I need support!" But then the clan head gives a new order. "Release formation. Show them everything you've got." Suddenly, the vanguard is completely overwhelmed, crying out as a storm of throwing weapons rains down upon him. Daewung narrowly avoids a kick as his teammate yells, "Hey, watch out! What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" He snaps back, brushing off his ally's concern. But the young clan head roars with confidence. "Just push them harder." The enemy vanguard grunts, struggling to hold his ground against the unending pressure. Suddenly, he's sent stumbling backward, his formation utterly broken. From above, the fight looks completely one-sided, a perfect dance of destruction. At Daewung's signal, the protagonist reveals his true gambit, knowing the enemy is cornered. His men instantly release a volley of mysterious green spheres into the air. "A pill?" a soldier mutters, but the clan head confirms, it's already too late. With a final command, the orbs explode into golden threads, ensnaring the entire enemy force in an inescapable net. Of course, the protagonist smirks, "We brought countermeasures." "Green snowflakes?" The uncle gasps as a toxic substance blankets the field. The enemy soldiers are violently thrown back, their formation instantly shattered by the mysterious green mist. A thick, poisonous fog descends, completely obscuring the true nature of the attack from the panicking enemy. From the sidelines, scholar Yoseon excitedly reveals the brilliant countermeasure designed for the dark flower kill formation. The scheming uncle can only watch in horror, his face pale as he finally understands the terrifying depth of his nephew's plan. This wasn't just any strategy, it was a long-lost and forbidden technique, the Tang clan's legendary poison art. But the poison was just a distraction, as the ensnared soldiers suddenly look down in a new wave of panic. Razor-sharp spikes erupt from the ground beneath them, a hidden trap springing to life with lethal precision. The enemy vanguard screams, collapsing in agony as his entire unit is taken down without a single sword being drawn. The enemy captain can only concede defeat, asking the victorious Sawun to render his final judgment. But before a word can be spoken, his own uncle steps forward, demanding to know how he could possibly possess a legendary art. His face twists with fury as he names the forbidden technique, the immortal crippler. The crowd erupts in disbelief, recognizing the name as the lost energy dispersing poison of the infamous Poison Lord. This dreaded poison was known for being harmless to warriors but instantly fatal to any commoner it touched. Because of the collateral damage, the emperor ordered its destruction, sparing only the refined version created by the Sichuan Tang clan. The uncle reveals the formula vanished with his father's death, his eyes burning with one question. So how is it in Sawun's hands? As physicians rush to treat the fallen, Sawun calmly stops them, revealing he already adjusted the ingredients to be non-lethal. He then turns to his uncle, apologizing for the discourtesy, but insisting it was necessary to quell the clan's fears. With a chilling confidence, he looks up and confirms their deepest suspicions. "The poison I used is indeed the immortal crippler." The uncle's face contorts in shock as he demands, "Did you obtain the recipe for this from the poison demon?" Sawun simply smirks, confirming their worst fears and deciding to pin the blame on a convenient target. He recounts finding the poison demon's cave, where the unstable poison had gone berserk with the final ingredient. The demon writhed in agony, cursing their grandfather's name as the failed concoction consumed him from within. So it was a failed formula, the uncle realizes, pressing him on the true mystery. How did he complete it? Sawun explains the demon searched endlessly for a final ingredient to stabilize the poison, but found nothing. "Until I discovered the black waste ore," he reveals, holding up the key that changed the properties instantly. With that single change, he knew he had perfectly recreated his grandfather's legendary immortal crippler. The clan members erupt, whispering in awe about the return of their lost power and a new rise to glory. Bowing his head, Suwon apologizes for the disturbance, claiming he only wished to carry on his grandfather's legacy. The defeated captain's face hardens with resolve, accepting full responsibility for his team's humiliating loss. He kneels before the clan, declaring, "I will rightfully accept whatever punishment is given." But Suwon's gaze cuts through him, questioning if he truly understands the weight of those words. Suddenly, his uncle arrives, interrupting the tense standoff to address the young clan head directly. The captain desperately tries to shield his men, pleading, "Please, bestow the punishment only upon me." Sewon coldly states that a fitting punishment is inevitable, but his plan is already in motion. He turns to his scholar, confirming that the special guest he requested has been brought here. To everyone's shock, the legendary Iron Hall Master appears, the crowd whispering his name in awe. The master bows, ready to carry out his new lord's command without question. He then unveils a stunning arsenal of weapons, each one specially tailored to an individual's unique martial arts. The master reveals every item was personally crafted by the young clan head himself over 10 agonizing days. Sewon's uncle can only watch in disbelief, realizing his nephew has even turned the legendary elder into one of his pawns. The defeated captain questions the gesture, but Sewon cuts him off, coldly stating, "Those are not gifts. It's the final travel money I'm giving you," he declares, his eyes burning with an unholy resolve. He warns them that to reach his desired level, they must endure bone-carving and blood-burning pain. Then he offers a final choice. "Those who are afraid, leave now. I will neither stop you nor blame you." But for those who remain, his challenge is absolute. Be prepared to die and become strong. With unshakable conviction, the entire squadron roars their acceptance, pledging their lives to his cause. A new era has begun, their unified shouts of loyalty echoing across the clan's grand courtyard, and Sewon makes a silent vow to gather their strength, ensuring that in the coming war with the blood cult, not a single one of them will die. While the city celebrates, a lone figure abandons the festivities, leaping into the moonlit forest. He moves with silent, impossible speed, a blur among the bamboo stalks. Forgoing a rare banquet, Sewon pushes deeper, a grim purpose guiding his steps. He glides through the darkness, a phantom closing in on his hidden destination. He stops at a place stained with memory, the site of an execution he personally carried out. He notes this is where one can see the moon at its prettiest, a place few people know. But he breaks the silence with a challenge. "Why don't you stop hiding and enjoy it?" From the shadows, the legendary Iron Hall Master steps out, unable to escape the young clan head's eyes. He isn't the only one, as a second, even more mysterious man appears, laughing off the failed attempt at stealth. The blue-robed man locks eyes with Sewon, his voice laced with ice as he asks what brings him here. The mysterious man admits something felt wrong about the weapon he was given. He stares down at the expertly crafted flying dagger, a weapon completely unsuited for him. But Sewon coldly asks why a spear user would be given daggers instead. "An assassin's main weapon should be flying daggers," he declares, his sharp gaze cutting through the man's disguise. The assassin's confidence shatters as he whispers, his voice trembling, "How long have you known?" A memory flashes through his mind of their encounter 10 days prior, a humiliating, one-sided defeat in the woods. Enraged and exposed, he hurls the dagger back, yelling, "I'll return it to you then." Sewon catches it effortlessly, his expression hardening with disappointment. He reveals he didn't forge the weapon half-heartedly just because it was for an assassin. Stunned, the man demands to know how he was found out, only for Sewon to reveal he always expected the Lee merchant group would send someone. "The tools you used were low quality," Sewon calmly states, recalling the moment he exposed the assassin's pathetic disguise. With a furious sneer, the man rips off his cheap skin mask, enraged at being so easily discovered. Sewon looms over his defeated opponent, revealing he's aware of the internal turmoil plaguing the Assassin's Guild. He mocks the man's desperation, pointing out the shoddy mask as proof of their organization's decline. The assassin realizes this man somehow knows not only his killing techniques but the secret inner workings of his sect. His confidence completely shattered. He demands to know, "What is your identity?" But that question triggers another memory, of a different assassin who once asked him the very same thing. "I am number 3 of the Black Killing Corps," the elite assassin declared, seeking a legendary weapon from the demonic artisan. Sewon listens, then asks for a chilling specification, a dagger that can pierce the throat of the invincible blood demon. Stunned by the impossible request, the assassin can only whisper in disbelief. The price? The assassin reveals his grim payment, a killing method, or becoming the weapon himself. This triggers another memory of Sewon mocking a different assassin. The assassin sect has truly hit rock bottom. Enraged by the insult, The masked killer lunges forward in a furious blur of motion, but Sewon parries the strike with casual ease, completely unfazed by the attack. "Let's talk after I cut off your arm," the assassin snarls, oblivious to the terrifying power gap. With a condescending smirk, Sewon simply fades into the shadows, leaving his enemy swinging at nothing. He instantly reappears behind him, moving so silently the assassin remains completely unaware. "Hey, friend," he calls out, making the killer whip around in a panic. A blinding flash of steel erupts as Sewon taunts. "Where are you looking?" The attack is already over, and the assassin stares in disbelief. His opponent was too fast to even leave an afterimage. He effortlessly deflects the blade, sending the masked killer flying with a brutal counter. The assassin's weapon is torn from his grasp as he reels back in utter shock. "I figured it out," the killer sneers, believing he's unraveled the secret to his opponent's thread-based attacks. But a cold smile forms on Sewon's lips as he simply murmurs, "So, how much did you really know before foolishly challenging me?" he asks with chilling condescension. A dangerous glint fills the assassin's eyes, completely unaware he has just fallen into the perfect trap. Suddenly, dozens of sharpened tendrils erupt from the ground, seemingly impaling Sewon from all sides. The tendrils are revealed to be a cage of sharpened bamboo, trapping him in an inescapable prison. But a tiny, impossible spark ignites on the wooden cage, making the assassin freeze in alarm. In an instant, the trap erupts into a raging inferno as Sewon calmly judges, "You're not complete trash." The assassin scoffs, "I just have to burn them," confident he has the perfect counter to Sewon's threads. But he's facing a man with a perfect physical form, a body bestowed by the heavens to master any martial art, a man whose talent was recognized even by the blood demon, an assassin who flawlessly stole the techniques of his targets. His supreme king of flame clashes violently against Sewon's far more potent tempered flame in a blinding explosion. Thrown back by the sheer force, the killer realizes he must close the distance to have any hope of winning. But Sewon moves like a phantom through the trees, a blur of motion leaving trails of fire in his wake. In a chilling flashback, his past self effortlessly catches another assassin's blade, displaying an impossible gap in power. Back in the present, he unleashes a devastating palm strike, channeling the pure essence of his fiery art. Sewon smirks, knowing his opponent is finished. With his skills, he won't be able to overcome the tempered flame. He then leaps away effortlessly, leaving the outclassed killer to be consumed by an inferno he foolishly unleashed. Sewon lunges forward, a predator closing in on his outmatched prey. He scoffs at the stolen technique, knowing the result would be the same even against the one-point kill. A blinding torrent of pure, refined flame erupts, completely overwhelming the assassin's inferior art. The killer looks up from the ground, utterly stunned as Sewon appears above him with a blade. In that moment, Sewon confirms the assassin's technique is a hollow shell, his own mastery far higher. The assassin desperately thrusts his blade forward, a final, panicked attack against a living god. But his blade is stopped dead, caught effortlessly in Sewon's bare hand. The assassin's eyes widen in sheer terror, finally comprehending the monstrous power gap between them. With the weapon still in his grasp, Sewon unleashes a point-blank burst of his tempered flame. Triple A Arga. The killer's final, agonizing scream echoes as he is consumed by an inescapable inferno. A mysterious interrogator smirks down at his captive, hissing, "Cuckoo, you look pathetic." Surrounded by roaring flames, Sewon stumbles back, appearing completely at the man's mercy. "This look suits a thief like you," he sneers, demanding the secret of the one-point kill technique. But a cold, calculating look flashes across Sewon's face as the entire situation is about to reverse. The man's confidence shatters into pure shock as he suddenly shouts, "The flames? Did you really think you caught me?" Sewon asks calmly as glowing threads manifest around his wrists. In an instant, he breaks free, unleashing his binding art from the ground up to trap his captor. Panic consumes the interrogator as he's ensnared, desperately thinking, "I have to get away." Now the one in control, Sewon calmly watches his foe struggle helplessly within his inescapable web. The man tries to burn the restraints with his own fire, screaming in frustration about the stupid threads. The interrogator recoils in shock, as the threads suddenly change their nature. He realizes with horror that a freezing yin energy is pouring from the restraints, completely nullifying his flames. "Don't waste your energy," Sewon warns, as the man recognizes his legendary innate core energy with utter disbelief. Utterly cornered, the man stammers, "Are you planning to take me down with you?" Sewon scoffs at the notion, dropping weapons before him and saying, "I suppose you could put it that way. Since this will only end once one of us dies," he declares, kicking a sword towards his helpless foe. Panic floods the interrogator's face as he realizes he's been completely and utterly outplayed. A dagger suddenly lands right at his feet, leaving him baffled by this unexpected gesture. "What are you doing?" "Take that," Sewon commands, offering his enemy a weapon for their final duel. The man reluctantly picks up the blade, his mind racing as he wonders what new trap this could possibly be. "I know you'll only accept a challenge if the playing field is level," Sewon explains, forcing an honor duel. He then declares their grim purpose: to decide the true legitimate successor of the assassin sect. The interrogator scoffs at the claim, dismissing it as utter nonsense. But Sewon reveals the nature of their trap. This is the succession test of the assassin sect, Bindbreaker. The man's face twists in pure shock as the weight of those words hits him. He learns the Bindbreaker test is a deathmatch where combatants' limbs are literally tied together. Still in denial, he clutches his dagger, demanding to know where Sewon heard of such a sacred test. The man raises his own blade, refusing to be deceived by what he believes are empty words. But Sewon reveals his true motive. "I am simply seeking revenge for my master, the life-taking assassin." That legendary name freezes the interrogator in place, his disbelief turning to dawning horror. The interrogator's voice trembles as the impossible truth sinks in. "You're the disciple of my deceased brother?" For years, he had searched for revenge against the assassin sect, but found not a single clue. His composure finally shatters as he roars, "Are you saying it was the assassin sect that killed my brother?" Sewon's confirmation is quiet, but carries the weight of a death sentence. "Yes." He explains that the truth was never gone, just hidden from sight. The interrogator is thrown back into a painful memory, his greatest regret being his failure to recognize the traitors sooner. He remembers his vow of vengeance, swearing that if he could go back, he would wipe them all out. In that memory, his legendary brother, the life-taking assassin, had once asked for his help, but the master assassin had quickly dismissed him, scoffing, "You were too weak back then to be of any help." His brother's final words in that memory were a chilling warning to stay hidden, lest he die a dog's death. Sewon smirks, making a chilling proposal: "Let's just drink." He offers a ceremonial cup, his tone dripping with irony. "My dear friend." The interrogator's mind flashes to his legendary brother, betrayed and murdered by his own people. He remembers his master's final, solemn wish, to find a true successor to his art. Suddenly, the threads of a binding technique snap taut, sealing the room completely. Sewon's voice cuts through the tension. "From now on, I will carry out my master's dying wish." His opponent's eyes widen in dawning horror as the terrible truth sinks in. In a blur of motion, Sewon explodes forward, initiating the inescapable duel. In accordance with the tradition of the assassin sect, he declares, "I will begin the Bindbreaker." The interrogator can only stare, pure terror reflected in his eyes as the deathmatch begins. The interrogator grits his teeth in frustration, realizing he's been completely cornered. With impossible speed, Sewon explodes forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. "All right then," he says, his silhouette radiating pure menace as he advances with his blade ready. His eyes blaze with cold fury as he makes a terrifying promise. "I'll make you beg for a chance to speak." Suddenly, the air itself seems to shift into a phantom bamboo grove, the arena for this ritual of death. An invisible strike slices cleanly through a stalk, a chilling preview of the duel's speed. The two finally clash, but the interrogator is immediately on the defensive, clearly outmatched. But Sewon's eyes remain utterly calm, analyzing every desperate move his opponent makes. His dagger becomes a blur, a whirlwind of steel that offers no escape. In a single fluid motion, he glides past his foe, leaving the interrogator frozen as the fight is decided in an instant. The interrogator's desperate punch is easily deflected, his assault already beginning to crumble. But Sewon's gaze remains ice-cold, his dagger perfectly positioned for the inevitable counter. His opponent launches himself through the phantom bamboo, staking everything on a frantic overhead strike. With a furious scream, he brings his blade down, channeling every last bit of his strength. The blow lands, drawing blood, but dark, ethereal tendrils instantly erupt from the wound. Unfazed, Sewon glides through the ensuing chaos, moving to end the fight. His opponent throws one last, desperate punch, hoping to shatter his focus. The fist closes in, a blur of motion just inches from its target's face, but it's stopped dead, effortlessly blocked by the flat of Sewon's blade without him even flinching. In that single moment of shock, Sewon flows past his guard, the one-sided fight already over. Sewon twists past his opponent's strike, a blur of motion that leaves the interrogator completely stunned. It's the exact same flying dagger technique, he realizes, his confidence shattering as he sees his own art used against him. They clash again, their movements a perfect, deadly mirror of each other in the phantom bamboo. A shockwave erupts as their identical arts collide, throwing both fighters back in a stalemate. The interrogator lands, panting, knowing that if this continues, the next exchange will also be the same. He predicts Siwon's follow-up with absolute dread. The legendary one-point kill. But Siwon smirks, breaking the cycle. If we're this identical, we'll be here all night instead of finishing the bindbreaker. His eyes narrow with cold certainty as he promises, "Don't worry. This one will be different," he declares, surging forward with an entirely new level of power. He then unleashes the true one-point kill. An unstoppable strike that ends the ritual duel instantly. The interrogator reels in shock as Siwon suddenly shifts to an impossible reverse grip. A crimson wave of power erupts as he unleashes the devastating reverse one-point kill. With a deafening crack, his opponent's blade shatters into 1,000 pieces against the overwhelming force. Disarmed and utterly broken, the interrogator collapses to the ground. The duel finished in an instant. Siwon looms over his fallen foe, his voice cold. "It looks like you're the one who should be begging." "I lost," the man admits, demanding to know what that impossible technique was. "Reverse one-point kill," Siwon calmly reveals, a name his opponent finds terrifyingly fitting. He explains that the grip, the stance, even the flow of core energy was completely inverted. And yet, this new form is a martial art vastly superior to the original legendary kill. The interrogator's mind shatters with the horrifying realization that Siwon created it anew, right in the middle of their fight. Siwon recalls his master's preference for a reverse grip, a detail that now holds a grim irony. In a distant memory, his master looms over him as a young boy, struggling with his dagger. "Didn't I tell you to hold it properly?" the master chided, but the boy just thought the reverse grip looked cooler. Back in the present, Siwon's movements are flawless, a testament to that harsh training. The defeated interrogator clenches his fist, disbelieving he's hearing these words about his own brother. He laments that his brother should have shown this side of himself when he was alive. But Siwon feels no pity, stating this is exactly what the man is looking for. Rising to his feet, the interrogator demands the full story, but Siwon asks, "What do I get in return?" The offer is made. Top secret information. The one thing his foe desires most, the location of the assassin sect. "You'd better keep that promise," the interrogator warns, his voice echoing through the rustling leaves. He begins his story. "It was exactly 5 years ago that's when I discovered the last traces of my brother. While gathering poisonous herbs on a rugged mountain, he tragically lost his footing and tumbled down a cliff. By a stroke of luck, he grabbed a branch to stop his fall, but then he noticed something impossible. Suddenly, back in the present, he stops his story cold, shouting, 'Wait a minute!' He accuses Siwon. 'Are you toying with me? Do you think such a heaven-sent opportunity makes any sense?' As Siwon stares back without a word, the interrogator falters, wondering if this whole deal is even real. Deciding he has no other choice, he clears his throat and agrees to continue his tale for now. While struggling to stay alive, he had found a hidden cave, and inside, the remains of a skeleton. With chilling foresight, Siwon reveals it wasn't a skeleton but a secret manual, leaving the interrogator completely stunned. "How could I not know?" he explodes, accusing Siwon of spinning a tale so lazy it wouldn't even appear in a third-rate novel. But Siwon's eyes turn to ice as he quietly asks a single, threatening question. "Should I stop talking?" The interrogator's rage instantly vanishes, replaced by a desperate apology as he realizes his mistake. "If you don't believe me, then forget it," Siwon says coldly, turning his back and preparing to leave him with his questions unanswered. In a desperate move, he lunges forward and grabs Siwon's shoulder, physically stopping him from walking away. His pride shattered, he bows his head and offers a sincere apology, finally understanding who truly holds all the power. Siwon looks back with an icy glare, commanding him, "Then just shut up and listen. This is your last chance." His story resumes with a horrifying truth. The manual wasn't about martial arts, but a dying message revealing a conspiracy written in his master's own blood. The story flashes back to a moonlit forest where the secret arts manual was first passed on. It contained not just techniques, but a final wish written in his master's own blood. The interrogator learns his brother received orders directly from the blood cult and clenches his fist, realizing the man he idolized was branded a traitor. "It's written in a secret code that only the two of us know," Siwon explains, his belief unwavering. Thanks to his unlocked energy core, his memories of the past are perfectly vivid, allowing him to recall every detail. "Did my brother ask you to take revenge?" the man asks desperately, only to be met with a cold no. Instead, his master declared that vengeance was a burden his younger brother must carry alone. His final mission for Siwon was simply to deliver the improved martial arts and the horrifying truth. But a sharp new question cuts through the grief. "You've had this for 5 years, why are you only appearing now?" Siwon reveals his master forbid contact until he reached the supreme peak, reminding the interrogator of his past attempt on his life. With a blade to his throat, He coldly demands the location of the assassin sect headquarters to end this. The interrogator stares back in disbelief, completely caught off guard by the sudden shift in power. He had anticipated another attack, knowing the assassin sect's contracts are absolute and their work is never truly finished. I should cut off any potential trouble at the root, Sewon declares, his eyes filled with deadly resolve. The interrogator concedes it's a rational move and offers to kill their mutual enemy in his place. Do you have any last words? Sewon asks, pressing the blade closer. But the assassin simply replies, of course I do. But instead of a defiant final statement, the hardened killer's last words are a desperate plea. Please spare me. Sewon is stunned into silence, completely baffled by the assassin's unexpected begging for life. I thought assassins were indifferent to death, Sewon scoffs. Only for the man to admit, I was until I fought you. The assassin blames Sewon for his newfound attachment to life, claiming, it's all your fault. He clenches his fist, declaring that because he now knows who murdered his brother, he simply cannot die yet. So, spare me as an apology, he demands. But Sewon is completely baffled by his twisted logic. The man even smirks, audaciously asking to be taught the very technique that brought him to his knees. Sewon's patience finally snaps as he raises his blade, convinced the killer has completely lost his mind. But the assassin interrupts with a shocking condition that stops Sewon dead in his tracks. I will give the assassin sect to you, he offers, an unbelievable price for his own life. As the current successor, he promises to hand over the entire organization once he takes control. His only request is the right to take revenge on his brother's killer with his own two hands. The scene then flashes to a painful memory, revealing the source of his obsession. His brother dying in his arms, admitting I failed. His brother's last words echo in his mind. Blacksmith, please succeed, a desperate plea from the brink of death. Sewon recognizes that with such powerful resolve fueling him, this man won't be easily broken. Reluctantly, he sheathes his blade, agreeing to the deal while thinking of his own master's final wishes. Though he's not thrilled, the prospect of gaining the entire assassin sect is a prize he cannot refuse. As Sewon vanishes into the night, the interrogator calls out, I'll be waiting for that day. He watches him go, sighing at how cold the boy is, realizing he learned more than just martial arts. It seems he even learned your foul temper, brother, he mutters, speaking to the ghost of his past. He marvels at the incredible disciple his brother left behind, a monster who defies all logic. With his life spared and a new dark pact forged, he finally walks away from the battlefield. But a burning question remains. What treasure from the blood cult could make his own master betray family? The interrogator trembles, clutching the hilt of his sword as a chilling memory resurfaces. His brother's final words echo in his mind. You will come to regret that choice bitterly. The truth shatters his world. The culprit was not just the assassin sect leader, but his own father. Meanwhile, atop the foreboding Blood Demon Mountain, a dark assembly is about to begin. Inside an imposing throne room, the highest echelons of the blood cult gather in the shadows. The second elder notes with disdain. The first and 10th elder haven't arrived yet. Annoyed, the 5th elder grumbles, why are those two making me wait? Beside him, the 7th elder rages. How dare that pathetic blind man make me wait? A sharp snap of a fan cuts through the tension. The 8th elder smiles cruelly, musing. I suspect the 10th elder is clinging to his last shred of hope. The 7th elder demands to know what she means by a last shred of hope. How pathetic, she scoffs, revealing he went to see the armless poison demon. A new challenger appears, the White Yaksha, 9th elder, who explains the fool is trying to remove the poison demon from his seat. The 8th elder sneers at the thought, infuriating the newcomer. One more word, the 9th elder growls, and I'll rip your tongue out and take your seat myself. She only laughs maniacally, mocking his insolent threat and his pathetic level of power. Just as the tension is about to break, a voice from the doorway asks, what is all this noise? Two figures enter the hall, putting an immediate stop to the confrontation. The man in red smirks, lamenting that he almost had new materials for his corpse poison. The 8th elder freezes, sensing his poison arts are so powerful they're already peering into the mystic realm. The poison elder cuts through the tension, announcing the time for an audience has arrived. The 2nd elder is bewildered by the sudden summons, questioning the order. He reminds them all their lord's training period wasn't over, with half the time still remaining. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic energy erupts, flooding the entire hall. Even the proud 9th elder is struck with pure shock, his arrogance completely shattered. As a figure descends from above, a voice declares, the master of all demons has descended. He lands with an earth-shattering impact, his presence alone forcing the elders to their knees. It's him, the legendary blood demon, returned from seclusion far earlier than anyone expected. A voice commands every serpent to prostrate themselves and worship their one true god. And as one, the elders bow, their cheers echoing through the hall. The blood demon has returned, but one elder remains kneeling, defiantly resisting the overwhelming pressure of his lord. "You! Show some proper respect!" Another elder roars, enraged by the insubordination. The blood demon merely glances down, his crimson eyes cold and unimpressed by the man's struggle. The defiant warrior finally gasps, his body buckling as he reaches the absolute limit of his endurance. Ignoring him completely, the blood demon makes a chilling declaration. "We shall move up the date for the grand plan." In perfect unison, the other elders prostrate themselves, their voices thundering, "It shall be done." He then singles out the white yaksha, commanding him to head for the city of Kaifeng. His mission is a horrifying one: find the Muram Alliance headquarters and bathe it in blood. Meanwhile, sometime after the friendly duel, Suwun's forces bustle about the courtyard. The defeated captain approaches one of the clan elders with an urgent question. "Did you hear? A rumor spreads like wildfire. The Tang clan's emerald dragon single-handedly crushed the Nagang stronghold, but the clan elders dismiss it as impossible, scoffing that a notorious Green Forest stronghold couldn't fall so easily. The defeated captain retorts, "Have you never trusted a single person in your life?" reminding them he's faced even the poison demon. Still, the uncle remains skeptical, pointing out that despite a heaven-piercing reputation, no one has actually seen him fight. "Whether you believe it or not," the captain says, gazing out at the clan grounds, "the winds of change stirred up by this one mysterious man are undeniable. His actions have brought countless warriors and artisans flocking to the Tang clan's banner. As dawn breaks over the compound, the relentless sound of a hammer echoes from the forge. Passing members can hardly believe it, whispering that he's been working since before sunrise, perhaps all night. They praise his devotion, completely unaware of the true, earth-shattering purpose behind his endless labor. While the clan celebrates the positive changes he's brought, inspired to work harder themselves, the man responsible remains isolated in his forge, contemplating his own limits. He takes a sharp breath, focusing inward on the threads of power within his body. A new technique, the ice wheel thread, has been unlocked, but he grimly admits, it's still not enough. The heavenly net he wields possesses a terrifying true power that would have utterly crushed his previous self. To master this new level, he must absorb the 10 demonic weapons contained within the artifact. His thoughts drift to one legendary weapon in particular, the whitewater fan of the Demon Supreme, Seol Yurang. Suddenly, a memory floods his mind of a frozen wasteland, where a voice asks, "Aren't you excited?" They walk together into a place known only as the Space of Extinction, and from that chilling past, her voice calls out to his former self, "Demonic artisan, I hope you were there." He realizes the key materials to forge the whitewater fan might be in the heart of the Muram Alliance. If so, he resolves grimly, "I'll have to go to the Alliance to obtain them." But his eyes narrow with cold intent as a new thought surfaces. But before that, a predator sensing its prey, he whispers, "I should catch that rat first." In a blur of motion, his shadow threads erupt from his hand, seeking their hidden target. A shadowy figure is violently ensnared, yanked from his hiding spot with no chance to react. The spy slams hard into the ground, the fight over before it even began. He towers over the captured assassin, his voice dangerously low. "You wouldn't have any excuses even if you died, right?" Yet the assassin smirks through the pain, casually claiming, "I must have landed wrong." With the immediate threat handled, his mind returns to the forge, tempering the steel for his ultimate purpose. The smith threatens his captive with molten iron, coldly offering, "I was going to help you wash your face with this." When questioned how he was found, he reveals his pursuit threads are made for perfect tracking and detection. Even after 10 days, the assassin remains defiant, his lips sealed by his code. But his resolve suddenly shatters with a desperate plea to join the upcoming mission. The target is the assassin sect's leader, making Suwun realize this spy has his own deep-seated grudge. He pauses, processing the shocking request from an enemy who wants to become an ally. Meanwhile, another unexpected visitor arrives, as the scarred interrogator calmly asks to crash here for a while. Suwun is left utterly speechless by the audacity of his former adversary. The interrogator explains his twisted logic. "Only by staying by your side can I avoid suspicion." Struck by their conviction, Suwun reflects on the terrifying persistence of assassins who stalk their prey for years. The interrogator offers a deal. He'll teach his ultimate technique to become Suwun's personal bodyguard. But Suwun brutally overpowers him, declaring, "I don't need a bodyguard who's weaker than me." The utter humiliation leaves the once feared assassin completely stunned on the floor. Suddenly, urgent footsteps disturb the morning quiet as an unexpected messenger rushes towards the estate. A man bursts through the door, desperately calling out for the young clan head. He gasps for air, explaining he carries an urgent message from the Muram Alliance. Unfazed by the commotion, Suwon calmly instructs him to get straight to the point. The messenger reveals the shocking request. The Muram Alliance wants Suwon to use their legendary forge. This news triggers a memory, as Suwon realizes a convenient justification for his plans has just appeared. Deciding to seize the opportunity, he tells the man he must see the clan head right away. Sewon announces with finality, "I'll depart as soon as possible." The scene shifts to the main hall, where an urgent meeting about his decision is about to begin. His uncle confirms the unbelievable news. "You're leaving for Kaifeng immediately," and Sewon calmly agrees. He then reveals he's also taking an escort mission, adding another layer to his mysterious plans. Concerned, his uncle forbids him from going alone, but Sewon coolly states his bodyguard will be there. A female ally then volunteers to join them, believing 3 heads are better than 2. The chief steward warns them all to be careful, as it will likely be a month-long journey. But a confident, almost sinister smile spreads across Sewon's face. "No," he declares, shattering their expectations. "We will be arriving in 15 days. His impossible claim leaves his uncle and new companion completely stunned into silence. "What do you mean by that?" his uncle demands, completely baffled by Sewon's impossible claim. A cold, confident smirk is his only answer. "Well, you could say that." The scene then reveals his so-called shortcut, a crumbling, treacherous cliff face under the pale light of the moon. Without hesitation, his team scales the sheer rock, a feat of pure madness. His companion glances back in sheer terror, thinking to herself, this isn't a shortcut, but a path to the afterlife. Flashing back, we learn his uncle had offered a carriage, but Sewon immediately questioned the need for one. "We'll be delayed going around the mountain," he had stated plainly. "So we'll break through in a straight line." Now, clinging for her life, she finally understands the horrifying meaning behind his words and calls out his name. But Sewon just turns back, annoyed. "What are you doing? Hurry up." Suddenly her grip fails, and she plummets into the dark water below, realizing with dawning horror that she's been tricked again. The moonlight reveals a crumbling, treacherous cliff face a path of certain death. As his companion struggles, Sewon scales the sheer rock with an unnatural ease, barely noticing her plight. She stares in disbelief, thinking, this is a shortcut? Not a path to the afterlife? But 2 weeks later, the sun rises over a new landscape, signaling their impossible journey is over. They've arrived at the Cheonyun Finance Manor, a place of immense power and wealth in Kaifeng. Sewon looks upon the headquarters, impressed by a scale that is truly on another level. He is immediately recognized by a guard, who addresses him as the chief escort they've been expecting. The chief steward greets him. Amazed, they traveled all the way from Sichuan in record time. Without a word, Sewon presents the requested goods, his part of the bargain now fulfilled. The steward opens the box, his eyes widening in satisfaction. The condition is absolutely perfect. The steward apologizes, shocked by their impossibly early arrival and unprepared to welcome them properly. But Sewon brushes it off with a calm smile, simply grateful for the personal greeting. Still baffled, the steward can't help but ask the million-dollar question. How did you manage to arrive so quickly? Sewon hints at a secret shortcut, offering this incredible speed as a new standard for all future business. The manor lord instantly understands the hidden meaning. This is a hostile takeover, an offer to cast aside their current agency. He marvels at the sheer ambition radiating from a man who is barely 20 years old. He realizes this must be the genius who threw all of Sichuan into an uproar, a legend in the making. With a hearty laugh, the powerful lord decides to bet on this rising star, declaring, "Very well." And just like that, Sewon secures the deal, announcing his agency will now handle all missions to Sichuan. Sewon and his companions bow in respect as the manor lord accepts, cementing a powerful new alliance. The manor lord turns, a hint of concern in his voice as he asks about the companions standing behind Sewon. But one look reveals the truth: they're completely fried. Their energy so depleted, it's practically visible. Sewon simply laughs it off, smoothly blaming their fatigue on the arduous escort mission. "Please, come in and rest," the lord offers, guiding them into the magnificent Cheonyun Manor. As night falls, they're finally given a chance to recover from their brutal journey. The scholar and the female warrior don't hesitate, immediately chugging down drinks like their lives depend on it. A wave of pure relief washes over them as they finally feel human again. "Eat slowly," Sewon advises with a calm smile, completely unfazed by the same trek that nearly broke them. His companion glares at him, wondering how he could possibly be in such a perfect state. "Shortcut my foot," she mutters, revealing they barely slept for 2 weeks on a hellish path that would daunt a supreme peak master. The scholar gasps, realizing his companion has no idea of their lord's true power. "What do you plan to do now?" he asks, wondering if they'll go straight to the Muram Alliance. But But Suwon's gaze is cold and calculating as he calmly states, I plan to take my time. His exhausted companions stare in confusion, questioning his bizarre decision after their hellish journey. Suwon calmly suggests they should rest and go sightseeing, a casual remark hiding a deeper motive. That sounds like you're planning to cause trouble again, his companion retorts, instinct screaming something is off. He dismisses her concerns, simply telling them to finish their meal and get some real rest. But as he turns to leave without eating, she calls out in suspicion, Where are you going? Under the full moon, a chilling smile forms as he declares he's off to perform acts of charity. His eyes scan the bustling city of Kaifeng, a hunting ground just waiting for a predator. A tavern owner calls out, Sir, come in for a meal. But Suwon walks past with a heavy purpose. He strides through the celebrating crowd, their praise for the superb food, a stark contrast to his dark thoughts. Ignoring the city's lively atmosphere, he thinks to himself, in the end, I've come back here. He knows that in just 6 months, a horrific tragedy will stain these very streets with blood, the memory of the Kaifeng blood disaster. A demonic rebellion that slaughtered thousands still haunts him. This is why he rushed here to stop the massacre and save countless innocent lives. To succeed, his first priority is crushing the corrupt anti-alliance faction from within. Their internal power struggles to oust the Sword Emperor left everyone defenseless in the original timeline. Because of their greed, the damage from the disaster became catastrophically worse than it ever should have been. Now, standing alone in the city, he makes a solemn vow. I will stop them no matter what. Under the cover of night, mocking laughter echoes from a secret gathering. Here, the powerful anti-alliance faction meets. Glad to be free from the Sword Emperor's watch, the Kongdong sect leader sighs in relief, feeling like a weight has been lifted from his chest. But others complain about their leader's supposed frugality, calling his chosen meeting hall shabby. You're just someone from the outer sect. The Qing Cheng sect leader scoffs with contempt. They all sneer at his attempts to act like a true, humble ascetic. The Namgung clan head tries to be diplomatic, noting that the emperor surely has his reasons. But this is immediately dismissed with rumors that he's off on another leisurely excursion. The Kunlun sect's grand leader questions how an alliance head can afford to be away so frequently. Finally, their simmering resentment boils over as a fist slams down on the table in pure rage. The rage boils over as they declare that the alliance's important affairs are being mishandled. This can't continue, Huangbo Jian insists, demanding the immediate selection of a new alliance leader. He frames their conspiracy as a righteous duty to restore the order that has fallen into disarray. Namgung Myong lays out the political battlefield, noting that 6 great clans still support the current leader. However, 3 crucial sects have remained neutral, creating a perfect opening for their power grab. A new sun will soon rise, the Kunlun sect's leader declares, his power radiating in a sinister purple aura. The Qingcheng leader mockingly toasts the hesitant Namgung clan head, who can only reply with a somber no, but the toast was a diversion as he turns and salutes the true candidate, the new alliance leader. The room explodes with cheers, congratulating Huangbo Jian on his bold seizure of power. As the plot is sealed, the mysterious Taoist simply takes a sip, his chilling purple energy swirling ominously. If that is the will of everyone, then it cannot be helped, he says, accepting the coup. The Taoist vows with a chilling aura, I will surely restore the prestige of the alliance. But another conspirator brings up a new variable. The legitimate son of the Tang clan is on his way here. Huangbo Jian seethes, remembering how that fellow humiliated his subordinates and questions letting him roam free. The others dismiss his anger, scoffing at the idea of stopping someone who just wants to borrow a forge. However, as a drink is poured, the conversation takes a sharp, unexpected turn. A bombshell drops. The long-absent Elder Wei is also returning to the alliance. This is no ordinary elder, but the legendary sea sword demon, Wei Taido, a warrior so feared he hasn't been seen since the death of his disciple Sun Wugon. Huangbo Jian realizes the chilling truth. The new leader has a plan to hide his schemes behind the sword demon's blade. The grand sect leader reflects on the terrifying precision of their plan. Namgung Myong pours a drink, warning that despite any resentments, harming a child of the Tang clan is forbidden. He speaks of a righteous code that must be followed by all orthodox martial artists. With a tense expression, Akho simply replies, I understand. But they all know that boy is bound to be ambushed by his enemies anyway. It is his fate to meet a mortal enemy on a narrow bridge. Meanwhile, just 30 minutes earlier, a different confrontation was brewing under the moonlight. A desperate old beggar pleaded with a passing noble for a single coin. Where do you think you're touching, you filthy beggar? The noble cruelly snapped back. Humiliated and dismissed, the old man could only kneel in the dirt as the figure walked away. A mysterious young master is approached by a desperate old beggar, pleading for just a single coin. But instead of money, the young man simply places a heavy gourd of alcohol into his hands. Confused, the old man protests, "I'm grateful, dear sir, but I need money more." The young master ignores his plea, his aura flaring as he speaks a cryptic phrase. The beggar's eyes widen in shock as he hears the first half of a secret code. Old clothes are best for wear. And the young master calmly finishes the reply, "But new friends are best for company." With the test passed, the young man immediately drops to one knee in a formal greeting. The beggar's frail facade shatters, replaced by a commanding presence as he orders, "Follow me." He leads the young master across a silent, moonlit bridge into the hidden depths of the forest. Here, the truth is revealed. This was an elder from the Beggar's Sect, one of the world's largest intelligence organizations. Sewun calmly acknowledges the well-deserved reputation of the Beggar's Sect, as he feels the immense power radiating from an enchantment woven between their simple huts. Without his advanced preparation, even he and his bodyguard would have been crushed by the sheer pressure of these hidden elites. The elder finally gestures him forward, granting him entry into the heart of their secret base. But as he steps inside, he's immediately met by guards ready to test his strength. Without warning, they launch a coordinated assault, their staffs whistling through the air. The attack is stopped dead as he effortlessly catches their weapons in his bare hands. "I didn't know the Beggar Sect's hospitality was this cold," he remarks with chilling calm. Another voice cuts in. "An uninvited guest is no guest at all," placing a drink before him. Finally, the true leaders appear, demanding to know how a child of the Tang clan learned their secret code. The elder demands to know how he learned a secret only the alliance leader should possess. Sewun stands unfazed as the man reveals that not even 5 people in the entire Jianghu know it. Mistaking his silence for guilt, the elder's suspicion turns to furious accusation, but Sewun simply scoffs back. "Guilty conscience. My foot," shattering the old man's assumptions. The elder warns him to cease his useless provocations, his men tensing for a fight. Suddenly, an immense pressure erupts from Sewun as he declares, "My respect for a senior will end here." Enraged by this insolence, the elder lunges forward, screaming, "Do you even know who you're talking to?" He reveals his true, terrifying identity. Enforcement beggar, Peng San. Unmoved, Sewun calmly states he is not a mere junior, but the official representative of his clan. He then questions why he is being treated like an enemy after using their own legitimate secret code. The elder scoffs that the branch leader is right there, accusing Sewun of playing games to the end. But Peng San freezes, suddenly remembering a critical detail. The leadership changed over a month ago. Unfazed, Sewun turns his attention to a silent, white-haired figure standing amongst the beggars. "Isn't that right?" he says, calling out the true leader, Jang Sopyeong. The old man realizes the rumors were true. A new power has secretly risen within the sect. With his authority established, Jang Sopyeong suggests they finally drop the charade. He reveals his legendary title, the Divine Fighting Beggar, his true power finally on display. This was one of the 3 great heroes who led the Anti-Blood Alliance in the past. Sewun knows that to face the coming war, he absolutely must win over this powerful man, because he remembers their past heroism, when they alone saved the common folk from a horrific disaster. In a desolate village under the cold moonlight, a secret meeting between 2 titans is about to begin. "I have a lot of questions," Sewun starts. "But first, did you hear about me from Saren?" The beggar leader is taken aback by the name, quickly dismissing any close relationship with the famous beauty. He cuts straight to the point, demanding to know why Sewun used a secret code to arrange this meeting. Sewun's answer is dangerously simple. He's here to obtain information. The Divine Fighting Beggar scoffs, insulted that his legendary sect would be treated like common brokers. But Sewun's gaze hardens as he asks if there's truly any difference between them. He calmly asserts that all information organizations are the same. You just need to provide the right price. Enraged, the beggar's aura erupts. "Do you think you can give our beggar sect what we want?" As their immense energies clash, the tense negotiation instantly escalates into a terrifying battle of wills. Sewun calmly admits that what the beggar sect wants is nearly impossible for even the great clans to find. "But I can give it to you," he declares, presenting a small vial as the ultimate price for his information. He reveals their deepest secret. The demons they hunt have been vanishing without a trace, leaving the sect completely stumped. As the beggar clenches a stone, Sewun challenges him with a single, piercing question. "Am I wrong?" The legendary warrior is stunned, desperately wondering just how much this young man knows about his organization's failures. As he fears a spy has infiltrated their ranks, Sewun applies a single drop from the vial onto the stone. "Don't worry," he says, offering the rock to the bewildered leader. "Just take a sniff of this first." The divine beggar is confused, detecting absolutely no scent from the ordinary-looking stone in his hand. But a horrifying realization dawns on him. It's not the smell. It's the complete absence of the demonic traces he knows should be there. Could this be? He gasps, as Sewon confirms his impossible discovery with a calm, knowing gaze. It's a divine artifact, Sewon explains, holding a vial of scent-dissipating perfume. The demons use this to evade you, he declares, shocking the beggar to his core. He recalls how reports of this perfume were once dismissed as false, a critical mistake. The claim came from the Tang clan's son, whose incredible sense of smell was deemed impossible. But I obtained a sample, he reveals, as a strange green energy gathers in his hand. The vial in his palm begins to glow, pulsing with an otherworldly power, and created a poison that can track the untrackable, he states with absolute confidence. The beggar reels in disbelief, gasping, a tracking poison? But even the divine physician failed. With this 10,000-mile pursuit scent, he promises the beggar sect can finally hunt the demons again. The legendary warrior is left speechless, contemplating an offer that could change everything. Though the poison can clear their path, Sewon can't shake an ominous feeling. The divine beggar realizes the divine perfume is being mass-distributed, as if someone who desires chaos is intentionally providing it. Sewon interjects with chilling certainty. This means a massive, secret organization, not a single individual, is behind the plot. With dawning horror, he realizes the truth. The blood cult is on the move. Which group is that? The beggar demands, confused by his partner's sudden silence. His frustration boils over as he shouts, "Are you ignoring me?" But Sewon simply presents 2 vials, revealing forbidden items that leave the old warrior stunned. He then drops another bombshell. His own uncle purchased them, intending to get the perfume next. They must be connected to the demons, he concludes, presenting a ledger with all the proof. The divine fighting beggar slams the ledger down, exclaiming that tracking the demons will now be twice as easy. But a sudden realization brings him to a halt as he rereads the cryptic text. "Why did you seek us out?" he demands, questioning why Sewon didn't take this damning proof to the Muram Alliance. Sewon explains that in a world where the orthodox factions have rotted, at least the beggar sect still upholds righteousness. He reminds them that despite their humble appearance, they secretly manage a vast amount of wealth. Yet, they use their hard-earned funds solely to uphold justice, never for personal gain. Their one unwavering principle, the thing that defines them, is their reverence for righteousness alone. Even in the face of meaningless death, the beggar sect has never once violated its core beliefs. Hearing his sect praised with such conviction, the old warrior is visibly moved, something he hasn't felt in a long, long time. He clears his throat, regaining his composure and proudly admitting, "Well, we are indeed that kind of place." With the deal on the table, the divine fighting beggar asks Sewon if he will truly give them the ultimate tracking poison. The 10,000-mile pursuit scent, the old warrior realizes, his eyes wide with the implications of such a weapon. The sect leader immediately agrees. The beggar sect wants this, and demands to know what Sewon wants in return. He knows its value is limitless and resolves to pay any price, even a fortune in gold, to hunt down the demons. But Sewon cuts through his thoughts, cryptically asking if a main branch leader truly has no intuition about his real motives. "No intuition?" the old warrior asks, taken aback by the sudden and piercing question about his instincts. Instead of demanding riches, Sewon gives a simple, shocking command. "Just keep tracking them. That is my only condition," he declares, leaving the powerful sect leader utterly speechless at this impossible generosity. The beggar realizes he must be careful, as sharing too much information could paint a target on his sect's back. He had planned to probe the young man for information, but now sees an outstanding warrior far beyond his years. The divine fighting beggar erupts into a fit of uncontrollable, manic laughter. "Are you really the main branch leader?" he scoffs, calling Sewon a madman who calmly claims to be both. After composing himself, the legendary warrior finally agrees to state the beggar sect's official position. He then shocks Sewon by formally proposing not just cooperation, but a future alliance with the Sichuan Tang clan. The old beggar knows that finding a partner with such perfectly aligned goals is nearly impossible in the Jianghu. But Sewon's casual dismissal of the offer as not bad leaves the sect leader utterly flabbergasted by his audacity. Internally, however, Sewon understands this is an incredible result that will prevent unimaginable future bloodshed. Just as the deal is settled, Sewon announces he has a personal proposal, making the beggar leader brace himself. But it's the old warrior who extends his hand first, declaring with shocking sincerity, "I want to become your friend." Stunned into silence, Sewon can only ask, "A friend?" Completely caught off guard by the unexpected offer. Sewon questions their friendship given the age gap, but the old warrior insists, "That's just a minor issue." "How is a 10-year difference minor?" he retorts, only to be chided for already speaking so informally. The old beggar laughs it off, inviting his new friend to drink and celebrate their unexpected bond. But the next morning, Suwon wakes with a crushing headache from the night's festivities. The hangover still hasn't worn off as he stumbles through the halls, barely able to walk straight. He can only wonder just how much that old man managed to drink to put him in this state. After finally composing himself, he steps out into the crisp morning air. With his companions either asleep or away, he briefly considers taking a moment to rest. Instead, he sets out into the city, his steps firm with purpose. Things are proceeding smoothly, he thinks, but the three greatest obstacles still remain. Suddenly, a jealous voice echoes in Suwon's mind, seething with resentment over the beggar. "What's so great about him," it whispers, "that you'd befriend him while completely ignoring me?" Suwon storms through the streets, trying to tune out the incessant whining. He finally snaps, shouting, "Damn it, stop grumbling with that whispering technique." The scarred assassin materializes from the shadows, pleading, "You're friends with that beggar, so why can't I be one too? You want me to befriend the man who tried to kill me?" Suwon scoffs, but the assassin insists it was all a misunderstanding. He desperately complains about how hard it is to stay hidden, only for Suwon to coldly think, "Did anyone ask you to?" Frustrated, the assassin demands to know why the standards are so much stricter just for him. He even tries pulling rank, desperately arguing, "In terms of seniority, I'm your master's younger brother." But a cunning smile spreads across Suwon's face as he realizes this annoying situation might actually be a stroke of luck. Suwon overhears a whisper in the crowd about an easy job, sparking a devious new plan. His eyes flare with cold calculation as he spots the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the Miram Alliance. A recruitment poster for a new blacksmith appears, a position he was born for, but one with a notoriously difficult boss. With a new goal in mind, he calls out to his unwanted shadow, Moo Myung. He masterfully plays on the assassin's desperate need for friendship, asking for a simple request. "I need a human skin mask," he demands, and the eager bodyguard promises he has plenty of spares. The mask is handed over, a tool for a plan the assassin knows nothing about. But the moment the deal is done, Suwon sends his new friend flying with a vicious kick. "Get out of the shadows," he commands coldly, having gotten exactly what he wanted. The dazed assassin stumbles out, utterly betrayed and confused, muttering, "Did I just get kicked out?" "Moo Myung, you said it yourself," he thinks, using the assassin's own words to justify his cold betrayal. Now, disguised as a lazy craftsman with gray hair, he arrives at his destination, shouting for the swindler in charge. "Let's go to the Alliance's forge," he declares, walking into the heart of his new mission. Inside, the hot-tempered deputy blacksmith screams at a line of terrified new assistants. He sighs in frustration, lamenting that the rushed recruitment only brought in a group of useless novices, but his eyes land on one man stretching lazily, completely disrespecting the tense atmosphere. The deputy's blood boils as he stares in disbelief at the newcomer's sheer audacity. "Where did this worthless piece of junk come from?" he roars internally, his face contorting with rage. He points a trembling finger, demanding the slacker stand up straight, but another blacksmith quickly intervenes. "Please bear with it," the man pleads, explaining their desperate need for any skilled hands they can find. A fellow blacksmith secretly plots, "Make sure to kick that rude brat out as soon as reinforcements arrive." But the furious deputy blacksmith cuts them off, roaring for everyone to stop wasting time and start working immediately. One of the seniors, Woonwee, sits opposite the disguised craftsman, offering a simple introduction. "I'm not interested in your name," he scoffs coldly, dismissing the senior with an air of complete authority. It's the newcomer himself who steps to the fire, unleashing a torrent of perfectly controlled flame with masterful skill. Even the hot-tempered deputy is stunned, forced to admit the lazy-looking brat actually works surprisingly well. Suddenly, the protagonist stops and berates the senior smith. "What are you doing, not forging? It's all going to melt now." Woonwee apologizes before freezing in confusion, realizing he's the senior, yet he's the one being commanded. "You keep losing focus," the disguised master chides, and the flustered blacksmith can only apologize again. But as he stands there, a sudden thought strikes him. This strange, overwhelming presence feels eerily familiar. "The rhythm of your forging is wavering," the disguised master yells, completely shattering the senior's confidence. The flustered blacksmith can only bow his head and promise to correct himself under the intense pressure. Though he meekly protests that he's the senior, he's forced to learn as if he were a novice. Woonwee hammers with a newfound focus, his every strike now guided by an unseen master's rhythm. "Yes, that's it," the disguised craftsman encourages. "Entrust your body to that flow." A sudden realization dawns on the senior blacksmith as he feels the metal respond in a way it never has before. He stares in awe, thinking all the hammering he'd done his entire life was for nothing compared to this enchanting feeling. Under this perfect guidance, a flawless, glowing blade emerges from the flames. Did I really make this with my own hands? Wunwei asks himself in utter disbelief. But the disguised protagonist simply glances at the masterpiece and scoffs. Well, it looks decent. The disguised master looks at the flawless blade with a smirk, calling it merely passable. Overwhelmed, the senior blacksmith can only stammer out a weak thank before his eyes roll back. You, he gasps, as his body gives out and he collapses to the floor completely spent. Panic erupts throughout the forge as the others rush to his side, screaming that Palmo has fallen. But the protagonist calmly inspects the blade, noting that it's a low-grade treasure imbued with the power of detection. He casually explains the man simply overexerted his mental energy and orders them to move him. With everyone distracted, he cracks his knuckles, deciding it's finally time for him to begin. He knows the materials are lacking and the furnace is old, but this is hardly a challenge. Still, he thinks with a confident smirk, a high-grade treasure artifact is a piece of cake. Treasure artifacts are weapons of legend, powerful enough that entire wars have been fought just to possess one. Even the world's greatest artisan, White Cat Seo Youngdal, poured a full year of desperate effort into crafting such a blade. But for a man who was once the demonic artisan, he declares with chilling confidence, 15 minutes is enough. He analyzes the damaged weapon, deducing its user must be someone who pursues overwhelming strength. For a warrior with such domineering energy, he knows exactly how to reforge this blade. He decides the function of wind would be perfect, and with a thunderous strike, his true work begins. Sparks fly as his hammer reshapes not just the metal, but the very essence of the sword itself. In a flash, the work is done, and he holds up the reborn weapon, proclaiming, "Good, this is it." He's even perfectly concealed its power, explaining, "I made it so the energy can't be felt until it's held in the hand." With a cunning smirk, he thinks to himself, this should be enough as bait. But his scheming is cut short when a senior blacksmith barks at him, "Hey, rookie!" Annoyed, the senior orders him to stop admiring his work and deliver the repaired weapons immediately. Feigning laziness, the disguised artisan lets out a sigh, muttering about what a pain this is. As he starts to leave, the senior yells at him to move faster, completely oblivious to who he's ordering around. But then, the rookie's eyes widen as he spots something on the weapon in his hands. It's a familiar emblem, a flower crest that changes everything about this simple delivery. "I'll be going then," he declares with a grin, sprinting away while his senior shouts for him to stop. He only takes the one important sword, leaving the man to furiously scream, "Why are you only taking one?" At the Muram Alliance main training ground, recruits are being pushed to their absolute limit. The instructor's voice echoes across the yard, demanding more power and decisiveness from the trainees. Watching them, a young warrior feels the pressure, resolving to become stronger and succeed as well. But his reflection is cut short when a senior scolds him, asking if he plans to get stronger while slacking off. The senior stands, his irritation growing, though not directed at the rookie beside him. "That noise from behind has been driving me crazy all day," he complains, turning towards a lone figure in the distance. For 7 years, a man has been relentlessly striking a rock, his bizarre training disturbing everyone. To think the man once called the legendary Manhwa sword dragon has been reduced to this madness. With another powerful strike, the senior scoffs in disgust. "Sword dragon. My foot." The senior scoffs, more like the fallen dragon of Manhwa, as a grip tightens on a sword, overflowing with dark energy. But the sword dragon hears every word, quietly telling his blade, "Don't leave those arrogant bastards alone." His eyes open with chilling intent as he gives a final, brutal command. "Cut down all their heads. Let's kill them cruelly," his inner voice screams, his sanity fracturing under the immense power. He prepares to unleash the hidden power that has festered within him for 7 long years. For he was born under the killer star, a cursed fate that ensures anyone becomes a peerless demonic arts practitioner. A flashback reveals the ultimate sin he committed, betraying the master who protected him, defying the laws of the Muram. His master had saved him from a fated execution, a debt the sword dragon repaid with treachery. He accepts his darkness, knowing he was this kind of person from the very beginning. To silence the voices in his head, the sword dragon pounds away at a rock with no proper training. The demonic urges scream within him to kill them all, tear them to shreds. In the end, his raw, untamed power explodes, shattering his target completely. As the destructive aura fades, his only thought is to hope that no harm comes to his master. But someone has been watching, and with a grim look, he finally understands the source of the chaos. He scoffs, knowing no ordinary sword could possibly withstand such a wild fighting style. "Don't you feel the least bit sorry for the blacksmiths?" he asks, only to be met with a hostile, "Who are you?" The berserker's rage builds as the stranger ignores his question, staring back with an annoyed glare. But the mysterious craftsman just smirks, retorting with a chilling confidence. Your personality is a mess too, huh?